Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government introduced legislation on Monday that would put a freeze on importing, buying or selling handguns. The regulations to halt the growth of personally owned handguns is expected to be enacted this fall. It will be illegal to buy, sell or transfer or import handguns anywhere in Canada, the Prime Minister said. Families of shooting victims joined him at the press conference in Ottawa. Shanghai authorities have said that the city will enter a comprehensive restoration phase from Wednesday after a 2-month-long lockdown that has throttled the economy and kept millions of people largely restricted to their homes. Full bus and subway services will be restored, as will basic rail connections with the rest of China. Shopping malls, supermarkets, convenience stores and drug stores will gradually open with no more than 70% of their total capacity, but cinemas and gyms will not resume operations, according to an online government news conference. Ambitious Manchester City have confirmed that they plan on adding more players this summer to further boost their squad after the recent signing of Erling Haaland. Chairman Khaldoon Al-Mubarak broke the news after describing Haaland as arguably the best number 9 in the world. Haaland joined the Premier League champions from Borussia Dortmund after the Norwegian became one of the most coveted strikers in the world, with Barcelona and Real Madrid also keen on signing the 21-year-old. England trained ahead of their opening Group A3 match against Hungary in the UEFA Nations League. Southgate's squad travelled to Budapest as they played matches between the 4th and 14th of June this month. A trip to Germany follows the weekend's match at the Puskás Arena before welcoming Italy for the first meeting between the two countries following their triumph over England in the Euro 2020 final, and then Hungary at Molineux in Wolverhampton. Liverpool FC's star forward Mohamed Salah has been voted the PFA Fans Player of the Year for 2022. The Egyptian retains the award after football supporters recognized his stellar Premier League campaign for Liverpool. Salah claimed his third Golden Boot alongside Tottenham Hotspur's Son Heung-min by netting 23 goals from his 35 outings in the top flight. The Indian women's shooting team of Elavenil Valrivan, Shreya Agarwal and Ramita bagged a gold medal for India in the 10 meters air rifle women's team event at the ISSF World Cup 2022 in Baku. This was India's first medal at the ongoing ISSF World Cup in Baku. The trio from India defeated Denmark 17-15 in the gold medal match. Indian Grandmaster Viswanathan Anand defeated world champion Magnus Carlsen in the 7th round of the Blitz event of Norway Chess, earning a 4th place finish. A loss to Anish Giri, the Dutch Grandmaster, in the 5th round and to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave of France in the 9th round meant that Anand finished off at 4th position with 5 points in the event. At the top is American Grandmaster Wesley So, who has 6.5 points, 1 clear of Magnus Carlsen. Dutch Grandmaster Giri takes the 3rd place.
Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th. Mudassir, a police officer, shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता समझता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी में रहना है तो हमेशा जेल जाने के लिए और अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे हैं। इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं।
She was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students. When she was shot dead, the entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of.
Commemorating 50 years of the graffiti culture in Germany, Berlin hosted one of the world's longest open-air exhibitions dedicated to the art form.
Das ist die Ausstellung Abbey Road, The Passion of Graffiti. Und die Ausstellung ist nun geplant seit ungefähr 2 Jahren. Es ist eine Retrospektive der Graffiti-Kultur und wir wollen von den 70ern bis jetzt zeigen, wie sich die Kultur gewandelt hat, wie sich die Kultur des Thema noch lebt und sehr ausschlaggebend ist. Wir sind jetzt hier mit 37 Künstlern aus 5 verschiedenen Städten, nämlich aus Berlin, New York, Amsterdam, Paris und Sao Paulo. Und dieses Ganze ist jetzt seit 3 Monaten gestartet. Wir haben 19 Gebäude aufgebaut, nämlich einmal diese 5 Cubes und 6 Trains und dazu nochmal 4 Hochhäuser.
A total of 19 installations, including 6 mock-ups of subway train cars from Berlin, Amsterdam and New York, covered with iconic graffiti, were on display.
Die Ausstellung ist am Wittenbergplatz bis zur Ulanstraße am Kudamm und ist einer der längsten, unter anderem einer der längsten Ausstellungen der Graffiti-Kultur, die es je gab. Und ja, wir sind sehr stolz darauf, dass der Boulevard Kudamm uns das ermöglicht hat, hier aufzubauen, aufzustellen. Was macht die Ausstellung aus? Es ist ein Zusammenspiel 3 Kontinente. Sie zeigt, dass die Künstler von überall aus der Welt, selbst bei der Corona-Zeit und Phase, es geschafft haben, sich zusammenzutun, geplant zu werden und hierher zu kommen nach Berlin, um das Ganze möglich zu machen.
The installations have been placed at the heart of the German capital.
Und auf dem Teilstück zwischen Breitscheidplatz bis hierher zur Ulanstraße sind sogenannte Trains, U-Bahn-Züge aus den verschiedenen Städten zu sehen, die dann erst aufgebaut wurden, erst gemalt wurden und dann von den verschiedenen Künstlern bemalt wurden. Unser Ziel ist es hierbei, ein bisschen Kunst in den City-West-Bereich zu bringen und auch direkt auf dem Kudamm. Und das wir sozusagen from nowhere to the Kurfürstendamm.
The exhibition highlights the transformation of what was once a criminal activity into highly valued art. The exhibition was developed by artist Bay Falls in collaboration with Managing Director of Urban Contemporary Museum for Street Art in Berlin. More than 37 graffiti masters from Germany, Brazil, France, the Netherlands and the United States spent 3 months preparing the constructions for the installations. The exhibition will be open to the public till the 26th of June in Berlin. It will then move to Paris, then Amsterdam, Sao Paulo and finally to New York. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Sergio Perez has followed up his Monaco Grand Prix success by signing a 2-year contract extension with Red Bull. The team have announced the Mexican driver triumphant in a Formula One's most glamorous race on Sunday is now committed to them until the end of 2024 season. The 32-year-old who joined Red Bull from the Racing Point at the end of 2020 is currently 3rd in the Drivers' World Championship standings after finishing 4th last season. Perez highlighted his strong relationship with the teammate and world champion Max Verstappen as being key to his decision to re-sign with the team. Teenage sensation Coco Gauff at 18 is the youngest woman left in the draw, cruised past 26-year-old Elise Mertens of Belgium in 2 sets to reach the quarterfinals at the French Open. After a tense first set where Gauff had to battle for almost 1 hour against the 31st seeded Belgian to take it to the next level, the American dominated the second set. Next for her, the winner between 2017 US Open champion Sloane Stephens and 23rd seeded Jill Teichmann of Switzerland. World Test champions New Zealand are eyeing up second red ball triumph in England in as many years. But they themselves will not be there at their strongest heading into this opening test match at Lord's. Left-arm fast bowler Trent Boult has only just returned from the IPL after featuring in the final for Rajasthan, and with a lack of practice behind him, Boult will likely be rested for the first test, with Black Caps potentially opting for a pace bowling attack of Tim Southee.
She was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students. When she was shot dead, the entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric one can see the visuals of the spot. This is the spot where she was lying in a pool of blood. Hindu teacher from Jammu has been shot dead by the terrorist in the Kulgam of South Kashmir. He has come to the injuries. Terrorist has barged into this school where she was fired upon from a close range. The force is reaching to the spot. The cordon and search operation, which is the standard operating procedure that is being followed by J&K police along with the army. Terrorists involved in the killing of civilians in South Kashmir have been today neutralized by SOG Avantipora along with Indian Army in South Kashmir's Avantipora. These two terrorists of JM were involved in the killing of civilians that police has identified as Shakila of Aripal and also Javed Ahmed of Lurgam. Both the civilians were killed by these terrorists as per IGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar. We are seeing the swift operation in South Kashmir in less than 24
Top headlines at 7 a.m. Nation reels under shock as singer KK dies at the age of 53 after a live performance in Kolkata. From Prime Minister Modi to the entire music and Bollywood fraternity, tributes pour in for the late legendary singer KK. Kashmir Minority Forum issues 24 ultimatum threatening mass migration from Kashmir after the targeted killing of Kashmiri Hindu Rajni Bala. The Satyendar Jain files are out. Sensational details emerge. ED claims Delhi minister laundered over 16 crore rupees. First arrest in the Moosewala assassination probe, accused sent to 5-day police custody. RJD President Lalu Yadav proposes Tejasvi Yadav to take critical decisions for the party. Good morning viewers, thanks for tuning in. You're watching 7 a.m. this morning and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Now much loved singer Krishnakumar Kunnath, popularly known as KK, passed away on 31st of May and the news took the internet by storm. KK was performing at the Nazrul Mancha, which is an auditorium in south of Kolkata, and fell ill soon after and was reportedly rushed to the hospital where he was declared dead upon arrival. With the cause of death of the popular singer still unknown, several fans and netizens mourned his death.
The song that shot him to fame among the youth of 90s was one of the last songs he sang for his audience at Kolkata's Nazrul Manch. Soon after he enthralled the crowd of thousands, well-known Bollywood singer Krishnakumar Kunnath, popularly known as KK, collapsed in his hotel and was declared dead at a private hospital. Doctors at the hospital said that they suspected cardiac arrest to be the cause of the death. KK began his musical journey in the early 1990s as he lent his voice to 3,500 jingles before his big break in Bollywood. It was the song Tadap Tadap Ke from the 1999 film Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam that brought KK to the limelight of the Hindi film industry. And then there was no turning back. His velvet voice represented the many tones of Indian youth growing up in the 1990s and 2000s. A versatile singer, KK has also recorded songs in Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Marathi, and Bengali, among other languages. And fans will always remember him for giving them songs for every occasion. Despite no formal training in music, KK established himself as one of the topmost singers in the country with his wide range of songs. Condoling his death, Prime Minister Narendra Modi tweeted, and I quote, "Saddened by the untimely demise of the noted singer Krishnakumar Kunnath, popularly known as KK, his songs reflected a wide range of emotions as struck a chord with people of all age groups. We will always remember him through his songs. Condolences to his family and fans. Om Shanti." And as the nation reels under the shock of his untimely death at the age of 53, KK will be remembered for generations through his songs.
Moving on, in yet another incident of targeted attacks on minorities in Jammu and Kashmir, a Hindu school teacher was fired upon by terrorists in the Kulgam district of the Kashmir region. Now, 36-year-old Rajni Bala, who was a resident of Samba in the Jammu region, sustained injuries when terrorists fired upon her in Gopalpura area of Kulgam, where she was posted as a teacher.
A Hindu teacher, Rajni Bala, was shot dead on 31st May by terrorists in Kashmir's Kulgam district. Rajni lived in Jammu's Samba district and was posted in Kulgam government school, where she was shot dead. The inconsolable family members of the young teacher had just one demand: Justice for Rajni.
जब तुम किसी एक को मारते हो ना, उसकी पूरी फैमिली मर जाती है, वो एक नहीं मरता है। अब फैमिली ख़त्म हो जाती है उसकी, इसलिए मेरी उनसे अपील है कि ऐसा मत किया करो।
This is the second killing of a government employee from a minority community in 1 month after Rahul Bhatt was shot dead in his Chadura office on 12th May. Republic spoke to a local who was nearby when the attack took place.
यहाँ क्या बता रहा, मैं गांव में थे, जब मैंने आवाज़ सुनी तो मैं यहाँ दौड़ के आया, फिर मैंने पुलिस को फ़ोन किया, तो बस इतना ही पता है मेरे को।
कहाँ पर गिरी हुई थी?
वो यहाँ पर गिरी हुई,
पैदल चल रही थे। कुछ पता है कि कब से यहाँ का?
नहीं, वो तो उसको 2017 में से काम कर।
Following her death, there were protests across Jammu and Kashmir demanding a permanent solution to the targeted killings. The anguished Kashmiri Hindus, dissatisfied with government inaction, have now issued an ultimatum of voluntary exodus if their demands of safety are not met. As targeted killings continue in Kashmir, will the centre take an action against the threat or continue to make hollow promises? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And the killing of Kashmiri Hindu Rajni Bala in Kulgam has triggered massive outrage in the valley, with Kashmiri pundits as well as migrant employees holding mass protests in different parts of Kashmir, further issuing a 24 hours ultimatum threatening mass migration from Kashmir if the situation in the valley does not improve.
The killing of Kashmiri Hindu Rajni Bala in Kulgam resulted in Kashmiri pundits and migrant employees holding massive protests in different parts of Kashmir. The Kashmir Minority Forum issued a 24-hour ultimatum threatening mass migration from Kashmir if the situation in the valley did not improve. The protesters blocked the Jammu-Pathankot National Highway, demanding heightened security and relocation.
हमने ये डिसीजन लिया है कि अगर 24 घंटे के अंदर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने कोई फैसला हमारे लिए नहीं लिया तो हम मास माइग्रेशन विदिन 24 कल की डेट में हम लोग मास माइग्रेशन करेंगे। जितने भी माइनॉरिटीज है वो कश्मीर वैली खाली करके निकल जाएंगे। कोई वादा हुआ ही नहीं सर, कोई वादा हमें पूरा सिक्योरिटी दी जाएगी। आज हमारी बहन को फिर मारा गया, वहाँ पे स्कूल के अंदर बुलाया गया, कि आप स्कूल आइए, जैसे स्कूल गई वहां पे असेंबली में उसको गोली लगाई गई है। सर एलजी साहब को हमने यही रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि जब तक यहाँ पे हालात सुटेबल हमारे लिए नहीं हो पाते हैं, तब तक हमारे लिए बाहर कहीं रिलोकेट किया जाए, जब तक कि यहाँ पे हालात हमारे लिए सही नहीं होंगे।
Meanwhile, as a temporary measure, the government has asked all the deputy commissioners of Kashmir to submit details about the migrant employees working in the valley. As the ultimatum ends, it remains to be seen if there will be more concrete action or mass migration. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on, calling the members of the Aam Aadmi Party honest patriots, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal came forward to back the Health Minister in his government, Satyendar Jain. Remember, this comes after Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court remanded Delhi Health Minister Satyendar Jain to the Enforcement Directorate's custody for 10 days in a 5-year-old money laundering case on Tuesday.
The Aam Aadmi Party, which was founded in the backdrop of an anti-corruption movement, now finds itself in the middle of a massive corruption allegation. The Delhi Health Minister Satyendar Jain has been arrested by the ED in a 2017 money laundering case. Following Jain's arrest by the ED on the 30th of May, he was remanded to a 10-day custody by a special CBI court. Sources in the Enforcement Directorate reveal that Satyendar Jain was allegedly involved in money laundering through 3 Hawala operators. Sources allege that the companies controlled by Jain purportedly received Hawala of rupees 16.39 crores from 56 paper companies. Republic accessed documents which showed that Satyendar Jain allegedly purchased more than 200 bighas of land in Delhi from the financial year 2010-11 to the financial year 2013-14 in the name of paper companies using laundered money. Republic also accessed a 2019 Delhi High Court order which upheld the income tax assessment showing Satyendar Jain as the sole beneficiary of the amount allegedly laundered from 10 Benami companies. In the face of these allegations, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in a video message came to the defense of Satyendar Jain.
ये बिल्कुल completely फर्जी केस है, बिल्कुल उनको जानबूझ के पॉलिटिकल कारणों की वजह से फंसाया गया है। तो मैं समझता हूं सच्चाई के रास्ते पे चल रहे हैं, सच्चाई का रास्ता बहुत कठिन होता है। तो भगवान हमारे साथ है, ईश्वर हमारे साथ है और वो बहुत जल्दी हमें जुडिशरी के ऊपर भरोसा है और जुडिशरी न्याय करेगी और वो निकल के आ जाएंगे और इस फर्जी केस टिकने वाला नहीं है।
Facing heat from the opposition parties, it remains to be seen if the Aam Aadmi Party will sack the health minister from his post or brazen it out. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
News in brief, India and Pakistan engaged in 118th meet of Pakistan-India Permanent Indus Water Commission while both the parties signed the annual report till March 2022. The venue for the next meet was decided to be in Pakistan. An Abhinandan rally was held in BJP workers in Tripura's Agartala. The rally was held in order to celebrate the 8 years of Modi government at the centre. Meghalaya's National People's Party have made their entry into the fellow northeastern state of Tripura. The move came ahead of by-polls to be held in the state along with state assembly elections slated for 2023. President Ramnath Kovind presented gallantry awards at the second phase of the defence investiture ceremony in New Delhi. The President awarded 1 Kirti Chakra and 14 Shaurya along with 13 PVSMs and 29 AVSMs. The Prime Minister interacted with beneficiaries of the Ayushman Bharat scheme by video conferencing. The scheme aims towards providing healthcare insurance to economically weaker sections across the country. Workers of Sri Ram Sena held a protest in front of the district collector's office over the murder of Vijay Kamble in Karnataka's Kala Burgi. The individual was killed as a result of hate crime for marrying a Muslim woman earlier. A suspect was arrested for setting a taxi on fire near the Madhu Vihar area of New Delhi. 5 individuals sleeping at the stand sustained burn injuries in the incident. Group captain Varun Singh was posthumously awarded the Shaurya Chakra by the presidency for saving his Tejas fighter during a sortie in 2020. The officer was the lone survivor of 2021 helicopter crash that led to the demise of General Bipin Rawat, who was India's first Chief of Defence Staff among 13 others. Vice President Venkaiah Naidu visited Gabon to engage in a round of bilateral talks between the two countries. He carried out the talks with nation's Prime Minister in Libreville. The Vice President is on a three-nation tour of Gabon, Senegal and Qatar. Punjabi singer Mika Singh's security detail was increased following Sidhu Moosewala's death in the state. Jodhpur police was alerted following a comment made by the singer on gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. The security detail arrived at an event the singer was at in Jodhpur. Now, a special Central Bureau of Investigation (CBI) court in Delhi on Tuesday summoned Karnataka Congress leader DK Shivakumar and others after taking cognizance of a money laundering charge in a case registered by the Enforcement Directorate.
A Delhi court on Tuesday summoned Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President DK Shivakumar and others while taking cognizance of a charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case. Special Judge Vikas Jhul has directed the Congress leader to appear before the court on the 1st of July. Shivakumar was arrested by the ED in the same case in 2019 and was granted bail by the Delhi High Court on the 23rd of October 2019. His daughter Aishwarya and Congress MLA Lakshmi Hebbalkar were also questioned by the agency. The case is based on an income tax department charge sheet filed against them before special court in Bengaluru for alleged tax evasion and hawala transactions worth crores of rupees. The IT department had accused the Karnataka Pradesh Congress president and his associate SK Sharma of transporting a huge sum of unaccounted cash on a regular basis through hawala channels with the help of 3 other accused. However, Shivakumar, a former cabinet minister of Karnataka, had earlier called the charges against him baseless and politically motivated. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, viewers, don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. First arrest in Moosewala assassination probe, accused sent to 5-day police custody. RJD President Lalu Yadav proposes Tejasvi Yadav to take critical decisions for the party.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. Arvind Kejriwal is in a fix. He's in an absolute fix. If Kejriwal accepts that his right-hand man, one of the top and most powerful ministers in his cabinet, is actually very corrupt and has not just been corrupt but has done Benami land transactions, used shell companies who use hawala, made investments worth over 27 crores, which is over 100 times his 27 crores, which is over 100 times his tax disclosed income. then Kejriwal essentially admits that his topmost minister has been corrupt and is into money laundering. But what's the other option? The other option is worse. If Arvind Kejriwal defends his minister Satyendar Jain, then he runs the risk of dragging his own political capital down with it. In that case, Kejriwal will be accused of defending the corrupt, blindsiding Hawala transactions and avoiding the questions of the massive assets controlled by his man, which is completely disproportionate to Satyendar Jain's known sources of income. The whole country is watching Kejriwal now, and Kejriwal knows it. The charges have hit home literally, and almost 90% of Kejriwal's political appeal has been on the fact that he started with an anti-corruption agenda. So when there are charges of Hawala entries, paper companies, Hawala entry operators, purchase of 200 bhighas of land using front companies, Kejriwal's decision to go all out, to brazen it out by saying the charges are political, could land Kejriwal himself in trouble, especially, ladies and gentlemen, when a High Court order, which I have a copy of with me, when the Delhi High Court has, through a 2019 order, held that over 17 crores was indeed laundered. Especially when there is a serious moral culpability angle as well. Satyendar Jain was the urban development minister, and it cannot be completely accidental that the large real estate that he gathered through front entities would have made him a huge profit on the side. So viewers, I think Kejriwal should not be brazening it out. He's making a big mistake. Kejriwal will get more public support if he totally distances himself from Satyendar Jain and allows the facts and...
Welcome back. Now, the Punjab police has made its first arrest in Sidhu Moosewala's murder investigation, the man who supplied the vehicles to those involved in the assassination. Meanwhile, Republic has also accessed the full 2-minute CCTV footage of the assassination. Our senior editor Shravan Sen breaks down the details in this report.
As the Punjab police widens its investigation into the Moosewala murder, Republic has accessed another critical 2-minute footage of the moment Sidhu Moosewala was assassinated. Watch this chilling CCTV footage. Over 46 rounds were fired in less than a minute. Meanwhile, the Punjab police also made its first arrest in the case. Manpreet Singh has been arrested by the Punjab police in Uttarakhand. He has now been sent to 5-day police custody. He is suspected to have supplied the vehicles to those involved in the assassination. Meanwhile, one of the key suspects linked to the case, Lawrence Bishnoi, has also been remanded to Delhi police custody for 5 days in a different case. Apart from the sole arrest in Uttarakhand, the Delhi police has also questioned Shah Rukh, the man who was involved in the previous assassination attempt on Sidhu Moosewala. The Punjab police has also questioned multiple associates of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. The Punjab police has also named a new ADG Law and Order just days after Moosewala killing. But with the main suspects involved in the killing of the Punjabi singer still on the run, the manhunt is on. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Breaking news coming in now. Even as the Gyanvapi tapes are out, the political debate continues, with the Muslim side blaming the Hindu side for leaking the tapes, and Hindu side meanwhile hitting back, further alleging that they have not even opened the evidence. So that is the latest that is coming in with respect to the Gyanvapi tapes. We also spoke exclusively to the Muslim side lawyer Adityanath Yadav, who called the shivling as highly objectionable, saying that the matter is sub judice. Take a look.
ये वीडियो लीक हुआ है, वायरल हुआ है, ये बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए था और कोर्ट ने जिन लोगों को वीडियो दिया है उनसे अंडरटेकिंग भी लिया गया है कि इसको आप लोग पब्लिक डोमेन में न दें। अब ये वायरल जो मैंने भी कल देखा तो मैं तो अवाक रह गया ये देख करके कि वीडियो वायरल कहाँ से हुआ, क्योंकि वो पब्लिक डॉक्यूमेंट तो कोर्ट के ऑर्डर के हिसाब से वो किसी और को नहीं जाना चाहिए था। तो मेरे खुद समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि ये वीडियो वायरल होने के पीछे क्या साजिश है, क्या षड्यंत्र है, ये कहाँ से वीडियो वायरल हुआ। और मैं आपको बता दूं, ये बहुत ही संवेदनशील, बहुत ही गंभीर और बहुत ही गैरकानूनी ये काम हुआ है। इसके पीछे बहुत बड़ी साजिश है ताकि उस तथाकथित स्ट्रक्चर को जो मिला हुआ है उसको इस वीडियो के जरिए ये करार किया जा रहा है तमाम चैनल को कि साहब।
Now, the Hindu side has hit back at the Muslim side over the claims that they have made with regard to the shivling. The Hindu side has said that the allegations by the Muslim side are baseless and that they have not even opened the envelope provided to them by the court yet.
से न्यायालय ने ये लिखित लिया कि हम लोग इसे सार्वजनिक नहीं कर सकते, इसे हम लोग स्वयं देखेंगे और देखने के बाद जो भी निर्णय लेना होगा लेंगे। तो हम लोगों ने उसको जो है कि खोला भी नहीं। हम लोग जैसे यहाँ लिफाफा लेके आए, रखा ही नहीं था, ना बस हल्का फुल्का हम लोग पानी नहीं पी रहे थे, तुरंत जो है कि वो मोबाइल पे टीवी पे आने लगा। हम लोग को पता चल गया कि मोबाइल पे आ रहा है। देखा तो सब कुछ वही है, मोबाइल पे ही देखा गया। तो पूरा जो वहाँ पे हुआ था, सर्वे की टीम थी, सब कुछ वही है। तब हम लोग का जो है कि हम लोग ने उस लिफाफा को खोला भी नहीं, उसके जस के तस सील बंद है। हम लोग आज न्यायालय में आए हैं देने के लिए उसको, और ये पूछने आए हैं कि जब हम लोग ने नहीं किया, हम लोग से लिखा गया था, तो ये फिर कैसे जो है कि
ठीक है
इसका जो है कि जांच किया जाए।
ये बताइए, मीडिया में बाहर आ गया, उससे क्या दिक्कत है? आपकी प्रति आपके पास है, आप रखिए, वापस करने का क्या मतलब है?
तो हम लोग चारों पे लिखित जो लिखवाया गया था कि हम लोग सार्वजनिक नहीं करेंगे, तो हम लोग पे केस हो जाएगा ना।
आपने जब सार्वजनिक किया नहीं, लिफाफा सील है, तो केस क्यों होगा?
क्यों? हम लोग प्रूफ दिखाएंगे ना, तो हम लोग से प्रूफ मांगा जाएगा ना कि आप लोग के पास जो लिफाफा है आप लोग ने नहीं किया, तो कहाँ से केस आउट हुआ? ये
हम लिफाफा रख के क्या करेंगे जब हमको देखने ही नहीं मिलेगा?
कोर्ट ने आपको देखने से तो रोका नहीं है, आपको लिफाफा दे दिया, घर पे जाइए देखिए।
ठीक है, जब लीक हो गया तो हमारे ऊपर केस बनेगा कि आप लीक किए हैं।
ये बताइए, जब लिफाफा सील है, कोई चीज मेरे पास है, अगर वो सील है, मैं किसी को दे नहीं रहा हूँ, तो मेरे पर केस क्यों बनेगा?
जब हम अपने से खोलेंगे तो अपने आप कहेंगे कि आपका एक खुला लिफाफा है, आपने लीक किया है। तो हम पहले न्यायालय में जाएंगे, न्यायालय के पास पहले जाएंगे, उनके पास जमा करेंगे। जैसा न्यायालय कहेंगे कि आप इसको खोल सकते हैं, क्या कर सकते हैं, तो उस हिसाब से फिर हम लोग।
ठीक है।
Slipping into a very short break, world this morning coming up on the other side, from Prime Minister Modi to the entire music and Bollywood fraternity, tributes poured in for the late legendary singer KK.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Last journey of Sidhu Moosewala has begun. His mortal remains has put into a tractor. A special tractor has been decorated for Sidhu Moosewala for his last journey. Massive number of people are here and they are continuously raising the slogans of Sidhu Bhai Zindabad.
कश्मीरी पंडित बलि का बकरा नहीं बनेगा, नहीं बनेगा।
देते हैं कि 24 घंटे के अंदर अगर हमारी मांगे पूरी नहीं की गई और कोई डिसीजन नहीं लिया गया, कल की डेट में 24 घंटे के बाद हम लोग मास माइग्रेशन यहाँ से दोबारा करेंगे।
Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th. Mudassir, a police officer, shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता समझता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी में रहना है तो हमेशा जेल जाने के लिए और अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे हैं। इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं।
Top headlines from across the globe. US President Joe Biden announces additional aid for Ukraine. US to provide new rockets and ammunition as well to Ukraine. The black box of the Nepal Tara airplane recovered from the crash site in Mustang district. Canada's Prime Minister introduces new gun laws in the country following the horrific Texas shooting. Ukraine President Zelensky says forces will retake territories captured by the Russian forces. 13-time champion Rafael Nadal beats world number 1 Djokovic to enter semi-finals of the French Open.
C'est de 4-6, 6-2, 7-6.
Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching World This Morning and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition from across the globe, starting with news coming from Nepal. Now, the bodies of 22 people, including 4 Indians killed in the plane crash in Nepal's mountainous Mustang district on Sunday have been brought to Kathmandu, where the mortals would be handed over to their families after the post-mortem.
Rescuers on Tuesday have recovered all 22 bodies from the site where a plane crashed on a mountainside in Nepal. All the bodies were flown to Kathmandu and taken to the Tribhuvan University Teaching Hospital where doctors are performing autopsies. According to officials, the bodies will be handed over to relatives once autopsy is done. Meanwhile, 10 bodies were flown to Kathmandu on Monday. The remaining were brought by Army helicopter on Tuesday. The Tara Air turboprop twin Otter aircraft lost contact with the airport tower Sunday while flying on a scheduled 20-minute flight in an area of deep river gorges and mountain tops. According to officials, 4 Indians and 2 Germans were on the plane. The 3 crew members and other passengers were Nepali nationals. The plane crashed on Sunday in Sanoswar in Mustang district, close to the mountain town of Jomsom, where it was heading after taking off from the resort town of Pokhara, 200 kilometers west of the capital Kathmandu. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, after the horrendous killing of 19 children and 2 teachers at an elementary school in Texas a few days back, the locals are now shocked to hear that the police chief delayed the killing of the gunman who was inside the school.
Even as parents outside begged police to rush in and panicked children called 911 from inside, the killing of gunmen at a Texas elementary school was excruciatingly delayed, and the blame has been placed with the school district's home-ground police chief. The director of state police said that the commander at the scene, Pete Arredondo, made the wrong decision not to breach a classroom at Robb Elementary School sooner, believing the gunman was barricaded inside and children weren't at risk. This has left the residents in small city of Uvalde struggling to reconcile what they know of the well-liked local lawman. Arredondo, who grew up in Uvalde and graduated from high school there, is set to be sworn in Tuesday to his new spot on the city council after being elected earlier this month. The 50-year-old has spent much of a nearly 30-year career in law enforcement, returning in 2020 to take the head police job at the school district. It should have been the first day of a joyous week at Robb Elementary School, the start of summer break.
What their mothers and their fathers and their grandparents and I and everyone has done to try to make their lives good and make them healthy and and move them ahead and make them successful in the world and that sort of thing, and literally got snuffed out in a matter of seconds.
Instead, the first 2 of 19 children slain inside a classroom were being remembered at funeral visitations. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, in a joint press conference with his Slovenian counterpart, Ukrainian President Zelensky asserted that Ukraine plans to regain the control of the territories that have been captured by Russia and legally belong to Ukraine.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Tuesday that the country plans to retake territories captured by Russian forces.
Наші плани, вони зрозумілі. Ми будемо деокуповувати всю нашу територію, яка належить історично нам і згідно всім міжнародним законам. Це наші плани.
The Ukrainian leader's statements came during a joint press conference with his Slovakian counterpart.
Нам все одно, які плани Російської Федерації. На Сході нам складно через те, що бракує кількості відповідної зброї. Ви також про це прекрасно знаєте.
Zelensky stressed that there was no time frame given for the operations to deoccupy regions of Ukraine and suggested that the country would await appropriate weapons in order to save the lives of as many people as possible.
Ми не прив'язуємось до дат деокупації, ми прив'язуємось до людей щодо деокупації. Якщо туди чи інше наші кроки, наші операції пов'язані з деокупацією того чи іншого регіону, будуть пов'язані з десятками тисяч загиблих наших людей, то ми будемо чекати на відповідну зброю, щоб зберегти по максимуму наших людей. Саме вони деокупують територію. Бо ці території без живих українців нам, чесно кажучи, не в пріоритеті.
While the Ukrainian leader claimed that Ukraine will regain control over its territories, he yet again called for military aid from the global powers. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Now, Canada's Prime Minister has introduced new gun laws in the country following the shootings in Texas. The new legislation caps the sale of handguns, stopping the purchase, sale, import or even exchange of any handguns for personal use.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government introduced a landmark legislation on Monday that would put a freeze on importing, buying or selling handguns.
Introducing legislation to implement a national freeze on handgun ownership. What this means is that it will no longer be possible to buy, sell, transfer, or import handguns anywhere in Canada. In other words, we're capping the market for handguns.
The Canadian Prime Minister said that more resources would be allocated to investigating gun law violations and law enforcement would be stepped up.
As a further part of this new legislation, we're also fighting gun smuggling and trafficking by increasing maximum criminal penalties and providing more tools for law enforcement to investigate firearm crimes. And we'll require the permanent alteration of long gun magazines so they can never hold more than 5 rounds. These are actions that doctors, experts, and chiefs of police have been calling for years. and we're acting on their advice.
A program will be launched in the country at the end of the year that would allow citizens to sell their now illegal weapons to the state without fear of prosecution.
I also want to thank the advocates, many of whom are here today, for your tireless efforts. I know that for too many of you, grief and loss are at the root of the work that you do. I want to recognize that, and on behalf of all Canadians, I want to thank you for your strength. Merci.
The new legislation comes into effect just days after 19 children and 2 adults were killed in a mass shooting at a Uvalde elementary school in Texas last Tuesday, leading to calls for tighter gun rules across the US and in Canada. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, the All We Wrote Expo took place in Berlin, showcasing graffiti art over the generations in the city. What was once considered a criminal activity is now seen as a highly celebrated form of art.
Commemorating 50 years of the graffiti culture in Germany, Berlin hosted one of the world's longest open-air exhibitions dedicated to the art form.
Das ist die Ausstellung All We Wrote, The Passion of Graffiti. Und die Ausstellung ist nun geplant seit ungefähr 2 Jahren. Es ist eine Retrospektive der Graffiti-Kultur und wir wollen von den 70ern bis jetzt zeigen, wie sich die Kultur gewandelt hat, wie sich die Kultur des hier immer noch lebt und sehr ausschlaggebend ist. Wir sind jetzt hier mit 37 Künstlern aus 5 verschiedenen Städten, nämlich aus Berlin, New York, Amsterdam, Paris und Sao Paulo. Und dieses Ganze ist jetzt seit 3 Monaten gestartet. Wir haben 19 Gebäude aufgebaut, nämlich einmal diese 5 Cubes und 6 Trains und dazu nochmal 4 Hochhäuser.
A total of 19 installations, including 6 mock-ups of subway train cars from Berlin, Amsterdam and New York, covered with iconic graffiti, were on display.
Die Ausstellung ist am Wittenbergplatz bis zur Ulanstraße am Kudamm und ist einer der längsten, unter anderem einer der längsten Ausstellungen der Graffiti-Kultur, die es hier gab. Und ja, wir sind sehr stolz darauf, dass der Boulevard Kudamm uns das ermöglicht hat, hier aufzubauen, aufzustellen. Was macht die Ausstellung aus? Es ist ein Zusammenspiel 3 Kontinente. Sie zeigt, dass die Künstler von überall aus der Welt, selbst bei der Corona-Zeit und Phase, es geschafft haben, sich zusammenzutun, geplant zu werden und hierher zu kommen nach Berlin, um das Ganze möglich zu machen.
The installations have been placed at the heart of the German capital.
Und auf dem Teilstück zwischen Breitscheidplatz bis hierher zur Ulanstraße sind sogenannte Trains, U-Bahn-Züge aus den verschiedenen Städten zu sehen, die dann erst aufgebaut wurden, erst gemalt wurden und dann von den verschiedenen Künstlern bemalt wurden. Unser Ziel ist es hierbei, ein bisschen Kunst in den City-West-Bereich zu bringen und auch direkt auf dem Kudamm. Und das wir sozusagen from nowhere to the Kurfürstendamm.
The exhibition highlights the transformation of what was once a criminal activity into highly valued art. The exhibition was developed by artist Bay Falls in collaboration with Managing Director of Urban Contemporary Museum for Street Art in Berlin. More than 37 graffiti masters from Germany, Brazil, France, the Netherlands and the United States spent 3 months preparing the constructions for the installations. The exhibition will be open to the public till the 26th of June in Berlin. It will then move to Paris, then Amsterdam, Sao Paulo and finally to New York. Agency report, Republic TV.
News in brief, Italian Prime Minister hailed the agreement reached by the European Union members over the latest round of sanctions against Russia as a complete success in a move unthinkable just months ago. The European Union leaders agreed to cut around 90% of all Russian oil imports over the next 6 months. Russian state news agency shared footage of people in Melitopol applying for Russian passports. Reportedly, Melitopol residents queued to apply for Russian citizenship. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin also issued an order last week to allow a fast track to Russian citizenship for people in Kherson and Zaporizhzhia regions in south of Ukraine, which are largely held by Russian forces. Ukraine President Zelensky said that the country plans to retake territories captured by the Russian forces. Zelensky stressed that there was no time frame given for the operations to deoccupy regions of Ukraine and even suggested that the country would await appropriate weapons in order to save the lives of as many people as possible. Belarusian president awarded medals to agents of the State Security Committee of Belarus who carried out what he called a special operation to free Belarusian citizens in Ukraine. The president thanked them for completing the mission to bring back tens of people home with no shots fired. Slovakian president said that the supply of howitzers to Ukraine may take a few more days of negotiations. The president also said that Slovakia has already supplied Ukraine with S-300 missile systems along with demining equipment and ammunition. Slovakia's defense ministry meanwhile said that country's defense ministers have discussed the delivery of self-propelled howitzers. Time for a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. President Joe Biden announces additional aid for Ukraine. US to provide new rockets and ammunition to Ukraine. 13-time champion Rafael Nadal beats world number 1 Djokovic to enter semi-finals of the French Open.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th. Mudassir, a police officer, shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता समझता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी में रहना है तो हमेशा जेल जाने के लिए और अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे हैं। इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं।
She was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students when she was shot dead. The entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of the spot. This is the spot where she was lying in a pool of blood. Hindu teacher from Jammu has been shot dead by the terrorist in the Kulgam of South Kashmir. He has come to the injuries. Terrorist has barged into this school where she was fired upon from a close range. The forces reaching to the spot, the cordon and search operation, which is the standard operating procedure that is being followed by J&K police along with the army. Terrorists involved in the killing of civilians in South Kashmir have been today neutralized by SOG Avantipora along with Indian Army in South Kashmir's Avantipora. These two terrorists of JM were involved in the killing of civilians that police has identified as Shakila of Aripal and also Javed Ahmed of Lurgam. Both the civilians were killed by these terrorists as per IGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar. We are seeing the swift operation in South Kashmir in less than
Welcome back. Now in news from the UK, the Queen is set to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee in June with a 4-day bank holiday weekend. The weekend, which will begin on Thursday, June 2nd and end on 5th of June, will see several events take place involving members of the royal family.
Britain is marking Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee this week, with 4 days of festivities to celebrate 70 years since she ascended to the throne. Queen Elizabeth II is the first monarch in the British institution's 1,000-year history to celebrate Platinum Jubilee. She is Britain's oldest and longest reigning monarch, and also the longest-serving female head of state in the world.
Reigning for 70 years it's an achievement, and you can't deny that whether or not you're a royalist or not. I think that perhaps is it's difficult because it's one thing to talk about the Queen and another to talk about the monarchy, and yes, the two are interlinked and probably cannot be separated, but they are kind of separate institutions. So I think that the attitude amongst young people in the UK perhaps is that whilst they're beginning to kind of question the need for a monarchy and question, the status of people like Prince Andrew, they have deep respect for the Queen as a person, and which is why I believe that, as long as the Queen is around, we will have a monarchy. She is really what youth are clinging to.
Celebrations will be observed in the UK with a 4-day public holiday from June 2nd until June 5th. Festivities will kick off with the Queen's birthday parade, an annual parade of royal officers, horses and musicians attended by the royal family, known as Trooping the Colour. The celebrations will end on Sunday with a Platinum Jubilee pageant, followed by a party at Buckingham Palace. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, hundreds of people, including families of the victims of explosion in port of Beirut, marched in support of new political candidates ahead of their first parliamentary session in Beirut on Tuesday. The presence of a large number of independents in the legislature is a major achievement, considering that they went into the vote fragmented and faced intimidation by entrenched mainstream parties.
Hundreds of Lebanese citizens rallied in Beirut in support of the new political candidates as the new parliament held its first meeting. Hundreds of demonstrators, including families of the victim of explosion in the port of Beirut, marched in support of the new political candidates ahead of their first parliamentary session. Rally participants were seen marching with flags and placards, chanting slogans. Lebanon's new parliament held its first meeting on Tuesday, during which longtime Speaker Nabi Berri was expected to be elected for a 7th 4-year term, despite more than a dozen new lawmakers who won the seat in a reformist platform. A deeply divided new parliament was elected on May 15th, with no coalition holding a solid majority in the 128-member legislature. Ahead of the session, some of the independent MPs and newcomers, including those from the 2019 protest movement, gathered outside Beirut's port, the scene of a massive explosion in 2020 that killed more than 200, injured thousands, and destroyed the part of the capital. They met with the families of victims of the port blast before marching on to the nearby parliament, surrounded by hundreds of protesters.
Well, to start with, we are just saying that we have a new approach to politics. We are trying to demonstrate a new kind of work with the people as opposed to what the establishment political powers have been doing for the past 30 years. Our stand here is today to really say very powerful message is that we are going to endorse fully the rights of the victims of the Beirut port explosion. This will be our priority issue in the parliament, and our stand today is just to say this will be how we will do our business within the parliament.
The presence of a large number of independents in the legislature sends a strong message to the ruling class politicians who have for decades held on to their seats, despite an economic meltdown that has impoverished the country and triggered the biggest wave of immigration since the 1975 to 1990 civil war. The new legislature is being ushered in as Lebanon remains in the grip of the worst economic and financial crisis in modern history. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, fans came out to the streets shortly after Wydad AC Calabaska of Morocco were crowned the CAF Champions League winners on Monday night as after beating Egypt's Al Ayaz by 2-0. This is also Wydad's third title in the history of the competition.
Fans came out to the streets shortly after Wydad Athletic Club Casablanca of Morocco were crowned Confederation of African Football Champions League winners after beating Egypt's Al Ahly by 2-0. Wydad AC's win also confirmed that the Super Cup contest will be an all-Moroccan affair with the date yet to be determined. The Mohammed Veev Stadium Casablanca welcomed fans for the CAF Champions League final between Egyptian team and the Moroccan Wydad Athletic Club.
المباراة دازت واعرة وما نكذبش عليك عندنا واحد الانرجي عطاونا واحد الانرجي واعر صراحة تبارك الله على الدراري وعلى اللعابة كاملين وديما وداد.
It was reported that the Egyptian Al Ahly have raised two concerns ahead of the match with the Confederation of African Football. The first in the run-up to the final, as the Egyptian team complained about CAF's decision to hold the match at Wydad's ground. The second issue that was raised was regarding the ticketing process, as the Egyptian claimed that they had not received the stated allocation of seats for their club. Monday night's win is widely regarded as a victory for Moroccan football and its dominance at the continental level, following especially when Renaissance Sportive de Brecken's recent success at the CAF Cup. Agency report, Republic TV.
And that's all we have for you on The World this morning. Don't go anywhere. 8 a.m. The Morning Express coming up on the other side. On the other side, we'll get you the latest from across the country and lots on the other side. Kashmiri Minority Forum issues 24 hours ultimatum threatening mass migration from Kashmir. The Satyendar Jain files are out. Sensational details emerge. ED claims Delhi minister laundered over 16 crore rupees.
She was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students when she was shot dead. The entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of the spot. This is the spot where she was lying in a pool of blood. Hindu teacher from Jammu has been shot dead by the terrorist in the Kulgam of South Kashmir. He has come to the injuries. Terrorist has barged into this school where she was fired upon from a close range. The force is reaching to the spot. The cordon and search operation, which is the standard operating procedure that is being followed by J&K police along with the army. Terrorists involved in the killing of civilians in South Kashmir have been today neutralized by SOG Avantipora along with Indian Army in South Kashmir's Avantipora. These two terrorists of JM were involved in the killing of civilians that police has identified as Shakila of Aripal and also Javed Ahmed of Lurgam. Both the civilians were killed by these terrorists as per IGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar. We are seeing the swift operation in South Kashmir in less than 24 hours. 4 terrorists have been neutralized yesterday in an operation carried by SOG Pulwama, and also the int was generated by Kulgam police. The operation was launched in Pulwama where 2 terrorists of Hizbul Mujahideen, the local terrorists, were neutralized. Biggest challenge for the security forces this year is going to be Amarnath Yatra, which is just a month away. With VJ Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
7 जो युवा थे उन्होंने इन परीक्षाओं में सफलता हासिल की है। हमारे साथ शिवानी जरंगाल मौजूद हैं, जम्मू की रहने वाली हैं। इनका रैंक जो है 300 आया है, बहुत ही खुशी की बात है। शिवानी, कितनी मेहनत थी और उम्मीदें कितनी थी?
मेहनत तो बहुत ज़्यादा थी और उम्मीद भी थी कि मेहनत कर रहे हैं तो कभी ना कभी तो रिज़ल्ट मिल जाएगा। तो कल आ गया था रिज़ल्ट, तो अच्छा लग रहा है।
जब एग्ज़ाम दिया था, जब इंटरव्यू
The nation reels under shock as singer KK passes away at the age of 53 after a live performance in Kolkata. From Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the entire music and Bollywood fraternity, tributes pour in for the legendary singer. Kashmir Minority Forum issues a 24-hour ultimatum threatening mass migration from Kashmir after targeted killing of Kashmiri Hindu Rajni Bala. Satyendar Jain files out. Sensational details emerge as the ED claims Delhi minister laundered over 16 crore rupees. First arrest in the Musawala assassination probe, accused sent to 5 days of police custody. Speculation is rife of a change of guard as the RJD President Lalu Yadav proposes Tejashwi Yadav to take critical decisions for the party. Good morning and welcome. You're watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just coming in. Now, in the aftermath of the killing of Rajni Bala by terrorists who gunned her down at her school yesterday, the Indiranagar Road of Srinagar has been sealed by the administration. Barricades and police vehicles have been placed so that no Kashmiri Pandit family is allowed to leave for Jammu or outside their accommodation. There has been a 24-hour ultimatum that has been given by Kashmiri Pandits for them to be relocated to safer destinations. Joining us live right now is Zeenath. Zeenath, good morning. Zeenath, give us a sense of what's happening around you. I understand that you are on the Indiranagar Road in Srinagar and there are barricades that have been erected to ensure that nobody can leave that area.
Yes, Nupur, as far as the yesterday Kashmiri Pandits have warned administration either their demands are accepted and they are relocated from this place to the Jammu, or they will go their own way to Jammu. They will not stay here because of the death of the teacher, a Hindu teacher who was teaching at the Gopalpura area of Kulgam. So yesterday she lost her life in a terror attack when the terrorists 2 to 3 killed her, and then the body was recovered from just few meters away from the school. And since then administration as well as the police is looking into the target killings. High level meetings were chaired by the police yesterday as far as this incident is concerned, but Kashmiri Pandits has threatened that they will leave the valley because they don't feel secure. Despite all assurance coming from the government of Jammu and Kashmir, the target killings continue in the Kashmir valley. But when we talk about the target killing, it's not easy to give security cover or to secure each and every life, because nowadays we are seeing the trend kind of pistol-borne terrorists roaming all around. So it is not possible even for the security forces to frisk each and every individual. Government of Jammu and Kashmir is trying the best to target and neutralize all those terrorists who have been involved in these kind of killing. In past also we have seen the terrorists who were involved in this kind of terror crime, they have been neutralized. Yesterday a Kashmir zone police has already tweeted that the ones who behind this kind of killing will be identified and neutralized. But we saw yesterday also the protest, the Kashmiri Pandits on road in Indranagar, Srinagar, they have been protesting in Badgam. Similarly, the protests were witnessed in Visu of Kazingun. When we talk about the Badgam protests, many of the Kashmiri Pandits were on the roads that lead to the Srinagar International Airport. They blocked the road for some time because the only demand that they are saying that they are not looking for any more accommodation or the perks or any other favors now from the government. They want to live peacefully, they want to live happily, and they want to live for the family. Not that the dead body will reach to them and the government will provide ex gratia to the family.
All right, Zeenath reporting on that. Thank you for joining us. Now, well, after another Kashmiri Hindu was shot dead in broad daylight in the valley, the community has come out in hundreds to protest against government inaction. Kashmiri Hindus have continued to protest against the killing of the school teacher Rajni Bala by terrorists in Kulgam.
In yet another targeted attack on Kashmiri Hindus, a teacher was shot dead just outside her school, in front of her students in Kulgam. Protests erupted across the valley over school teacher Rajni Bala's murder.
Another Kashmiri Hindu killed in Kulgam, and all of Tuesday there were protests witnessed in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir. From the streets of Srinagar, where Kashmiri Pandits gathered in large numbers and Kashmiri Hindus who asked for security, while also saying that if they don't get security, if their demands are not met, all of them, that is Kashmiri Hindus, Kashmiri Pandits, would be migrating out of Kashmir and returning back to Jammu, all of them.
Government assurances notwithstanding, the Kashmiri Hindus demanded safety in the state in the wake of terror attacks on them.
Though the administration in Jammu and Kashmir has taken some urgent measures to try and get details of all the Kashmiri Hindus or minorities working in government jobs, the killing of Rajni Bala has sent shockwaves, and it's a reality check for the administration in Jammu and Kashmir. Elsewhere in Samba, Jammu, there were protests as thousands came out on the streets while saying that if security is not provided, they would be blocking the highways to ensure that Srinagar is cut off.
As angry Kashmiri Hindus refused to stay silent, blocking Jammu-Pathankot highway and asking government for justice, the issue of security in the valley is set to escalate.
7th targeted killing in the last 3 weeks, and the situation is serious. Kashmiri Pandits are losing their patience, and Kashmiri Hindus are being singled out, and the terror groups are being emboldened and putting out more and more threats. In fact, there was another threat note that was issued by one of these terror groups that said that they would continue to target Kashmiri Hindus and outsiders. They mentioned Pandits. And all of Wednesday, Republic TV will be tracking the story live. Stay tuned.
Now, in what is being seen as another incident of targeted attacks on minorities in Jammu and Kashmir, the 36-year-old Rajni Bala, a resident of Samba in Jammu region, sustained injuries where terrorists fired at her school in Gopalpura area of Kulgam, where she was posted as a teacher.
Another targeted killing, and this time around of a school teacher. Is a message which these terrorists, cowards are trying to give, and that message cannot be allowed to seep in, and hence we are being told that within the next 24 hours massive measures are going to be taken in by the Jain administration to once again give a sense of protection to the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
A Hindu teacher, Rajni Bala, was shot dead on 31st May by terrorists in Kashmir's Kulgam district. Rajni lived in Jammu's Samba district and was posted in Kulgam government school, where she was shot dead. the inconsolable family members of the young teacher had just one demand. Justice for Rajni.
जब तुम किसी एक को मारते हो ना, उसकी पूरी फैमिली मर जाती है, वो एक नहीं मरता। अब फैमिली ख़त्म हो जाती है उसकी, इसलिए मेरी उनसे अपील है कि ऐसा मत किया करो तुम।
This is the second killing of a government employee from a minority community in 1 month after Rahul Bhatt was shot dead in his Chadura office on 12th May. Republic spoke to a local who was nearby when the attack took place.
यहाँ क्या बता रहा, मैं गांव में थे, जब मैंने आवाज़ सुनी तो मैं यहाँ दौड़ के आया, फिर मैंने पुलिस को फ़ोन किया, तो बस इतना ही पता है मेरे को।
कहाँ पर गिरी हुई थी?
वो यहाँ पर गिरी,
पैदल चल रही थे। कुछ पता है कि कब से यहाँ?
नहीं, वो तो उसको 2017 में से काम कर।
Following her death, there were protests across Jammu and Kashmir demanding a permanent solution to the targeted killings. The anguished Kashmiri Hindus, dissatisfied with government inaction, have now issued an ultimatum of voluntary exodus if their demands of safety are not met. As targeted killings continue in Kashmir, will the centre take an action against the threat or continue to make hollow promises? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The much-loved singer Krishnakumar Kunnath, popularly known as KK, passed away last evening. The news took the internet by storm. KK was performing at Nazrul Manch, an auditorium in the south of Kolkata, and fell ill soon after. He was reportedly rushed to the CMRI hospital, where he was declared dead on arrival. With the cause of death of the popular singer still unknown, several fans and netizens are mourning his loss.
The song that shot him to fame among the youth of 90s was one of the last songs he sang for his audience at Kolkata's Nazrul Manch. Soon after he enthralled the crowd of thousands, well-known Bollywood singer Krishnakumar Kunnath, popularly known as KK, collapsed in his hotel and was declared dead at a private hospital. Doctors at the hospital said that they suspected cardiac arrest to be the cause of the death.
Well, right now I'm standing in front of Nazrul Manch in South Kolkata. You can see in Bengali it's written Nazrul Manch. It's a very popular auditorium, open air theatre in Kolkata. One of the biggest landmarks of every rock function, every rock concert, every college fest that happens in Kolkata must be happening in this place. And this is the place, this is the auditorium where KK, singer KK, unfortunately performed for the last time.
KK began his musical journey in the early 1990s as he lent his voice to 3,500 jingles before his big break in Bollywood. It was the song Tadap Tadap Ke from the 1999 film Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam that brought KK to the limelight of the Hindi film industry. And then there was no turning back. His velvet voice represented the many tones of Indian youth growing up in the 1990s and 2000s. A versatile singer, KK has also recorded songs in Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Marathi and Bengali among other languages. and fans will always remember him for giving them songs for every occasion. Despite no formal training in music, KK established himself as one of the topmost singers in the country with his wide range of songs. Condoling his death, Prime Minister Narendra Modi tweeted, and I quote, "Saddened by the untimely demise of the noted singer Krishnakumar Kunnath, popularly known as KK, his songs reflected a wide range of emotions as struck a chord with people of all age groups. We will always remember him through his songs. Condolences to his family and fans. Om Shanti." And as the nation reels under the shock of his untimely death at the age of 53, KK will be remembered for generations through his songs.
The 53-year-old's untimely demise, of course, is being mourned across the country. What we understand is that he was at a concert, and thereafter, when he reached his hotel, he complained of being uncomfortable, was going to be taken to hospital, however, was declared brought dead at a private hospital that he was taken to. I think we are now joined by Saikat Pal, who's reporting from the CMRI hospital in Kolkata. Saikat, good morning. Saikat, what we understand is that his family is likely to be reaching Kolkata soon, and his body, of course, his mortal remains still at the hospital.
Yeah, good morning. As per sources, we get the information that KK's family will reach almost within 1 hour at Kolkata airport, and then they will come at this hospital. We will try to get all over visuals of this hospital. This private hospital of Kolkata CMRI hospital. The hospital security has been increased by Kolkata police because many kinds of fans, many kinds of singers, Bengali singers, Bengali film actors may came to this hospital to get some respect to this KK, and as per sources we get the informations that after reaching his family members, the doctors will interact with them, and then KK's dead body will sent to SSKM hospital for postmortem, and after postmortem his body will hand over to his family, and then his body will leave Kolkata for Mumbai.
Right, Saikat, what we also understand is that there is an unnatural death case that has been filed by the Kolkata police at the moment, and there seems to be reports coming out that he was feeling unwell during the concert itself.
Yeah, actually at which hall the concert was going, it was overcrowded, and KK felt quite uncomfortable during this program. Repeatedly he was taking water, and as per police sources and police and hospitals assumes that at the time of his program, during his program, KK felt quite uneasy, and then after program he reached to the hotel, and he felt into hotel, and then the hotel management sent him to this hospital, and we will try to get some fans here at Kolkata. We will try to get some fans. Please come here, sir. From where you are coming?
I'm coming from Belghoria.
Okay. What will say as a fan?
This is a pathetic situation. Like, this is totally like we are totally speechless that that kind of incident we are like I have no words to say.
And so fans are coming to this hospital repeatedly, and they are quite shocked and they are quite mourned to this to the incident that their favorite singer KK is no more, and incident was happened at City Kolkata. Total City Kolkata, total entertainment field of this City Kolkata is totally mourned, totally shocked.
Right, Saikat, what we are also learning is that he was continuously complaining about the air conditioning not working over there. Can you give us details on that aspect as well?
Yeah, see, the hall was overcrowded because hall capacity is almost 2,000, 3,000 is hall capacity. But yesterday the crowd was over 5,000, almost 6,000 crowd attended to this hall, and for this overgathering, for this overcrowding, the AC air condition system was air condition system was totally felt problematic, and suffocation was starting from there. And for this, singer KK felt quite uncomfortable. Repeatedly he was taking water and felt quite uncomfortable. After his show, he reached to the hotel, and there he felt quite injury. He get 2 injuries, his head, his forehead, behind his head, and here many questions arise that why he felt into this hotel. This is just for his uneasiness, just for his suffocation, just for his problem from previous problem. Why he felt into this hotel? Police investigating the matter totally. Still, no one make a complaint of this unnatural death of this singer, but police is investigating the matter, how and why KK, the famous singer, felt quite uncomfortable during his live show program.
All right. So as you're pointing out, of course, there was a large crowd that was there. But what we understand is that he was taken from after he checked into that hotel. That's where he was taken to hospital from. Now, give us a sense of the chain of events. Saikat, if you can hear me, I was asking you, can you give us a sense of the chain of events that followed his live concert? As you were pointing out, he did seem to be feeling quite unwell during the concert itself, and it was only after he reached the hotel that he was taken to hospital.
Yeah, see, yesterday at around 9:30, the live show was end, and then he leave the concert hall, leave the hall for hotel, and almost 10 p.m. he reached the hotel. But after some time, he was felt quite uneasy, and he felt into his room, and as soon as possible, the hotel management sent him to this hospital. Hospital, we will try to get the total visuals right now of this hospital. And as per police sources, yesterday night at 10:30. Singer KK was reached to this hospital, and from the hotel to this hospital, it is almost 15 to 20 minutes distance. And after reaching this hospital, doctors are trying to get him for primary treatment, and after primary treatment, doctors declared him as broad dead. So doctors assumes that KK died KK died on the way to this hospital.
All right, Saika, do stay with us. As we've been talking about, of course, the community, Bollywood as well as music lovers all across the country are shocked. Here's a reaction that we've got from Babul Supriyo.
साथ में करियर शुरू की थी और अच्छा सिंगर, मतलब बहुत ही बेहतरीन सिंगर था। जो इंडियन फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में जो रॉक गाने जब से आने लगे, उसमें केकी की आवाज़ जो है वो एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान उसमें रखा है। और बहुत लोगों के गाने हिट होते हैं, लेकिन गले की आवाज़, जो प्लेबैक सिंगिंग में एक हीरोइक आवाज़, एक सुंदर आवाज़ जो कान में बहुत खूबसूरत लगे, वैसी आवाज़ के मालिक थे वो। और वन ऑफ द बेस्टेस्ट गाइज, नॉन कंट्रोवर्शियल, कभी गाने के सिवा और किसी चीज़ में कभी भी आप केकी का कोई भी बात नहीं सुनेंगे। एकदम शांतिपूर्ण जिंदगी जीते थे। पार्टीज में ज़्यादा हम उनको देखते भी नहीं थे। और 10-15 दिन बॉम्बे में रहना, फिर छुट्टी में जाना, पूरा फैमिली मैन थे, चिल्ड्रेन एंड ऑल दैट। इट्स जस्ट अ वेरी डिवास्टेटिंग थिंग। 53 साल की उम्र में मालूम नहीं जिंदगी और किस किस तरीके से हम लोगों को ये समझाएंगे कि सुबह आँख खुली और आपको रोशनी दिखाई दी, ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी अद्भुत चीज़ होगी। बड़ी देखिए, ऐसे क्या यादें बताऊं, इतने सारे यादें हैं, अब क्या बताऊं। ऐसे ही जैसे मैंने आपको कहा, हमसे 1.5-2 साल के बड़े थे, लेकिन हम लोगों ने सबने साथ में ढाई अक्षर प्रेम के में मेरे 5-6 गाने थे अभिषेक के ऊपर, लेकिन एक बहुत स्पेशल गाना केके ने गाया था। तो हम लोग जतिन ललित के सिटिंग रूम में कितने समय बिताए, और बहुत सिंपल सा और मज़ेदार लड़का था। कोई गॉसिप नहीं, किसी चीज़ में उसको कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं था। गाना आता था, गाना गाता था, चला जाता था।
कोलकाता में ये खबर,
ये कलकत्ता में हुआ, मतलब क्या बताऊं मैं, हमने तो सुना नहीं था। इस रात को टीवी मैंने जलाया नहीं था। मेरे डैडी ने बाहर गांव से फ़ोन करके मुझे बताया कि ऐसा ऐसा हो गया। इट्स शॉकिंग, एब्सोल्युटली शॉकिंग।
अभी क्या अपडेट?
So that, of course, was Babul Supriyo. Everybody, of course, has been caught by shock at what has happened. What we understand is that he complained of uneasiness during the interval, but then performed till the end of the event. Post that, he was taken to a hotel and where his health worsened, and thereafter the hotel management sent him across to the CMRI hospital where he was declared brought dead. The concert, of course, was held at an overcrowded hall. We understand that he continuously said that he was feeling unwell during the contest. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come on the Morning Express, Satyendar Jain files are out. Sensational details emerge as the ED claims the Delhi minister laundered over 16 crore rupees.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. Arvind Kejriwal is in a fix. He's in an absolute fix. If Kejriwal accepts that his right-hand man, one of the top and most powerful ministers in his cabinet, is actually very corrupt and has not just been corrupt but has done Benami land transactions, used shell companies who use Hawala, made investments worth over 27 crores, which is over 100 times his disclosed income. Then Kejriwal essentially admits that his topmost minister has been corrupt and is into money laundering. But what's the other option? The other option is worse. If Arvind Kejriwal defends his minister Satyendar Jain, then he runs the risk of dragging his own political capital down with it. In that case, Kejriwal will be accused of defending the corrupt, blindsiding Hawala transactions and avoiding the questions of the massive assets controlled by his man, which is completely disproportionate to Satyendar Jain's known sources of income. The whole country is watching Kejriwal now, and Kejriwal knows it. The charges have hit home literally. and almost 90% of Kejriwal's political appeal has been on the fact that he started with an anti-corruption agenda. So when there are charges of Hawala entries, paper companies, Hawala entry operators, purchase of 200 picas of land using front companies, Kejriwal's decision to go all out, to brazen it out by saying the charges are political, could land Kejriwal himself in trouble, especially ladies and gentlemen, when a High Court order, which I have a copy of with me, when the Delhi High Court has through a 2019 order held that over 17 crores was indeed laundered. Especially when there is a serious moral culpability angle as well. Satyendar Jain was the urban development minister, and it cannot be completely accidental that the large real estate that he gathered through front entities would have made him a huge profit on the side. So viewers, I think Kejriwal should not be brazening it out. He's making a big mistake. Kejriwal will get more public support if he totally distances himself from Satyendar Jain and allows the facts and not his political interest to decide which line he takes. Now our channel Republic has all the facts, and tonight I shall be putting them together for you as the Satyendar files. There are a lot of scoops on the program tonight, so ladies and gentlemen, let's debate the Satyendar file.
Terrorists involved in the killing of civilians in South Kashmir have been today neutralized by SOG Avantipora along with Indian Army in South Kashmir's Avanti.
Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has hit back at criticism over his government's move to give minority certificates to 6 communities. Certificates will be provided to Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains and Parsis.
Certain scholarship is being given by the Central Minority Department, Welfare of Minority Department, to the minority people. And when we say minority, is not only Muslim, it is Muslim, Christian, Jain, Buddhist, Parsi, everyone, 6 community. So how can they got those scholarship unless you issue a certificate? So this is a very simple matter. No political meaning should be attached to it. And if somebody is criticizing it, then they are not actually looking into the issue in depth, because it is just a certificate will be there so that you can get scholarship, etc. This is the whole idea.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Last journey of Sidhu Moosewala has begun. His bottle remains has put into a tractor. A special tractor has been decorated for Sidhu Moosewala for his last journey. Massive number of people are here and they are
And here's a quick recap of the top headlines at 8:30 this morning. The nation reels under shock as singer KK passes away at the age of 53 after a live performance in Kolkata. From Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the entire music and Bollywood fraternity, tributes pour in for the legendary singer. Kashmir Minority Forum issues a 24-hour ultimatum threatening mass migration from Kashmir after targeted killing of Kashmiri Hindu Rajni Bala. Satyendar Jain files are out. Sensational details emerge as the ED claims Delhi minister laundered over 16 crore rupees. It is the first arrest in the Moosewala assassination probe. Accused sent to 5 days of police custody. Speculation is rife of a change of guard as the RJD President Lalu Yadav proposes Tejashwi Yadav to take critical decisions for the party. welcome back. You are with Republic TV. This is the Morning Express. Now, the Punjab police has made its first arrest in the Sidhu Moosewala murder investigation, the man who supplied vehicles to those involved in the assassination. Meanwhile, Republic TV has also accessed a full 2-minute CCTV footage of the assassination. Our senior editor Shavan Sen breaks down the details.
Republic TV has accessed a 2-minute CCTV footage in which one can see Sidhu Moosewala being tailed by his assailants in multiple cars. In fact, investigators reveal that this was completely pre-planned. In this entire investigation, one name has emerged so far, that is of Lawrence Bishnoi, the gangster who's currently lodged in Tihar jail. In fact, this entire conspiracy was actually hatched by Lawrence Bishnoi's gang. This, many say, was a revenge killing of Vicky Midukhera, in which Sidhu Moosewala's manager's name had also emerged. In fact, Sidhu Moosewala's manager has now fled to Australia.
लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल ने रिमांड पर लिया है और ये आर्म्स एक्ट के तहत उसको रिमांड पर लिया गया है, क्योंकि देखिए जिस तरीके से बार बार जो है नाम सीधे लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का आ रहा है मूसेवाला के हत्या में, तो कहीं ना कहीं देखिए उससे भी जुड़े हुए जो सवालात होंगे, उससे भी जुड़ी हुई जो पूछताछ होगी वो ज़रूर होगी। यही वजह है कि 3 दिन के लिए जो है प्रोडक्शन वारंट जो है उसमें उसके तहत उसको जो है रिमांड पर लिया है।
We're also given to understand that the Punjab police has made the first big arrest in this particular case, the man who was responsible for supplying the vehicles. In fact, there was an attempt that was also made to kill Sidhu Moosewala back in April, when one assailant by the name of Shahrukh was actually sent to his village to carry out a recce. In fact, one of the Bolero cars that can be seen in the CCTV footage was actually used by Shahrukh and the other assailants, but during the recce they came across armed gunmen who could be seen with Sidhu Moosewala. And the fact that they were not well equipped, that is the reason why they decided not to carry out the attack. In fact, Shahrukh has also been questioned by the Delhi Police Special Cell, and others who are close to Lawrence Bishnoi have also been questioned by the Delhi Police Special Cell. In fact, Lawrence Bishnoi has already moved an application before the Delhi High Court in which he has essentially indicated that his life is under threat following the killing of Sidhu Moosewala.
Well, in what is being seen as another incident of targeted attacks against minorities in Jammu and Kashmir, 36-year-old Rajni Bala, resident of Samba in Jammu region, sustained injuries when terrorists fired at her in the Gopalpura area of Kulgam, where she was posted as a teacher. And Rajni Bala's final rites will be performed shortly. Let's cut across live to Gursimran, who's reporting on this. Gursimran, even as her last rites are about to be performed, there is considerable anger amongst the Kashmiri Pandit community across Jammu as well as Kashmir, who feel that the government isn't doing enough to make sure that they feel safe.
See, all the communities in the Jammu and Kashmir, they are anguished. Rajni Bala was a Hindu, not a Kashmiri Pandit, and right now we are at her residence where the final rites of Hindu Bala will be performed in a short while from now. The family of Rajni Bala doesn't know how to react. They are yet to accept what has unfolded yesterday morning. Gaurav is showing you the family visual. This is father-in-law of Rajni Bala, and he's yet to accept the fact that Rajni Bala is no more. he told us yesterday that he spoke to them over video call a day before this unfortunate incident unfolded, and even now he is unable to accept this fact, this tragedy that has unfolded yesterday morning when Rajni Bala was several meters away from her school. When these terrorists they fired upon him and fired upon her and killed her brutally. So the Pakistani terrorist who hatched the conspiracy to target a Hindu lady from Jammu so that they can instill the fear among the locals. Now the final rites of Rajni Bala will be performed in a short while from now, but the people here are anguished. Yesterday evening we also saw widespread protest in the Samba district of Jammu and Kashmir, wherein locals were saying that if this continues to happen they will block the connectivity to Kashmir Valley. Nupur.
All right. Now, Gursimran, also what we understand is that there is a 24-hour ultimatum that has been issued by the Hindu community in Jammu and Kashmir for the government to put in place measures or to transfer them out of Kashmir. What are you hearing on that? What is the administration saying in terms of how will they respond to that?
See, it's now for the administration to decide what they have to do, but one thing is very clear that Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha's administration has failed to an extent to save the lives, and now it's the time for the Lieutenant Governor to answer these tough questions, because last time the Lieutenant Governor said that we are making it sure that these kind of incidents don't get repeated, but once again these incidents have got repeated. This means there is a laxity or loopholes in the security system that needs to be filled as soon as possible, because there is no chance that people like Rajni Bala, Rahul Bhatt will be getting killed just for the sake that these terrorists are trying to show their frustration. Now there is a foolproof mechanism that needs to be put in place, because there needs to be a change in the policy. That is the need of the hour, because you cannot sacrifice these precious lives just for the sake by saying that the terrorists are showing their frustration. The security forces need to re-strategize, and the administration needs to answer now.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, just to give out numbers, we've seen about 16 deaths of Hindus that have taken place in the valley since the beginning of this year. Gursimran reporting on that. Thank you. Well, the much-loved singer Krishnakumar Kunnath, popularly known as KK, passed away last evening. The news took the internet by storm. KK was performing at Nazrul Manch, an auditorium in the south of Kolkata, and fell ill soon afterwards. He was reportedly rushed to the CMRI hospital, where he was declared brought dead on arrival, with the cause of death of the popular singer still unknown. Several fans and netizens are mourning his life. In fact, what we are understanding right now is the Kolkata police has filed an unnatural death case. This case has been registered at the Newmarket police station. We also were earlier on getting more details as to what really happened, and our reporters were telling us that there were several moments during that concert that KK said that he was feeling unwell. He also said that the air conditioning wasn't working properly. Thereafter, however, he did continue with the concert till the very end and was taken to his hotel. And it is from there that he was rushed to the CMRI hospital in Kolkata. However, despite trying to save him, the CMRI hospital authorities said that he was brought dead on arrival. Now, his mortal remains, of course, will be taken for a post-mortem to ascertain the cause of death. We also understand that his family will be reaching Kolkata anytime now. His sudden demise has shocked the nation. KK, of course, sang in many languages, but primarily known for his Bollywood music. Now, he also was very fond of performing at these live concerts, and unfortunately, that's where he lost his life last evening. So the details that we are now getting, of course, seem to suggest that the Kolkata police have already filed a case of unnatural death. In this particular case, they say that they will be looking at the circumstances that surrounded his demise. What we also understand is that there are reports that seem to suggest that this auditorium was in fact quite overcrowded. Reports also seem to suggest that the air conditioning wasn't working properly. So all those details now emerging. Kishale is on the phone line with me. Kishale, good morning. Kishale, what we understand is that there is a case of unnatural death that has been filed by the police, and perhaps the post-mortem report that is going to come out from the SSKM hospital will shed more light.
We are breaking right now from Al Bangla News is that KK's post-mortem we are awaiting the post-mortem, but before that a case of unnatural death has been registered in Park Street Police Station, and what is happening right now is that police is investigating various angles, including the angle that whether the cause of death was overcrowding or because of the high temperature at the venue, he had been feeling sick and that was the reason of his death. Because what we are coming to know from our sources is that the air conditions of that particular hall called Nazrul Mancho was not working at that point of time. Some of the air conditions were not working, and therefore the temperature on the stage was quite high. Along with that, it is also a fact that the hall was almost double crowded than what it could actually afford. Therefore, there were about 6,000 people in that hall. The temperature of that hall was quite high. And apart from that, the particular situation yesterday, we also saw a video where a person was holding a fire extinguisher which was open and it was leaking. So there are various factors which is coming into the play, and police is considering all these factors. A case of unnatural death has been registered right now in the police station, and the police is trying to understand whether all these three factors, the heat of that place, the overcrowding of that place, and this fire extinguisher thing actually caused any harm to this particular person who was there, the singer KK, who was there on stage, and he started feeling sick. He went back to his hotel, and after he went back to his hotel, he started feeling sick. He was taken to the hospital where he was announced dead.
Kishale, so as you're pointing out, a case of unnatural death has been filed. Now, Republic TV has accessed the final tape from KK's last concert in Kolkata, and a lot of what may have gone down can be seen in this particular video. Watch how KK was constantly wiping his face, pointing towards something that seems to be the air conditioning system, complaining of incessant heat at the venue. All right, you are watching the Morning Express. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we bring you more details of the circumstances surrounding KK's death.
Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th. Mudassir, a police officer, shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता समझता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी में रहना है तो हमेशा जेल जाने के लिए और अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे हैं। इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं।
She was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students when she was shot dead. The entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of the spot. This is the spot where she was lying in a pool of blood. Hindu teacher from Jammu has been shot dead by the terrorist in the Kulgam of South Kashmir. He has come to the injuries. Terrorist has barged into this school where she was fired upon from a close range. The force is reaching to the spot. The cordon and search operation, which is the standard operating procedure that is being followed by J&K police along with the army. Terrorists involved in the killing of civilians in South Kashmir have been today neutralized by SOG Avantipora along with Indian Army in South Kashmir's Avantipora. These two terrorists of JM were involved in the killing of civilians that police has identified as Shakila of Aripal and also Javed Ahmed of Lurgam. Both the civilians were killed by these terrorists as per IGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar.
You are watching the Morning Express. A case of unnatural death has been registered with the Newmarket police station regarding the death of singer KK. The police are waiting for his family to arrive in Kolkata. Now, what we understand is that after getting their consent and body identification process, the inquest and post-mortem will be conducted. Arrangements are being made for the post-mortem at the SSKM hospital. His mortal remains, of course, will be handed over once the post-mortem is over. The police is looking at various angles surrounding his death, and what we understand is that right before he left the venue, he complained of intolerable heat and was seen to point towards the air conditioning. In fact, Republic has managed to access the final tape from KK's last concert. We will go to that tape in just a bit. Let me go across to Kishale right now. Kishale, Republic, of course, has managed to access that last tape from his concert. Now, what we understand is that in that particular video, he seems to be pointing towards the air conditioning system. And what we are also learning is that he several times complained of intolerable heat during the concert.
Exactly. There are three factors or three angles that the police is considering right now, which includes the point you just said, you just mentioned, that the air conditioning system was not working, the place was quite heated up, the temperature was high. That is one important factor that may have caused his illness, his sickness. The second factor is the overcrowding factor. That particular place could afford or could support people of about 2,500 heads. There were about 6,000 people there or more than that. Apart from that, there is also one video which has surfaced, is that a particular person is holding a fire extinguisher which is open and leaking. All these factors are being considered by the police, and what we are breaking right now is that also a complaint has been registered against the hotel. This is, we are learning from our sources in the police, is that a complaint has been registered by the against the hotel where KK was staying.
was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students when she was shot dead. The entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of the spot. This is the spot where she was lying in a pool of blood. Hindu teacher from Jammu has been shot dead by the terrorist in the Kulgam of South Kashmir. He has come to the injuries. Terrorist has barged into this school where she was fired upon from a close range. The forces reaching to the spot, the cordon and search operation, which is the standard operating procedure that is being followed by Jain police along with the army. Terrorists involved in the killing of civilians in South Kashmir have been today neutralized by SOG Avantipora along with Indian Army in South Kashmir's Avantipora. These two terrorists of JM were involved in the killing of civilian that police has identified as Shakila of Aripal and also Javed Ahmed of Lurgam. Both the civilians were killed by these terrorists as per IGP Kashmir Shivakumar. We are seeing the swift operation in South Kashmir in less than 24 hours. 4 terrorists have been neutralized yesterday in an operation carried by SOG Pulwama, and also the int was generated by Kulgam police. The operation was launched in Pulwama where 2 terrorists of Hizbul Mujahideen, the local terrorists, were neutralized. Biggest challenge for the security forces this year is going to be Amarnath Yatra, which is just a month away. With VJ Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
7 जो युवा थे उन्होंने इन परीक्षाओं में सफलता हासिल की है। हमारे साथ शिवानी जरंगाल मौजूद हैं, जम्मू की रहने वाली हैं। इनका रैंक जो है 300 आया है, बहुत ही खुशी की बात है। शिवानी, कितनी मेहनत थी और उम्मीदें कितनी थी?
ये मेहनत तो बहुत ज़्यादा थी और उम्मीद भी थी कि जो मेहनत कर रहे हैं तो कभी ना कभी तो रिज़ल्ट मिल जाएगा। तो कल आ गया था रिज़ल्ट, तो अच्छा लग रहा है।
जब एग्ज़ाम दिया था, जब इंटरव्यू हुआ था, तो तब लगता था कि इस बार हो जाएगा?
नहीं, ऐसा मुझे लगा तो नहीं। मुझे लगा था कि रिटर्न मेरा इतना अच्छा नहीं हुआ होगा शायद, लेकिन बाद में अभी मार्कशीट देख के देखा तो कि वो भी अच्छा ही हुआ था, तो वो मैंने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था।
तो आप अगली तैयारी शुरू कर रही थी?
हाँ, मैं तो उससे एक दिन पहले भी पढ़ रही थी रात को, तो कि प्रीलिम्स देना है अभी 5 जून को। फिर से तैयारी तो मैं कर रही थी दोबारा।
Last journey of Sidhu Moosewala has begun. His mortal remains has put into a tractor. A special tractor has been decorated for Sidhu Moosewala for his last journey. Massive number of people are here and they are continuously raising the slogans of Sidhu Bhai Zindabad.
कश्मीरी पंडित बलि का बकरा नहीं।
India and Pakistan participated in the 118th meeting of the Pakistan-India Permanent Indus Water Commission. While both parties signed the annual report till March 2022, the venue for the next meeting was decided to be in Pakistan. An Abhinandan rally was held by BJP workers in Tripura. The rally was held in order to celebrate the 8 years of the BJP government at the centre. Meghalaya's National People's Party has made their entry into the fellow northeastern state of Tripura. The move came ahead of by-polls that will be held in the state shortly. You are watching Republic TV, and on the other side, Kashmiri Minority Forum issues a 24-hour ultimatum threatening mass migration from Kashmir after targeted killing of Kashmiri Hindu Rajni Bala.
कश्मीरी पंडित बलि का बकरा नहीं बनेगा, नहीं बनेगा।
Kashmiri Pandit shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th. Mudassir, a police officer, shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता समझता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी में रहना है तो हमेशा जेल जाने के लिए और अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे हैं। इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं।
Was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students when she was shot dead. The entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of the spot. This is the spot where she was lying in a pool of blood. Hindu teacher from Jammu has been shot dead by the terrorist in the Kulgam of South Kashmir. He has come to the injuries. Terrorist has barged into this school where she was fired upon from a close range. The forces reaching to the spot, the cordon and search operation, which is the standard operating procedure that is being followed by J&K police along with the army.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. Arvind Kejriwal is in a fix. He's in an absolute fix. If Kejriwal accepts that his right-hand man, one of the top and most powerful ministers in his cabinet, is actually very corrupt.
Top headlines at 9 a.m. Nation reels under shock as singer KK passes away at the age of 53 after live performance in Kolkata. Shocking details emerge. Police filed unnatural death case. Top sources say KK was feeling unwell during the concert. Renowned singer's sudden demise shocks the nation. Police launches probe into KK's sudden death. It's a big Ram Mandir day. Yogi Adityanath to lay the foundation stone of Ram Mandir's Garbhagriha. Speculations rife of change of guard as RJD President Lalu Prasad Yadav proposes Tejasvi Yadav to take critical decisions for the party. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Samiksha Shrivastava. We have a lot lined up for you over the next half hour. Starting with a top story coming from Uttar Pradesh, where Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will lay the foundation stone of Ram Mandir's Garbhagriha today. The Chief Minister will take part in the ceremony by placing the first carved stone in it, and seers and saints from across the country have also been invited for this occasion. Here's a Republic's ground report from Ayodhya, where preparations are underway for the grand ceremony.
संघर्ष अयोध्या ने और देश ने देखा है राम मंदिर के इस भव्य निर्माण के लिए, लेकिन अभी इस वक्त आपको भीतर की तस्वीर में दिखाना चाहूंगी। रामलला सदन में मैं मौजूद हूं। अंदर किस तरीके की तैयारी है वो एक बार आप यहां पर देख लीजिए कि पूरा मंदिर जो है वो फूलों से सजाया गया है। यहीं पर 12:10 पर कार्यक्रम है सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ का, जब वो पहुंचे के प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के लिए। प्राण प्रतिष्ठा कार्यक्रम यहां पर होना है और ये तस्वीरें आप यहां पर देख रहे हैं। दक्षिणी शैली की ये मंदिर निर्माण जो है वो किया गया है और यहां पर सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ पहुंचेंगे, प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करेंगे। ये आपको बता दें कि रामानुज संप्रदाय के कथावाचक राघवाचार्य के दक्षिण भारतीय शैली में ये मंदिर बनाया गया है, जिसकी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के लिए आज सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ पहुंचने वाले हैं। कुछ साधु संत भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, उनसे एक बार हम बात करेंगे। सर, क्या कार्यक्रम है आज यहाँ पर प्राण प्रतिष्ठा को लेकर?
आज यहाँ पर प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के लिए जो है भगवान की जो है पूजा अर्चना होगी और जो है इसके बाद जो है भगवान की जो है अभिषेक होगा।
पूरे कार्यक्रम में सीएम मौजूद रहेंगे?
नहीं, पूरे कार्यक्रम में नहीं मौजूद रहेंगे, थोड़ा देर रहेंगे।
ठीक है, बिल्कुल। एक बार आपको पूरी जो मंदिर है उसकी खूबसूरती आपको यहाँ पर दिखा देते हैं और आपको बता दें कि ठीक इसी के बगल में जो रास्ता गया है वो राम जन्मभूमि के लिए जाता है। लेकिन ये पूरा मंदिर जहाँ पर सीएम आज पहुंचेंगे, भीतर की तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। जो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा आज वो करने वाले हैं, ये यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि भजन कीर्तन का भी सीधे तौर पर यहाँ आप तस्वीरों में देखिए कि किस तरीके से इंतजाम किया गया है। इसके साथ ही अभिषेक किया जाएगा, हवन किया जाएगा, ये बताया जा रहा है। जो यहाँ पर हमें जानकारी मिल पा रही है, जिसकी तैयारी यहाँ पर की गई है, जिसकी भव्य तैयारी यहाँ पर की गई है। ये कुंड किस तरीके से यहाँ पर सजाया जा रहा है, इसकी तस्वीर भी आप अंदर देख सकते हैं। तो आज अयोध्या में जो भव्य कार्यक्रम है, जो भव्य तस्वीरें हैं, उसका ये नजारा हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। पूरी तैयारी आप यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरीके से रामानुज संप्रदाय के जो कथावाचक हैं राघवाचार्य, उन्होंने दक्षिण भारतीय शैली में इस मंदिर का निर्माण किया है। एक बार आपको अंदर से जो मंदिर के पिलर्स यहाँ पर बनाए गए हैं, जब हम दक्षिण की तरफ जाते हैं तो हमें यही नक्काशी, यही कलाकृति देखने को मिलती है जो यहाँ पर बनाई गई है। और आपको बता दें कि इसी का आज प्राण प्रतिष्ठा कार्यक्रम है जिसमें सीएम पहुंचने वाले हैं। यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि शहनाई, वादक, ढोल, सबका इंतजाम यहाँ पर किया गया है और पूरा माहौल जो है वो भक्तिमय है। और सबसे खास बात यह है कि रामलला सदन के ठीक बगल में, आपको बता दें कि राम जन्मभूमि का रास्ता जाता है। ये आप सुन भी सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर अभी यहाँ पर किस तरीके से ढोल भी बजा।
तैयारी तो भव्य है। जब भी मुख्यमंत्री जी आते हैं, राम द्वारे तुम रखवारे होत ना गया बिन पैसारे। भाई, उत्तर प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री और देश के राजा, सनातन धर्म संस्कृति के राजा, पूरे विश्व के राजा, जिनके कण कण जन जन में आस्था महाबली के प्रति है, ऐसे महाबली का दर्शन करते हैं जिससे सारे कार्य बिना विघ्न बाधा का पूर्ण हो। क्योंकि कहा जाता अष्ट सिद्ध नवनित के दाता हैं, भूत प्रेत निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुरावे। ऐसे भूत प्रेत जो समाज में द्वेष फैलाते हैं, ऐसे निशाचर कालनेमी टाइप के लोग जो समाज में विष घोलते हैं, तो हनुमान जी के दर्शन करने के बाद सारे लोग ध्वस्त और त्रस्त हो जाते हैं। तो तैयारी भव्य दिव्य है। वैदिक मंत्रोच्चारण के साथ माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का दर्शन पूजन कराया जाएगा।
सर, ये कहा जा रहा है कि 90 के दशक से ही जो है गुलाबी पत्थर तराशे जा रहे थे कि जब रामलला का भव्य मंदिर बनेगा तो वहाँ पर गुलाबी पत्थर लगाए जाएंगे। इसके बारे में जानकारी?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो धीरे धीरे करके, जब उस समय में स्थिति हमारी बहुत खराब थी, उस समय में पत्थर तराशने के लिए पैसे 1-1 रुपया सिंघल जी मांगते थे। आज स्थिति है कि पूरा विशाल साम्राज्य हिंदू जनमानस का, जिन्होंने दिल खोलकर और समर्पण निधि दिया, जिसका परिणाम स्वरूप है कि हमारे पास कई करोड़ रुपया है, जो मंदिर हम भव्य दिव्य और अति सुंदर उसको हम बना सकते हैं। तो बहुत तेजी से काम चल रहा है और जब आदेश आया, आदेश में माननीय देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी आके भूमि पूजन किए। इसके पहले माननीय
And tracking all the latest that is coming in with respect to singer KK's sudden death. The latest, the visuals that we are getting to you live from the CMRI hospital. Remember, the post-mortem of KK will be undertaken very shortly, as the police just a short while back was waiting for the family of singer KK, who died last night. And the visuals that are coming to you live from the CMRI hospital, the post-mortem will will be undertaken shortly. Remember, the Kolkata police has also registered a case of unnatural death. So that is the latest that we are learning with regard to KK's sudden death. Remember, the post-mortem will be taken after the family arrives, as the police is currently waiting for the family of KK. And the post-mortem will be done at the SSKM hospital, we are told. An unnatural death angle has not been ruled out. Remember, an unnatural death case has also been filed by the Kolkata police in the live visuals that we are getting to you from the CMRI hospital. We have our reporter Krishna also joining us. Krishna, what more can you tell us? We can see those visuals that are coming to us live from the CMRI hospital. We understand that the post-mortem will take place shortly.
Exactly what we are getting to know right now, and what we are showing right now is that in CMRI hospital, several celebrities and singers are arriving. We are getting Usha Uthup at CMRI hospital, and more such stars and singers will be coming today. His family is yet to arrive at the Kolkata airport, and after KK's family arrives, a consent of them will be taken. After that, his body will be sent for post-mortem from CMRI hospital to SSKM hospital. As I was saying earlier, that the police is considering 3 factors which may have caused his sickness and eventually his death. That can be excessive heat at the venue, that can be the overcrowding at the venue, and the fire extinguisher that was leaking. Several factors are being considered by the police, and a suo motu case has been registered. This is one side of the story, and on the other side at CMRI hospital, several fans of KK have arrived. Apart from that, celebrities are arriving since morning. Right now we had Usha Uthup, who had been there, and she was visibly quite morose and saddened by this untimely death of the singer. And we are tracking whoever else is coming right now there. His family is yet to arrive at the Kolkata airport. They may arrive soon, and as they arrive, they'll reach CMRI hospital, and the police will be taking a consent from them for the post-mortem.
Absolutely. If you could give us more details, as we can see the visuals of the family also that has now arrived, we understand that the Kolkata police has also registered an unnatural death case. So that is an angle that is also being probed by the police.
Yes, right now what we are seeing, the visuals directly from the Kolkata airport, where we see the family of KK has arrived. So at one hand, the police is trying to get the consent of the family members. They will be interacting to the family members. They have already registered an unnatural death case, suo motu case at the New Market police station, and after that, they will be talking to the family members. Right now, we have our representatives at the Kolkata airport who will be following the family members, and they will be arriving at the CMRI hospital, where the body of KK right now rests right now, and the family members did not give us any reaction there. We saw that they arrived and that they left for the hospital. They will be arriving at the CMRI hospital shortly, in about 30 minutes or 45 minutes. After that, the police will be interacting with them, and they will discuss about the possibility of post-mortem, and then the body of this singer will be taken from CMRI to SSKM hospital. That's what we are getting to know from our sources. The visuals are directly coming from Kolkata airport. His family has arrived, and right now they are heading towards the CMRI hospital, which is about 30 or 45 minutes away from the airport. They will be going there, and also we are getting to know that the police is investigating various angles which they will be discussing with the family members, whether KK already had some medical conditions that needed to be taken care of, and whether they were taken care of, and also whether KK had been sick because of the 3 reasons which I already mentioned before.
That's right. Kishle also talked to us about the last concert tape that has been released, in which KK can be seen wiping off the sweat from his face.
Exactly what we already discussed is that the temperature of that place was quite high. This is because the air conditioning system was not working properly. That's what we are getting to know from our sources, and because of that, the stage itself on which the singer was singing, he was standing, that stage was quite heated up. There were several lights, flashlights which were on. The singer was saying that he was requesting the management to switch off the spotlight so that the heat can be reduced a bit. He was seen that he was wiping his face again and again, which clearly showed that he was quite uncomfortable when he was present on the stage. After this, he fell sick. He went to the backstage several times between the show, and after that, when he left for the hotel, he was quite sick, and we saw that he was escorted away from the stage and taken to the car vehicle which took him to the hotel. In the hotel, he fell down. There are also some marks of injuries on his body because of falling down. He fell down unconscious, after which he was taken to the CMRI hospital where he was announced death. So the reasons, possible reasons of his sickness can be overheating of the place. Possible reason can also be the overcrowding of the place. Yes. The place can hold about 2,500 people, but about 6,000 people were present at the venue at that point of time. So several factors are being taken care and being investigated by the police, who have already registered a suo motu case, and now the family members have arrived and they are right now heading to the CMRI hospital.
Kishle, absolutely, and you know, this puts a lot of questions on the venue authorities as well, because as you were saying that there was more audience than the place could accommodate. So any statement coming in by the venue authorities with respect to as to why such a situation unfolded?
Not only the venue authority, but the program was itself arranged by Sri Gurudas College, which is a college in Kolkata. It was a college fest where this artist came to perform. And when he came there, he went to the stage where this program was scheduled, where this program was arranged. And after he started his program, more people tried to pour inside. There were people outside also. So unconfirmed sources are telling.
Finest singers of India, one of the most amazing performers in non-controversial, totally apolitical. We'll see later. We'll talk to you later.
दीदी आपको कब ये पता चला था?
10:30 बजे मैंने कह दिया ना. 10:30 I knew about this news. Okay.
दीदी जिस तरह से आप ये बहुत एक बड़े सिंगर हैं, क्या आप और क्या आप कहना चाहेंगे?
यही कहना
बहुत बड़ी
terrible thing for our fraternity. For our fraternity, it's a terrible loss, a huge loss for music, and everybody will remember him for हम रहे या न रहे, याद आएंगे ये पल. Okay.
And Kishle continues to stay with us. Kishle, as you know, we can see condolences pouring in from across the country. Of course, a singer who touched a chord among the masses there. He was known for his quite famous numbers. If you could talk to us about his journey as well, you know, the kind of songs he sung, because this was something that people, of course, across the country could connect to.
Exactly what we are getting to right now. We are getting reactions from several top artists and singers. Right now, Usha Uthup spoke, and what she spoke was very relatable, as she said that he was a very gentleman and a non-political character. He had several songs which were very famous, and since the 2000s, we have seen how KK's songs have been playing all over the place, and therefore this college, Sri Gurudas College especially, wanted him to come and perform in this particular college fest which they arranged. And when he came to this college fest, there was fan enthusiasm all over the place. People from all over Kolkata tried to pour in this venue called Nojrul Moncho, which is in South Kolkata, and there were thousands of people inside and also thousands of people outside who tried to catch a glimpse of this singer who is very famous in Kolkata as well as the whole country, as you rightly pointed out, and his several famous numbers he was performing on stage, as we could see. And when he was performing that, the crowd started to pour inside even more, as many of the people who were standing out.
Kishle, please continue. You were telling us about the songs that were sung by KK. Tell us more about him.
Exactly. At one hand, we have his family members here in Kolkata heading for CMRI. At the other hand, we have Usha Uthup and other several singers speaking about what KK sang all throughout his life and how famous he was. We can easily remember several songs during the first half of the 2000s, 2000 to 2010, where he had many numbers which played all over the country, and recently also he had many famous hits. And when he came to Kolkata, there was a fan enthusiasm. People were enthusiastic all over the city who were pouring in this particular venue called Nojrul Moncho, which is in South Kolkata. They requested him to sing different numbers which are quite famous here in Kolkata as well as the whole country. And when it happened, more people tried to push inside the venue through several gates, and in the beginning they were not allowed. The security tried to hold them off, but because of the enthusiasm of these people and thousands of people waiting outside Nojrul Moncho, some of them were allowed to enter. Therefore, the crowd even swelled higher than the number which actually was inside the hall. About 3,500 people were there in the hall in the beginning, and then it started increasing. The numbers started increasing. At one hand, when the numbers were starting to increase, and the crowd was frantically asking KK to sing several of his numbers, famous numbers, which we all hear throughout our times in our college days. We know how KK was very famous, and we heard several of his numbers. All those songs KK was requested to sing, and he was singing that as well. But the heat of that place started to increase as several air conditions stopped working, and at that time we saw how KK was visibly uncomfortable. He was wiping his face with a piece of cloth. He went back to the backstage several times. He tried to rest himself, but he had to come back to the stage and perform. And finally, when he left the stage, he went for his hotel. He fell unconscious. Well, that's what we are getting to know from our sources. He had a few injury marks on his body, and then he was taken to CMRI hospital, where he was announced dead. So that is an end of an era, we can say, because he was quite famous throughout the country as well as this city.
Well, as you put it, Kishli, it is definitely an end of an era with the passing away of KK. If you could once again take us through the details of this last concert tape, in which we can clearly see KK wiping off sweat using a towel, in fact pointing at AC, speaking to someone and complaining of excessive heat as well.
Exactly. There are several tapes that have been released from that concert venue, and in these tapes it is seen that KK, this singer who was present there on the stage, he is wiping his face, he is trying to point out to something, and we are getting to know that he also pointed out to the spotlights that was directly pointed on him. He was trying to tell the organizers that the heat of that place is already high because of the air conditions not working. Therefore, the spotlights should be switched off, because he was feeling quite uncomfortable there. So at one hand, we have these footages where he is seen uncomfortable. He's seen that he's wiping his sweat, he's wiping his face, and then he's pointing out towards the spotlights and the air conditioning system. He's trying to tell them that whether these air conditioning systems can be repaired and they can work again, whether the spotlights can be switched off so that the heat can come down. And also we have an unconfirmed video where we can see one particular fire extinguisher leaking, and therefore police is trying to understand, and they're trying to consider all these angles, whether this overcrowding, whether this excessive heat, and whether this leaking of, if it has happened, leaking of this fire extinguisher has caused any, has been a factor in his death and has caused his illness or not. Therefore, right now we have this suo motu case registered of unnatural death in Newmarket police station, which is close to the hotel where he was staying, and the Kolkata police is talking to the hospital, to the doctors and to several sources, where they are trying to understand exactly what happened at the end of that particular concert, where KK was seeing that, where we saw that KK was taken out from the venue hurriedly, and he was taken to his vehicle and he left. Therefore, something might have happened which caused his immediate sickness. They are also trying to understand whether KK already had some medical conditions which was kind of stimulated because of these particular events that happened in that venue at the end moment.
Yes, and Kishli, if you could give us more details as to what is happening right now. We understand that the family of KK is en route to hospital. The post-mortem of KK will also be done And the visuals that are coming to you live of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who has arrived in Ayodhya. Remember, Yogi Adityanath will lay the foundation stone of Ram Mandir's Garbhagriha today. The Chief Minister will also be taking part in the ceremony by placing the first carved stone. In it, seers and saints from across the country have been invited to mark this momentous occasion. So, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is receiving a grand welcome upon arrival to Ayodhya, and he will also be laying the foundation stone of Ram Mandir's Garbhagriha today. It is a big Ram Mandir day. Yogi Adityanath will lay the foundation stone of Ram Mandir's Garbhagriha. We have Piyush reporting live. Piyush, if you could give us more details. It is indeed a big Ram Mandir day. Well, we will connect with Piyush again, but those are the live visuals from the venue, and you can see Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is in Ayodhya. He has just arrived in Ayodhya, and it is a big Ram Mandir day as Yogi Adityanath will lay the foundation stone of Ram Mandir's Garbhagriha today. As you can see, he's just arrived, he's just gotten off the chopper, and now he is on his way. He will be inaugurating, he will be laying the foundation stone of Ram Mandir's Garbhagriha. We have Piyush back with us. Piyush, it is indeed a big Ram Mandir day. Give us more details.
Well, yes, Samiksha, like you rightly pointed out, that yes, it's going to be a very big day as far as the construction of Ram Temple is concerned. Today, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be coming. In fact, he has reached to Ayodhya. He has landed there here at Ayodhya, and first he will come here at Hanuman Gadi. Let me try to show you pictures from this very place. The kind of preparations those have been done. You can see massive security deployment has been done. Senior officers of Uttar Pradesh Police, they have been deployed here in large numbers. In fact, after reaching here, after coming here at Hanuman Gadi, he will offer prayers here at this temple, and from here he will go to Ram Janmabhoomi, where he will take part in the ceremony. And that is the very big ceremony, very big event which is going to take place, where Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh Yogi Adityanath will take part in the foundation laying, stone laying ceremony of Sanctum Sanctorum Garbhagriha of Rama Mandir, the Ram Temple. So very big development, very big day as far as the construction of Ram Temple is concerned. And after that, the big prayers will take place. The rituals, different rituals will take place. The prayers will go on for more than 2 hours, and after taking part in foundation laying ceremony, he will go there at Ram Lalla Sthan, and after that he will take part in another ritual, that would be the Pran Pratishtha ritual, which will take place. So if we go by the schedule, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has reached here. After reaching here, he will take part in the ceremony, the puja offering ceremony, which will take place there inside Hanuman Gadi temple, and after here he will go to the Ram Janmabhoomi complex, Ram Janmabhoomi Mandir complex, and after reaching there, he will inaugurate the construction of Ram Lalla's Sanctum Sanctorum, of Garbhagriha at Ram Mandir. After that, he will go to Ram Lalla Sadan, and he will also attend the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. So after this very short break, Samiksha, we will get more details. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has reached here. We will track each and every development as and when he reaches here. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Last journey of Sidhu Moosewala has begun. His mortal remains has put into a tractor. A special tractor has been decorated for Sidhu Moosewala for his last journey. Massive number of people are here, and they are continuously raising the slogans of Sidhu Bhai Zindabad.
कश्मीरी पंडित बलि का बकरा नहीं बनेगा, नहीं बनेगा। एक बार को ये बोल देते हैं कि 24 घंटे के अंदर अगर हमारी मांगे पूरी नहीं की गई और कोई डिसीजन नहीं दिया गया, कल की डेट में 24 घंटे के बाद हम लोग मास माइग्रेशन यहाँ से दोबारा करेंगे।
Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th. Mudassir, a police officer, shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता समझता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी में रहना है तो हमेशा जेल जाने के लिए और अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे हैं। इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं।
Well, we're cutting across to visuals that we are getting from Ayodhya, where the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be laying the foundation stone of the Ram Mandir's Garbhagriha today. Now, the Chief Minister will take part in the ceremony by placing the first carved stone in it. Seers and saints from across the country have been invited for the occasion. Here's a Republic Ground report from Ayodhya, where preparations were underway for the grand ceremony. Right now, of course, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh has arrived in Ayodhya. He will be laying the foundation stone, in the sense that he will be placing the first carved stone at the Garbhagriha in Ayodhya today. Now, this, of course, is a big event for Yogi Adityanath. What we can see right now is that he's arriving with a team of seers as well as religious people surrounding him. He's on his way to Ayodhya, to the temple complex. Piyush is reporting live from there. Piyush, give us a sense of what's happening around you.
Yes, we are showing you the pictures of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is now climbing the stairs of Hanuman Gadi, and he'll directly go inside the Hanuman Gadi temple, where he is going to offer the prayers. You can see Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is being accompanied by the top saints of Ayodhya. Saint Raju Das is also seen here. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is now going there. He is now entering inside the Hanuman Gadi, and after going inside, he will offer prayers there at Hanuman Gadi. And after offering prayers at Hanuman Gadi, he will go to Ram Janambhumi complex, where he will take part in the foundation laying ceremony of Sanctum Sanctorum of Garbhagriha, and after that he will go to Ram Lalla place, where he will also take part in another ceremony of Pran Pratishtha. Today is a very big day. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath just entered inside the temple Hanuman Gadi, and after offering prayers there at Hanuman Gadi, he will directly go to Ram Janambhumi complex, where he will take part in foundation laying ceremony of Garbhagriha. What does this mean? The meaning of this particular event, this particular ceremony, is that from today the construction of Ram temple, the place where the Pran Pratishtha will be there, that will officially begin, and then from today onwards prayers will, the timings of prayer will also extend, which means today in the morning the prayers will take place for 3 hours, and then subsequently in evening the similar sort of prayers will take place. So multiple rituals will have to be followed, will have to be performed, because after Pran Pratishtha and the foundationing ceremony of Garbhagri, the sanctity of that particular place also increases. He will go directly there at Ram Janambhoomi complex, where he will take part in that big ritual, big ceremony, and after that he will also go to Ram Lalla Bhavan, where he will take part in Pran Pratishtha ceremony. So multiple events are lined up. He has just reached. He will leave for Lucknow at around 1 p.m. and during that time he is going to take part in multiple events. First one would be offering prayers at Hanuman Gadi, where he has already reached. After that he will go to Ram Janambhoomi complex, where he will take part in a foundation laying ceremony, where he will put the first carved stone there at Garbhagri, and after that he will also go to Ram Lalla Bhavan, where he will take part in Pran Pratishtha ceremony. We'll have to wait and watch how the day pans out, but today it is a very, very big day as far as the construction of Ram temple is concerned. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath right now is here at Hanuman Gadi temple to offer prayers.
Right, of course, as Piyush is pointing out, this will mark the beginning of this building of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Piyush, take us through the fast pace of the construction that we've seen.
Well, Nupur, if we talk about the construction, remember that PM Modi had taken part in the foundation laying ceremony of construction of Ram temple. What we are now learning is that the construction of Ram temple would come to an end by December 2023, which means that in January 2024, people can come and offer prayers at Ram Janambhoomi temple. We have seen the kind of fight which specifically BJP has fought, many organizations have fought, and they won there in court, and after that it was announced and also was put in the manifesto by BJP of construction of Ram temple, grand construction of Ram temple, and in that same sequence we have seen multiple events taking place. PM Modi personally monitoring. Now Chief Minister is coming back. He has just offered prayers. We'll continue to show you pictures. Chief Minister is coming back. He has offered prayers there at Hanuman Gadi. We will try to get in a word from him. He is now coming. I would ask Manish to focus on the visuals. Chief Minister has offered prayers. We can see him along with other saints, top saints of Ayodhya taking part. The top officers, bureaucrats are also here to take part in this big ceremony. What we are now learning is that after offering prayers here, Chief Minister is expected to go there at Ram Janambhoomi complex, where he will take part in foundation laying ceremony of Garbhagri, Sanctum Sanctorum, which means that there will be multiple rituals. The sanctity of that place would be very important, and today's day is going to play a very, very important role as far as the construction of Ram temple is concerned. It somewhere marks the official beginning of a big construction of Ram temple, because till now we were seeing construction of the periphery of the entire complex, and now after after Pran Pratishtha is established there and the ceremony takes place of Garbhagri, then there will be official prayers. Now Chief Minister is coming. Let me try to get in a word from him, because today it's a very big day. Chief Minister is now coming. He has now just offered the prayers. You can see he has also put tilak. Sir, if you can say something. Yogi ji. He is now leaving from here. We are now showing you the pictures of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath leaving from here. He will now go to Ram Janambhoomi complex. We will also try to go there and talk to other saints who took part in today's ceremony. We'll try to understand as to what kind of puja have been offered. But today is a very after this, Chief Minister will go to Ram Janambhoomi complex, where he will take part in foundation laying ceremony of Sanctum Sanctorum, Garbhagri, and after that he will go to Ram Lalla Bhavan, where he will take part in Pran Pratishtha ceremony. So today is a very big day. We are showing you the pictures of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is now leaving from here. We'll try to get in a word from the priest who took part in today's ceremony. Raju Das can be seen. He was there with Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. We are now going downwards. We will try to get in a word from the priest who took part in that particular ceremony. But today is a very big day. Chief Minister has now offered prayers. He has officially ceremony which took place here at Hanuman Gadi, and now from here.
Well, we seem to be losing that audio connection with Piyush. We're going to try and get him back in just a bit. But as we've been pointing out, of course, today is being looked upon as a huge day in the construction of the Ram Mandir. Today, the Chief Minister has just come out of the Hanuman Gadi site where he...
अच्छा, अगर आप बता सकें इसके बाद क्या होगा अगर आज के दिन के बाद?
नहीं, अभी राम जन्मभूमि जाएंगे, राम जन्मभूमि में आधारशिला रखेंगे, उसके बाद पास में एक मंदिर है, वहाँ भी मंदिर का प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करेंगे, ऐसा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री।
तो बढ़ जाता है आप
आज जो है देश का जिस प्रकार से कई हजार वर्ष का मामला था और 500 वर्ष से संघर्ष के बाद ऐसा क्षण, ऐसा अवसर है, तो इसके नाते ढेर सारी मंगल कामना।
गरीब के बाद पूजा में किस तरह के परिवर्तन आएंगे?
नहीं, परिवर्तन तो लगातार बहुत तेजी से अयोध्या का विकास, डेवलपमेंट, सारे काम हो रहे हैं। मंदिर के साथ साथ पहला कोई मुख्यमंत्री है कि एक तरफ मंदिर, दूसरी तरफ विकास, मंदिर और विकास का तालमेल बना के चल रहा है।
एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कि गर्भगृह जब आप स्थापना हो जाएगी गर्भगृह की, तो कितनी बड़ी बात होगी वो, किसका महत्व क्या?
नहीं, भाई गर्भगृह इसके नाते होता है कि भगवान का प्राण प्रतिष्ठा वहीं पे होगा, भगवान उसी मेन गर्भगृह में पधराए जाएंगे, तो आज बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन
है। Today it's a very important day and Raju Das also took part in the entire ceremony of offering prayers here at Hanuman Gadi temple, and today is a very important day because today Chief Minister will take part in foundation laying ceremony of Sanctum Sanctorum of Ram Janmabhoomi temple, and after that he will go there to Ram Lalla Bhavan to take part in another ceremony which is Pran Pratishtha ceremony, and soon after that he will also go to meet a few saints and then we'll leave for Lucknow. Let me also try to show you pictures from around here. People have thronged here in large numbers. Because of security reasons, people were stopped. Now Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, after offering prayers, has left from here, and people are now have been allowed to go there inside the temple and offer prayers. Security apparatus is at the place. We are showing you pictures of this entire Hanuman Gadi complex where the ceremony of offering prayers took place, and now Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has left for Ram Janmabhoomi complex where he will take part in other ceremonies and then to Ram Lalla Bhavan for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. So today marks the official beginning of construction of Ram Temple. क्या कहेंगे आप?
आज वो ये बहुत ही भव्य दिन है कि जहाँ माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी यहाँ पर आकर के क्या नाम पत्थर का शिलान्यास कर रहे हैं। आज से 28 साल पहले यही वो गलियाँ हैं, यही वो जगह है। हम लोग क्या नाम है कि जब बाबरी मस्जिद को विध्वंस करने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पर आए थे, हम लोगों के ऊपर गोलियां चलाई गई, कई कारसेवकों की यहाँ पर हत्या हुई, लेकिन आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की गवर्नमेंट में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी और देश के प्रधानमंत्री यशस्वी।
कितना महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है गर्भगृह की स्थापना करना, कितना महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है, क्योंकि आप आंदोलन में रहे हैं। मैं आपसे समझना चाहता हूँ कि आज अब जब गर्भगृह स्थापना हो जाएगी तो ये जगह कितनी महत्वपूर्ण है?
ये जगह आज हिंदुस्तान ही नहीं पूरे विश्व में क्या नाम है कि अखंड भारत के रूप में क्या नाम है आज इसकी स्थापना हो रही है, जिसकी आधारशिला माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी रख रहे हैं। आज हम लोगों के लिए, अयोध्या वासियों के लिए, अयोध्या वासी नहीं, आज देश विदेश जहां हमारे क्या नाम है हिंदू भाई हैं जो सनातन धर्म को मारने वाली संस्कृति है, यही नहीं कई ऐसे भी संस्कृति है।
प्रतिष्ठा की कितनी महत्वपूर्ण है?
बहुत बड़ा महत्व है। आज सोचिए जब राजा दशरथ जब इस मातृभूमि में जहां हम लोग खड़े हैं, ये इसका भी किसी न किसी ने जरूर क्या नाम है कि सनातन धर्म में इसकी आधारशिला रखी होगी। आज योगी आदित्यनाथ जी यहाँ के आधारशिला रख रहे हैं। ये इतिहास में ही नहीं, इतिहास में तो नाम दर्ज होगा ही होगा, विश्व में और क्या नाम है कि ये ब्रह्मांड में इतिहास दर्ज होगा कि एक भव्य मंदिर का निर्माण माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी कर रहे हैं।
We can also see the Jai Shri Ram chants being chanted here by the devotees. The massive thronging taking place. Jai Shri Ram sloganing taking place. Today is a very important day. The people who are coming here to offer prayers, they are chanting Jai Shri Ram, and moving ahead, going there inside the Hanuman Gadi temple. Security has been increased. Massive security has been increased. Looking at today's event, continuously we are seeing the chanting of Jai Shri Ram which is taking place here. people who are waiting here have now been allowed to offer prayers. In fact, they were waiting to catch one glimpse of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, and now CM has left from here. He has gone to Ram Janmabhoomi complex to take part in foundation laying ceremony of Sanctum Sanctorum of Garbhagriha, and after that he will go to Ram Lalla Bhavan to take part in Pran Pratishtha ceremony. So multiple events have been organized, multiple rituals will take place. Now the people have been allowed to enter inside the Hanumangali temple, and after this very place, after offering prayers here, CM has now gone to Ram Janmabhoomi complex to take part in other ceremony, other rituals. We'll have to wait and watch, Nupur, how the day is going to pan out, because today marks the big importance as far as the construction of Ram temple, because from today there will be Pran Pratishtha, which means that officially our Lord Ram would be there. And remember that since till now we have seen how the fight has been fought. This entire fight has been fought by not only BJP but also many organizations, and today Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is coming here. In fact, he has also played very crucial role while taking part in the different andolans, different agitations for the construction of Ram temple. We are seeing few पंडाज who are now going there. आज कितना महत्वपूर्ण?
आज हिंदू जनमानस के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है, और श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का जो है गर्भगृह का जो है शिलान्यास होने जा रहा है, और उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी महाराज वो भूमि पूजन करेंगे मंत्रोच्चारण के द्वारा। तो हिंदू जनमानस के लिए बहुत खुशी का दिन है, और अभी वो हनुमानगढ़ी मंदिर पर आए और दर्शन पूजन किए।
आम जनता के लिए आप ये समझाइए कि ये जो गर्भगृह की स्थापना होती है वो क्या प्रक्रिया होती है, उसको किस तरह से?
गर्भगृह जो भगवान श्री राम जो हमारे आराध्य हैं, गर्भगृह में ही वो उनका स्थापित किया जाएगा, और बाकी परिसर में और
बात उस जगह की कितनी महत्वता होगी?
देखिए, गर्भगृह ऐसे जगह को कहा जाता है जहाँ पे भगवान श्री राम जो है वहीं पे जन्म हुआ था, इसके वजह से वहाँ का नाम गर्भगृह है। और भी जो परिसर के आसपास की जो जगह है वहाँ पे और भी कई मूर्तियाँ को स्थापित किया जाएगा।
अच्छा, उसके बाद गर्भगृह की पूजा के बाद मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जो है प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में जाएंगे, वो एक अलग कार्यक्रम है। प्राण प्रतिष्ठा क्या होता है और उसमें क्या क्या चीज़ें की जाती है, क्या प्रक्रिया?
प्राण प्रतिष्ठा जैसे भूमि का, जैसे किसी भी शुभ कार्य करने से पहले उसमें पूजा वेदों के द्वारा, मंत्रों के द्वारा पूजा पाठ करवाया जाता है। तो इसलिए इतना शुभ कार्य होने जा रहा है, मंदिरों का भूमि गर्भगृह का जो है मंदिर निर्माण होने जा रहा है, तो इसलिए ये दिन विशेष है। इसके लिए जो है मंत्रों और
मंत्रों का उच्चारण किया जाता है,
जो वैदिक मंत्रों के द्वारा जो है भूमि पूजन।
कितनी देर की पूजा होती है?
ये लगभग 1 से 1.5 घंटे की होगी, और 5 दिन से लगातार होता चला आ रहा है। ये आज अंतिम दिन है।
अच्छा, अब प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के बाद और गर्भगृह की स्थापना होने के बाद पूरे कॉम्प्लेक्स की जो राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का जो पूरा इलाका है, उस जगह की अगर हम सैनिटी की बात करें, उसकी महत्वता की बात करें, तो कितनी बढ़ जाती है?
देखिए, लगातार उस पे जो है जो भी जितने भी जगह पे काम चल रहा है, लगातार उस पे जो है रात दिन काम चल रहा है। और
तो काम कितना हो गया?
अब तक देखिए ज़मीन का जितना भी काम था न्यू तक आ गया है। अब ऊपर का काम, गर्भगृह का काम जो है आज से शुरू होगा, और पहला पत्थर जो है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ही रखेंगे।
ये बता रहे हैं हमको कि जितना जो कॉम्प्लेक्स है, जो राम जन्मभूमि का जो हिस्सा है जहाँ पे मंदिर बन रहा है, वो लगभग तैयार हो चुका है?
वो लगभग नीचे फाउंडेशन नीचे का तैयार हो चुका है, ऊपर होने की जो है आज तैयारी है, और पहला पत्थर मुख्यमंत्री जी रखें।
ये कब, ये इसके बाद गर्भगृह के बाद जो है मंदिर बनने में समय कितना लगेगा?
लगभग 2 साल से 2.5 साल तक लग जाएगा, और बाकी का जो विकास है वो लगातार धीरे धीरे होता रहेगा।
वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बाइट वी हैव स्पोकन टू। क्या नाम हुआ?
दीपक दास, अयोध्या हनुमानगढ़ी मंदिर से।
So we have spoken to a person who is not only devotee but also a saint here, who takes part in regular offerings, regular puja here at Hanumangarhi. After this very short break, we'll get more voices as Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is in Ayodhya to take part in foundation laying ceremony of Garbhagriha of Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Stay tuned.
Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th. Mudassir, a police officer shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता समझता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी में रहना है तो हमेशा जेल जाने के लिए और अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे हैं। इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं।
She was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students. When she was shot dead, the entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of the spot.
We can see the pictures of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who has now reached there at Ram Janmabhoomi complex. He will take part in the foundation laying ceremony of Garb Grih there at the complex, and after that he will go to Ram Lalla Sadan to take part in Pran Pratishtha ceremony. So today is a very important day. We have also spoken to multiple people. Right now we are also getting these pictures of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is now reached there at Ram Janmabhoomi complex. We are getting these pictures from news agency ANI. Only the news agency is allowed, so because of security concerns enough media is not allowed, but we are getting these pictures from inside the complex where Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has now reached. Any minute from now the ceremony would begin. There would be chanting of Vedic mantras, and after that there will be a team of priests who will also assist Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in this entire puja ceremony. Right now we are here at Hanumangadi where Chief Minister had come. Let me also try to show you pictures from this place also. After Chief Minister leaves from here, now people have been allowed to go inside and offer prayer. मैं आपसे अगर बात कर सकूं, आज कितना महत्वपूर्ण दिन है और किस ये आगे से पूजा में क्या परिवर्तन आएंगे अगर आज गर्भगृह की स्थापना हो जाती है?
हाँ, परिवर्तन तो आएगी। हनुमान जी महाराज की कृपा से आज जो करेंगे योगी जी, इसके खुशी का है, और हमेशा ऐसे ही उनके शुभ कदम हनुमान जी की कृपा से उनके होते रहें।
प्राण प्रतिष्ठा से क्या होगा?
जल्दी से जल्दी काम शुरू होगा और इससे 2024 तक जाना तक कोशिश रहेगी कि उद्घाटन राम मंदिर अपने गृह प्रवेश में आ जाएंगे प्रभु श्री राम।
So we are getting different voices. We had also spoken to a priest of Hanumangadi temple where he told us the process which was followed when Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath had come here while he had offered prayers inside the Hanumangadi temple. After offering prayers there inside the Hanumangadi temple, he has now gone to Ram Janmabhoomi complex where he is also to take part in the foundation laying ceremony of establishing Sanctum Sanctorum of the building of Garb Grih. What is the meaning of Garb Grih? Garb Grih now Sanctum Sanctorum, which means that now that is the main part, the main area from where the construction of temple will take place, which means the main point where Lord Rama would be established. मैं आपसे समझना चाहूँ गर्भ गृह का मतलब क्या?
मैं राजस्थान से हूँ, राजस्थान हनुमानगढ़ जिला गंगानगर जिला से आया हूँ। मैं भगवान का दर्शन करने के लिए आगे योगी जी मिले थे, तो मैं तो योगी जी देखकर बड़ा भारी खुश हुआ।
गर्भगृह की स्थापना हो रही है आज, कितना बड़ा दिन?
बहुत बड़ा दिन है आज बहुत सबसे बड़ा दिन है, सिद्धि योग है, बहुत अच्छा दिन है, बहुत भगवान को नमन करते हैं हम।
प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी आज ही होनी,
आज ही प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होनी थी। मेन चीज ये आज ही है,
मेन चीज है। इसके बाद क्या होता है?
उसके बाद में जैसे रामनवमी का दिन होता है उसी तरह से ये आज का दिन है, भगवान का जन्म।
The people here have come from far-flung areas. This person has come from Rajasthan. He is telling us that he also met with Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, and today marks a very important day as far as the construction of Ram Temple is concerned. After taking part in Garbhagrihi ceremony, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath could also go to Ram Lalla Sadan, where he will take part in Pran Pratishtha ceremony. So multiple events have been lined up, multiple programs are there of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. After taking part in these ceremonies, Yogi Adityanath will also hold a meeting, and then he will fly back to Lucknow. So today is a very important day, which is going to be counted when the history of construction of Ram Temple would be written, because the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is himself is here, and he has taken part in a very big ceremony. If you talk about the entire agitation, remember that not only BJP but multiple organizations were there who took part in agitation for construction of Ram Temple, and via courts they were able to successfully get permission to construct Ram Temple, and court, after listening to all the arguments, had also allowed the construction of Ram Temple. So now last year the official beginning of construction of Ram Temple had taken place, and after that remember that multiple events had taken part. We are now listening multiple chants of Jai Shri Ram from this very complex of Hanuman Gadi. Raju Das is here. Let me.
टाटा इंजीनियर्स जो कंसल्टेंट हैं, उनके ओर से प्रोजेक्ट इंचार्ज विनोद शुक्ला, मंदिर के वास्तुकार चंद्रकांत भाई सोमपुरा के बड़े पुत्र निखिल सोमपुरा, पत्थरों की नक्काशी करने वाले परेश सोमपुरा, नरेश मालविया, ये सिरोही जिले पिंडवाड़ा के हैं, और आबू रोड राजस्थान के अशोक मालविया, और इनकी ओर से नियुक्त 3 सुपरवाइजर योगेश पाठक, उनके पुत्र मयंक पाठक और चंद्रशेखर सोमपुरा, ट्रस्टी के रूप में माननीय अवनीश अवस्थी जी, सबको अपने अपने निर्धारित स्थान पर खड़ा रहने का निवेदन किया गया है। अब मैं वेद पाठी आचार्यों से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो मार्गदर्शन।
She was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students when she was shot dead. The entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of the spot. This is the spot where she was lying in a pool of blood. Hindu teacher from Jammu has been shot dead by the terrorist in the Kulgam of South Kashmir. He has come to the injuries. Terrorist has barged into this school where she was fired upon from a close range. The forces reaching to the spot, the cordon and search operation, which is the standard operating procedure that is being followed by Jain police along with the army. Terrorists involved in the killing of civilians in South Kashmir have been today neutralized by SOG Avantipora along with Indian Army in South Kashmir's Avantipora. These 2 terrorists of Jain were involved in the killing of civilian that police has identified as Shakila of Aripal and also Javed Ahmed of Lurgam. Both the civilians were killed by these terrorists as per IGP Kashmir Shivakumar. We are seeing the swift operation in South Kashmir in less than 24 hours. 4 terrorists have been neutralized yesterday in an operation carried by SOG Pulwama, and also the int was generated by Kulgam police. The operation was launched in Pulwama where 2 terrorists of Hizbul Mujahideen, the local terrorists, were neutralized. Biggest challenge for the security forces this year is going to be Amarnath Yatra, which is just a month away. With VJ Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
7 जो युवा थे उन्होंने इन परीक्षाओं में सफलता हासिल की है। हमारे साथ शिवानी जरंगाल मौजूद हैं, जम्मू की रहने वाली हैं। इनका रैंक जो है 300 आया है। बहुत ही खुशी की बात है। शिवानी, कितनी मेहनत थी और उम्मीदें कितनी थी?
मेहनत तो बहुत ज़्यादा थी और उम्मीद भी थी कि जो मेहनत कर रहे हैं तो कभी ना कभी तो रिज़ल्ट मिल जाएगा। तो कल आ गया था रिज़ल्ट, तो अच्छा लग रहा है।
जब एग्ज़ाम दिया था, जब इंटरव्यू हुआ था, तो तब लगता था कि इस बार हो जाएगा?
नहीं, ऐसा मुझे लगा तो नहीं। मुझे लगा था कि रिटर्न मेरा इतना अच्छा नहीं हुआ होगा शायद, लेकिन बाद में अभी मार्कशीट देख के देखा तो ओके, वो भी अच्छा ही हुआ था। तो वो मैंने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था।
तो आप अगली तैयारी शुरू कर रही थी?
हाँ, मैं तो उससे एक दिन पहले भी पढ़ रही थी रात को, तो कि प्रीलिम्स देना है अभी 5 जून को। फिर से तैयारी तो मैं कर रही थी दोबारा।
Last journey of Sidhu Moosewala has begun. His mortal remains has put into a tractor. A special tractor has been decorated for Sidhu Moosewala for his
सर्वज्ञो शान्तिः शान्तिरेव शान्तिः सामा शान्तिरेधि जातो यतः समीहसे ततो नो अभयं कुरु सन्नः गुरुपराजाभ्यो भयन्नः पशुभ्यः। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः सुशान्तिर्भवतु सर्वारिष्ट शान्तिर्भवतु। श्रीमन्महागणाधिपतये नमः। ॐ लक्ष्मीनारायणाभ्यां नमः। ॐ उमामहेश्वराभ्यां नमः। ॐ वाणी हिरण्यगर्भाभ्यां नमः। ॐ श्री पुरन्दराभ्यां नमः। ॐ माता पितृजनमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ इष्टदेवताभ्यो नमः। ॐ कुलदेवताभ्यो नमः। ॐ ग्रामदेवताभ्यो नमः। ॐ स्थानदेवताभ्यो नमः।
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. Arvind Kejriwal is in a fix. He's in an absolute fix. If Kejriwal accepts that his right-hand man, one of the top and most powerful ministers in his cabinet, is actually very corrupt and has not just been corrupt but has done Benami land transactions, used shell companies who use Hawala, made investments worth over 27 crores, which is over 100 times his disclosed income. Then Kejriwal essentially admits that his topmost minister has been corrupt and is into money laundering. But what's the other option? The other option is worse. If Arvind Kejriwal defends his minister Satyendar Jain, then he runs the risk of dragging his own political capital down with it. In that case, Kejriwal will be accused of defending the corrupt, blindsiding Hawala transactions and avoiding the questions of the massive assets controlled by his man, which is completely disproportionate to Satyendar Jain's known sources of income. The whole country is watching Kejriwal now, and Kejriwal knows it. The charges have hit home literally, and almost 90% of Kejriwal's political appeal has been on the fact that he started with an anti-corruption agenda. So when there are charges of Hawala entries, paper companies, Hawala entry operators, purchase of 200 picas of land using front companies, Kejriwal's decision to go all out, to brazen it out by saying the charges are political, could land Kejriwal himself in trouble, especially ladies and gentlemen, when a High Court order, which I have a copy of with me, when the Delhi High Court has through a 2019 order held that over 17 crores was indeed laundered. Especially when there is a serious moral culpability angle as well. Satyendar Jain was the urban development minister, and it cannot be completely accidental that the large real estate that he gathered through
सस्यश्यामलेति विख्याते अस्मिन् भारते अरण्यनाश स्थानपूर्वकम् अरण्यकस्य परिमाणस्य अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं समग्र भारते सुवर्षणद्वारा अंतर्जल परिमाणस्य अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं समग्रस्य कृषिक्षेत्रस्य अभिवृद्ध्यादि धान्यादीनाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं सर्वेषां जीवजन्तूनाम् अगत्य जीव जल प्राप्त्यर्थं नवदेहल्यां वर्तमानस्य केंद्र सर्वकारस्य इतोपि कार्यक्षमता वृद्ध्यर्थं सर्वेषु राज्य सर्वकारेषु अधिकारिणां लोकहित राष्ट्रकारिकात्वम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं शत्रुदेशानां पीडयाः अपनोदमनार्थम् आन्तरिकानां बाह्यानां च भयोत्पादकानां निवारणार्थं शत्रुदेशेन आक्रमित भूप्रदेशे वर्तमानस्य शारदा मन्दिरस्य दर्शनार्थं व्यवस्था सिद्ध्यर्थं श्रीरामचंद्र प्रीत्यर्थं श्रीराम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण कर्मणि तदंगत्वेन शिलास्थापन कर्म अहं करिष्ये। ओम चन्द्रागतो दूरमुदैति दैवं तदु सुप्तस्य तथैवैति दूरङ्गमञ्ज्योतिघां ज्योतिरेकन्तन्मे मनः शिव सङ्कल्पमस्तु सङ्कल्पसिद्धिरस्तु। हस्ते गंध अक्षत पुष्पाणि गृहीत्वा गौरी गणपतिं ध्यायेत्। हाथ में गंध अक्षत पुष्प लेकर गौरी गणेश और नवग्रह वास्तु देवता का ध्यान करना है। ओम गणानान्त्वा गणपतिगो हवामहे प्रियाणान्त्वा प्रियपतिगो हवामहे निधीनान्त्वा निधिपतिगो हवामहे वसो मम आहमजानि गर्भधमात्वमजासि गर्भधम् अम्बे अम्बिकेऽम्बालिके नमानयति कश्चन शासस्य शवगः सुभद्रिकां कृष्णेन रजसा वर्तमानो निवेशयन्नमृतं मर्त्यं च हिरण्येन सविता रथेन देवो जाति भुवनानि पश्यन्। नमो वात्याय च रेक्ष्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुवाय च नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमस्ताम्राय च पूर्व स्वगणेशाम्बिकाभ्यां नमः नवग्रह देवताभ्यो नमः वास्तोष्पदये नमः। ध्यायामि सकलोपचारार्थे गंधाक्षत पुष्पाणि समर्पयामि। हस्ते पुनः अक्षत पुष्पाणि गृहीत्वा फिर हाथ में अक्षत पुष्प लेकर शिला का ध्यान करना है। उससे पूर्व शिला को जल से प्रोक्षण कर दीजिएगा। ओम आपोष्ठामयो भुवस्तान ऊर्जे दधातन महेरणाय दक्षते जो वह शिवतमो रसस्य भाजयते हनः उषतिरिव मातरः तस्मा अरङ्गमामवोजस्यक्षयाय जिन्वथ आपो जनयथा जनः। हरि ओम स्थिरो भाव वेदवंग आशुर्भाव वाजिर्वन्ना प्रेतुर्भाव सुखाद सुवामगणे पूरी पूर्व स्ववास्तोस्पते नमः। ध्यायामि सकलोपचारार्थे गंधाक्षत पुष्पाणि समर्पयामि। ओम पादयोः पाद्यं 4 बार जल छोड़ देना है। पादयोः पाद्यं हस्तयोः अर्घ्यं मुखे आत्मनीयं सर्वांगे स्नानीयं जलं समर्पयामि। धूपम दीपम नैवेद्यम वहाँ धूप रखा है प्रज्वलित करना है और दीपक में कपूर में जलाना है। ओम वास्तोस्पदे प्रजानी अस्मान् स्वावेशो अनमेवो भवानः यत्वे महे प्रतन्नो जुगत्सन्नो भवति वदे संचतुष्पदे धूपम् ओम धूरति धूर्पदूर्पन्तं धूर्पदञ्जानीयान्धूर्पवेशो धूर्पदवानः यत्वे महे प्रतन्नो जुगत्सन्नो भवति वदे संचतुष्पदे रूपम् ओम धूरति धूर्पदूर्पन्तं धूर्पदञ्जास्मान् धूर्पदिदं धूर्पदं वयं धूर्पामः देवानामग्निदामग्धो सपरिदामं पपरिदामं दुष्टादामं देवाहूतमं ओम अस्यकुतुवा प्रश्नाः सगणाधूपयामि देवाय जने पृथिव्याः मोक्षायतवा माकसयतवा शीर्षणे अस्वस्यतवा प्रश्नाः सगणाधूपयामि देवाय जने पृथिव्याः मोक्षायतवा माकसयतवा शीर्षणे अस्वस्यतवा प्रश्नाः शकनाधूपयामि देवाय जने पृथिव्याः माखायतवा माखसयतवा शीर्षणे माखायतवा माखसयतवा शीर्षणे माखायतवा माखसयतवा शीर्षणे माखायतवा माखसयतवा शीर्षणे रूपं दर्शयामि प्रत्यक्षदेवं संदर्शयामि हस्तौ प्रक्षाल्य हाथ धुल लीजिए नैवेद्य पात्र मुरतो निधाय जलेन तं प्रोक्ष्य तेन मुद्रया मध्ये कृत्य मत्स्य मुद्रया छाद्य ग्रासमुद्रया सुमुखे कृत्य ओम अन्नपानेन स्यानो देह्यानामे वस्या सुखमेनाः प्रप्रदातारन्तारिख ऊर्जन्नो देहितविपादे चादुःखपादे प्राणाय स्वापानाय स्वाव्यानाय स्वादानाय स्वासमानाय स्वापानीयं पूर्वापोषणं हस्तप्रक्षालनं मुखप्रक्षालनं आत्मनीयं पूर्ण समर्पयामि हस्ते पुष्पाणि गृहीत्वा मन्त्रपुष्पाञ्जलिः ॐ विष्णुवादश्चक्षुरोतभ्युषवातो मोघाभ्युषवातो बाहोरोतभ्युषवादसपातो सम्बाहुभ्यां धामाते सम्पाततरैर्द्या भूमे जनायन् देव एकाः स्वामिनाभ्यां नमः चरणकमलेषु मन्त्रपुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि
अब विश्वकर्मा जी जो प्रतिनिधि हैं उनके पूजन के साथ साथ सीमेंट का घोल उसमें डाला जाएगा अतः उससे पूर्व विश्वकर्मा जी का पूजन होगा।
सभी स्थानों पर चांदी के पात्र रखे गए हैं। एक छोटी सी चांदी की प्लेट है, चांदी की एक छोटी सी कन्नी है। इस चांदी की कन्नी से ही सीमेंट का घोल डाला जाएगा। हमारे वास्तुकार का माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने तिलक लगाकर स्वागत किया है। मैं वस्त्र भेंट करने के लिए माननीय योगी जी से निवेदन करूंगा, विश्वकर्मा के प्रतिनिधि लार्सन टुब्रो, सभी वास्तुकार, पत्थरों की नक्काशी करने वाले हमारे कारीगर टाटा के शुक्ला जी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। सबको वस्त्र भेंट होगा। एक व्यक्ति को एक वस्त्र है महाराज जी। सभी लोग हैं, कृपया कन्नी से डालवा दिया क्या?
तद्विष्णो परमं पादो सदा पश्यन्ति सूरयः देवेव चक्षुरा तदम्मा रामाय भद्राय रामचन्द्राय वेदसे रघुनाथाय नाथाय सीताय पतये नमः तस्मै द्विषः समानमन्तपूर्वे राम
श्री रामचंद्र जी का यहाँ पर पूजन हरि ओम ध्यानम
रामचंद्राय नमः कमलेशो मंत्रपुष्पांजलि समर्पयामि। रामचंद्र भगवान जय।
आइए विनोद जी आ जाए।
रेखा पुरुषा सहस्राक्ष सहस्रपाता सभूमि सर्वात सपृतवाति तिष्ठद्दशाङ्गुलं पुरुष एवेदग् सर्वं जद् तञ्जच्च भाव्यम्।
विनोद शुक्ला जी आगे जाइए। विनोद शुक्ला जी अपने टीसी के
महिमा तो
निखिल सोमपुरा जी अपने इस मंदिर के आर्किटेक्ट हैं सोमपुरा के
देवे चक्षुरा ततम्मा।
उसके बाद परेश सोमपुरा
धानी दधे पदम्मा समूढ़मसिया
मालवीय
विष्णोः कर्माणि पश्यत जतो व्रतानि पशुपसे
श्रीमान अशोक मालवीय इस पत्थर के तराशी करके यहाँ रखने वाले हैं, मंदिर निर्माता है।
विजयते रामम
ग्रेनाइट के पहले जो सप्लाई किया कर रहे हैं वो श्रीनाथ जी हनुमान ग्रेनाइट के आगे जाएंगे।
तस्मै नमः।
हनुमान ग्रेनाइट के
नास्ति परायणं परतरं रामस्य दासो।
उसके बाद धनराज ग्रेनाइट के श्रीमान मुनिराज जी
सदा भवतु मे भूराममुत्तरा। श्री रामचंद्र चरणो मनसा स्मरामि श्री रामचंद्र चरणो वचसा गृह्णामि श्री रामचंद्र चरणो शिरसा नमामि श्री रामचंद्र चरणो शरणं प्रपद्ये।
श्रीमान योगेश पाठक योगेश पाठक जी, उसके बाद उनके सुपुत्र मयंक पाठक। मयंक कुल 11 लोगों को आज विश्वकर्मा पूजना ये जो निर्माण कर रहे हैं उनका सम्मान अभी किया गया है।
ओम रामाय रामभद्राय रामचंद्राय वेधसे रघुनाथाय नाथाय सीताय पतये नमः। श्री राम राम रघुनंदन राम राम श्री राम राम भरताग्रज राम राम श्रीराम राम रणकर्कश राम राम श्रीराम राम शरणं भव राम राम अर्जनं भववेजानाम् अर्जनं सुखसम्पदां तर्जनं यमदूतानां राम रामेति गर्जनम् अनेन कृतेन पूजनेन
श्रीरामचंद्र प्रियता नमः तत्सद्ब्रह्मार्पणमस्तु। ओम यस्य स्मृत्यादनामोक्त्यातपो यज्ञक्रियादिषु न्यूनं संपूर्णतां याति सद्यो वन्दे तमस्। 3 बार कहिए ओम श्री विष्णवे नमः, ओम श्री विष्णवे नमः, ओम श्री विष्णवे नमः। जय जय सीताराम। नमः पार्वती पतये हर हर महादेव शंभो।
कर सकते हैं जी, बहुत तेज आराम से बैठो बेटा। मंडल में आई थी सर, आप सच से कार्यक्रम जी आप ही
That, of course, is the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, at the Ram Janmabhoomi complex in Ayodhya. What you see on your screens is an important event that marks the under-construction Ram temple.
पदये नमः। आपदामपहरतारं दातारं सर्वसंपदां लोकाभिरामं श्रीरामं भूयो भूयो नमाम्यहम्।
अन्य सभी बंधु
ओम मनो ज्योतिर्जुगातामादस्यावृहस्पतिर्जयामि मान्तानो तुवारे यदि गोतामि मान्दादातु विश्वे देवा स इहमादयन्तामोम प्रतिष्ठा।
सभी बंधु अब नीचे जाना शुरू करें, अपना आसन ग्रहण करें। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी संतों के बीच में जाएंगे, एक स्मारिका का विमोचन होगा। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अपने विचार आज के अवसर पर प्रस्तुत करेंगे और उनको यहाँ से प्रस्थान करना है। और उनके प्रस्थान के बाद सभी संत महात्मा ऊपर आकर इस गर्भगृह और शिला पूजन का दर्शन कर सकते हैं। कृपया धीरे धीरे नीचे चलिए। स्मारिका विमोचन की तैयारी करें। अशोक तिवारी जी, स्मारिका विमोचन की तैयारी करें।
Well, yes, we are seeing these pictures coming in from inside the Ram Janmabhoomi complex, where Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, is present inside, along with a team of priests who regularly offer prayer there at the Ram Janmabhoomi complex. I remember that we just saw the pictures of chanting of Vedic mantras. Any minute from now, Chief Minister is also going to speak. We'll cut.
श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण कार्य का शुभारंभ लगभग 2 वर्ष पहले प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के कर कमलों से शुभारंभ हुआ और सफलतापूर्वक ये कार्यक्रम आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के गर्भगृह में भी अब शिलाओं को व्यवस्थित रूप से रखने की जो शास्त्रीय परंपरा थी उसका आज यहाँ पर सफलतापूर्वक निर्वहन का कार्यक्रम पूज्य संतों और मंदिर निर्माण से जुड़े हुए न्यास के पदाधिकारियों की उपस्थिति में आज यह कार्य भी प्रारंभ हो चुका है। अब मंदिर निर्माण का कार्य द्रुत गति से आगे बढ़ेगा और सैकड़ों वर्षों की जो भारत की आस्था जिस पवित्र कार्य के लिए तरस रही थी, वह दिन बहुत दूर नहीं जब मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान श्री राम का भव्य मंदिर अयोध्या धाम में बनकर के देश और दुनिया के सभी सनातन हिंदू धर्मावलंबियों की आस्था का प्रतीक तो बनेगा ही। श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर भारत का राष्ट्र मंदिर होगा। भारत की आस्था को सम्मान देने के साथ साथ भारत के एकात्मता का भी एक प्रतीक होगा। और आज इस कार्य में गर्भगृह में शिला पूजन के कार्यक्रम का सौभाग्य हम लोगों को प्राप्त हुआ है। मैं इसके लिए श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर न्यास से जुड़े हुए सभी ट्रस्टियों को, सभी पदाधिकारियों को हृदय से इसके लिए धन्यवाद देता हूं। निर्माण कार्य से जुड़ी हुई जो कार्यदायी संस्थाएं हैं, विगत पौने 2 वर्ष के अंदर बहुत तेजी के साथ उन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाया है और हम विश्वास के साथ कह सकते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में, उनके करकमलों से जिस कार्य का शुभारंभ हुआ है, अपना समयबद्ध ढंग से कार्यक्रम आगे बढ़ेगा और अयोध्या में 500 वर्षों की जो हिंदू जनमानस की एक तड़पन थी, अब वह बहुत शीघ्र मूर्त रूप लेता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है।
क्या लग रहा है गुरु जी की भी इच्छा पूरी हो रही है अवैधनाथ जी?
देखिए, सभी पूज्य संतों का और खास तौर पर गोरक्षपीठ की 3 पीढ़ियां इस पूरे कार्यक्रम के लिए समर्पित भाव के साथ कार्य कर रही थी। सरदेव अशोक सिंगल जी, परमहंस रामचंद्र दास जी महाराज और अन्य उन सभी पूज्य संतों की आत्मा को सचमुच अत्यंत आनंद की अनुभूति हो रही होगी जब ये भव्य कार्य श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर न्यास के नेतृत्व में, निर्देशन में यह भव्य रूप साकार लेता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। तो उन सभी पुण्य आत्माओं को भी अत्यंत आनंद की अनुभूति हो रही होगी, शांति की अनुभूति हो रही होगी, जिन्होंने 500 वर्षों तक अनवरत इस संघर्ष को कहीं भी मंद नहीं पड़ने दिया और निरंतर इसके लिए कार्य करते रहे। और अंतिम निर्णायक जो अभियान प्रारंभ हुआ था सरदेव अशोक सिंगल जी के नेतृत्व में, उनके सानिध्य में, पूज्य संतों के नेतृत्व में आज वह साकार रूप लेता हुआ यहाँ दिखाई दे रहा है। हम सब आभारी हैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के, जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ किया था और आज गर्भगृह में भी शिला पूजन का कार्यक्रम रखते ही अब मंदिर निर्माण के कार्य को बहुत तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ाने में मदद मिलेगी।
जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम।
Well, we just saw the pictures of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is now coming out after offering prayers there inside the Ram Janambhoomi complex. He has spoken about the entire agitation also, in which he also took part. He has also said that from today onwards, the construction of Ram Temple, the process of construction of Ram Temple is also going to catch pace, because today the Garbhagriha has been established, which means that the construction of Ram Temple from now onwards, which is now going to catch pace. In fact, he has also mentioned about the fact as to how it is going to give us good relief, a sort of big relief to all.
माननीय अशोक तिवारी जी, स्मारिका लेकर आगे आइए। ये स्मारिका राम जन्मभूमि पर द्वारा जो गर्भगृह पर पूजन किया गया था, और उसके बाद एक दो स्थानों के पूजन, इसमें योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का भाषण 5 अगस्त, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का भाषण 5 अगस्त और पूज्य स्वामी नृत्य गोपाल दास जी का मार्गदर्शन 5 अगस्त, ये भाषण इसमें है। और ये चित्रावली है, चित्रों के साथ रामचरितमानस की चौपाइयों का समायोजन करने की चेष्टा की गई है। ये संग्रह करने योग्य स्मारिका है, सभी को वितरित होगी, प्राप्त होगी। मेरे विचार से पीछे बांटना शुरू कर सकते हैं जिनको बांटने के लिए दिया गया है। पीछे बांटिए, हाथ में आगे नहीं। पीछे जाइए, पीछे बांटिए सबको, पीछे बांटना शुरू करिए जिनके पास हैं। मैं माननीय योगी जी को मार्गदर्शन के लिए निवेदन करता हूं, कृपया आसन ग्रहण करें सब लोग। खड़े मत होइए, ये दृश्य अच्छा नहीं लगता, कुर्सियां हैं।
श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण के पावन गर्भगृह में शिला पूजन के आज के इस पवित्र कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सभी पूज्य संत चरण, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण न्यास से के अध्यक्ष पूज्य महंत नृत्य गोपाल दास जी महाराज, न्यास के सभी न्यासीगण, पूज्य स्वामी गोविंद गिरी जी महाराज, पूज्य स्वामी युग पुरुष परमानंद सरस्वती जी महाराज, पूज्य स्वामी विश्वेश प्रपन्न तीर्थी जी महाराज, मंदिर निर्माण की विशेषज्ञ समिति के अध्यक्ष श्री निपेंद्र मिश्र जी, न्यास के महासचिव सम्मान्य श्री चंपत राय जी, सम्मान्य दिनेश जी, उत्तर प्रदेश शासन में उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी, सभी सम्मानित जनप्रतिनिधिगण, आज से लगभग 2 वर्ष पूर्व आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कर कमलों से अयोध्या धाम में मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान श्री राम के भव्य मंदिर निर्माण कार्य का शुभारंभ हुआ था। मंदिर निर्माण कार्य विगत 2.25 वर्षों के दौरान जिस द्रुत गति से आगे बढ़ा है, आज उसमें एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी और जुड़ चुकी है। श्री राम जन्मभूमि में मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान श्री राम के मंदिर के गर्भगृह की शिला पूजन का कार्यक्रम अभी पूज्य संतों की उपस्थिति में सभी न्यासियों, अन्य पदाधिकारियों की उपस्थिति में संपन्न हुआ है। 500 वर्षों की जो एक संघर्षपूर्ण साधना थी, और संघर्षपूर्ण साधना सिद्धि की ओर बदलती भी एक साकार और मूर्त रूप लेती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। हर हिंदुस्तानी के लिए इससे बढ़कर के गौरव की अनुभूति का क्षण और क्या हो सकता है कि जिन आक्रांताओं ने हमारी आस्था पर प्रहार करते हुए भारत के सपनों को चकनाचूर करने के कुत्सित मंशा के साथ अपने नापाक इरादों के माध्यम से भारत की आस्था पर प्रहार किया था, अंततः भारत की विजय हुई। सत्यमेव जयते के इस नारे ने एक बार फिर से धर्मो रक्षति रक्षितः के इस भाव ने एक बार फिर से यतो धर्मस्ततो जय किस घोष ने एक बार फिर से अपनी सार्थकता को सिद्ध किया है। मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान श्री राम के भव्य मंदिर निर्माण, पूज्य संतों का संघर्ष, सरदेव अशोक सिंघल जी जैसे महापुरुषों, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ और विचार परिवार से जुड़े हुए उन लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं का जो पुरुषार्थ था, वह आज साकार रूप लेता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। और सचमुच आज का दिवस हम सबको अभिभूत करता है, एक नई प्रेरणा देता है कि हम सदैव धर्म, सत्य और न्याय के पथ का अनुसरण करते हुए जब आगे बढ़ेंगे तो हमें विजयी होने से कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। और आज का ये दिन इस बात का उद्घोष करते हुए हमें एक नई प्रेरणा प्रदान कर रहा है। श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण न्यास से जुड़े हुए मैं अपने सभी पदाधिकारियों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, जिन्होंने मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान श्री राम की उस मर्यादा के अनुरूप विगत 2 वर्ष के अंदर बड़े धैर्य के साथ श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण के इस कार्य को जिस तन्मयता के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य किया है, आज यह भव्य रूप भी अब आने वाले श्रद्धालुओं को देखने को प्राप्त होने लग गया है। जो भी श्रद्धालु अयोध्या धाम में आ रहा है वो अभिभूत होता है। अपनी आंखों के सामने मंदिर निर्माण के कार्य का यह भव्य रूप देख करके अपने आप को धन्य धन्य महसूस करता है। और जिस दिन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अयोध्या में मंदिर निर्माण कार्य का शुभारंभ किया था, मैंने तब भी इस बात को कहा था कि हमारी पीढ़ी सबसे सौभाग्यशाली है कि 500 वर्षों के इस लंबे संघर्ष में हम लोगों की पीढ़ी सबसे सौभाग्यशाली है कि हम लोग अपनी आंखों के सामने इन सब कार्यक्रमों के साक्षी बन रहे हैं। और सचमुच प्रभु राम की और हनुमान जी महाराज की हम पर विशेष कृपा है कि हम सबको ये सभी अपनी स्थूल दृश्य देखने को प्राप्त हो रहा है। उन सभी पूज्य संतों के प्रति श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण के लिए चले लंबे संघर्ष के लिए जिन महापुरुषों ने अपने आप को बलिदान किया था, उन सबको मैं इस अवसर पर नमन करता हूं। और मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि अयोध्या में बहुत शीघ्र मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान श्री राम के भव्य मंदिर का जो रूप होगा, ये नए भारत का एक राष्ट्र मंदिर तो होगा ही, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के इस अभियान को पूरे देश को एकात्मता के सूत्र में बांधने का एक बहुत बड़ा संबल भी होगा। मैं आज के इस अवसर पर इस पूरे कार्यक्रम के प्रति हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। न्यास के सभी पदाधिकारियों को हृदय से उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। पूज्य संतों के सानिध्य में सभी कार्यक्रम हो रहा है, उन सब का भी मैं हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं और विश्वास व्यक्त करूंगा कि पूज्य संतों ने संघर्ष भी किया, लेकिन जब मंदिर निर्माण के कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाने की बात आई तो मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान श्री राम की मर्यादा के अनुरूप धैर्य से इस पूरे कार्यक्रम के साथ जुड़ करके अपने आप को इस पूरे अभियान के साथ जोड़ करके पूरे समर्पण भाव के साथ इस कार्यक्रम के साथ जुड़े रहे। मैं एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर आयोजक, मंदिर निर्माण के न्यास से के महासचिव सम्मान्य श्री चंपत राय जी का, मंदिर निर्माण के अध्यक्ष श्री नृपेंद्र मिश्र जी का, सभी पूज्य संतों का, ट्रस्टियों का हृदय से एक बार फिर से अभिनंदन करते हुए विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि अयोध्या को हमें दुनिया की सुंदरतम नगरी के रूप में स्थापित करना है और उस संकल्प के साथ हम सबको मिलकर के कार्य करना होगा, क्योंकि मंदिर निर्माण कार्य के पहले हमारा कार्य संघर्ष का था, आंदोलन का था, लेकिन अब आंदोलन के बाद हमें निर्माण के इस कार्य के साथ इसी प्राणपण से जुटना होगा। भगवान राम का भव्य मंदिर के निर्माण के साथ साथ अयोध्या भी भव्य और दिव्य हो, यही प्रधानमंत्री जी की मंशा है और इसी संकल्प के साथ जोड़ने के लिए मैं आपके बीच में आया हूं। मैं एक बार फिर से आप सबका हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। मंदिर निर्माण के इस कार्य को समयबद्ध ढंग से न्यास आगे बढ़ाएगा, इस विश्वास के साथ इस पूरे अभियान के प्रति अपनी शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय जय श्री राम।
On hold.
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath there addressing the people after he laid the foundation stone of the Ayodhya temple. It is the Ram Mandir. It is indeed a big day, historic day for Ayodhya. Yogi Adityanath there laying the foundation stone of the Ram Mandir, saying that saying that Ram Mandir will be a national temple. We will go across to Piyush as well, who is in Ayodhya tracking all the updates on that. But the visuals there on the screens right now of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, just a short while back, Yogi Adityanath there laid the foundation stone of the Ram Mandir. A very short break. On the other side, we'll continue to get you live coverage from Ayodhya.
Last journey of Sidhu Moosewala has begun. His mortal remains has put into a tractor. A special tractor has been decorated for Sidhu Moosewala for his last journey. Massive number of people are here and they are continuously raising the slogans of Sidhu Bhai Zindabad.
कश्मीर पंडित बलि का बकरा नहीं बनेगा, नहीं बनेगा। एक बार एजुकेशन को ये बोल देते हैं कि 24 घंटे के अंदर अगर हमारी मांगें पूरी नहीं की गई और कोई कंप्लीटेशन नहीं दिया गया, कल की डेट में 24 घंटे के बाद हम लोग मास माइग्रेशन यहाँ से दोबारा करेंगे।
Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th. Mudassir, a police officer, shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता समझता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी में रहना है तो हमेशा जेल जाने के लिए और अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे हैं। इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं।
See, the anguished relatives near and dears of Rajni Bala, they have gathered here at the Jammu Pathankot National Highway. The administration is trying to pacify them. They have blocked one way from the Pathankot to Jammu as the vehicles have stranded here in large numbers. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that how the traffic on Jammu Pathankot National Highway has been stopped by the protesters. The protesters are raising slogans against the J&K administration. लगातार आप लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, क्या मांग करते हैं?
सर, मांग हमारी ये, कल हमारी सिस्टर की जो कुलगाम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कल मिलिटेंट द्वारा हत्या की जाती है, तो आज उन्हीं के विरोध हम कर रहे हैं कि कितने राहुल भट्ट मरेंगे, कितनी रजनी बाला मरेंगी। हमारी सरकारें कहती है कि हम इंसाफ लेंगे, हम बदला लेंगे उन मिलिटेंटों को मार के। क्या मिलिटेंटों को मार के रजनी बाला वापस आएगी? कभी भी रजनी वाला वापस नहीं आएगी, कभी भी राहुल भट्ट वापस नहीं आएगा, कभी भी कोई भी बंदा मौत का बदला मौत से नहीं ले सकता। हमारी गवर्नमेंट से यही डिमांड है। जो हमारे एम्प्लॉयज कश्मीर एसोसिएशन कश्मीर से आए हैं, डोगरा एम्प्लॉयज हमारे जो कश्मीर में है, चाहे वो ऐसी कम्युनिटी से है, चाहे वो
Those are the live visuals that we are getting to you from Samba. You can see the anguish there of the relatives of Rajni Bala, who are protesting, demanding action by the administration. And in fact, those are the visuals also that are coming in of Rajni Bala's mortal remains. You can see the outrage on your screens as well.
इनके खौफ देखो, इनका चेहरे देखो सर। सर अभी कोई देखो इनके चेहरे। जम्मू का कश्मीर में नहीं जाएगा बढ़ाने। अब कोई जाने वाला क्यों सर क्यों जाए हम? अब हम क्या नहीं होने देंगे। प्लीज सर, उनको वापस लाओ। सभी टीचरों को वापस लाओ सर, प्लीज। प्लीज सर, आप सब कुछ कर सकते हो, सब कुछ कर सकते हो सर। बड़ी पोस्टें खाली पड़ी है जहाँ पे, उनको ले आओ। हम नहीं मरेंगे। कब तक मारोगे? कब तक मरेंगे सर? कब तक? 15 साल से हम 15 साल से हम बाहर बड़ा इंसाफ होगा हमारे द्वारा, अगर हमको वापस जाओगे। क्या बिगड़ा था इसने मरा? क्या बिगड़ा था उनका किसी काफिरों का? उनके बच्चों को पढ़ा रहे थे सर। उसके बाद फिर पे वो है, उनके पास रहने के लिए क्वार्टर है, इनके पास तो भी नहीं है सर। कहाँ रहे हैं? इनकी रैकिंग होती है, कब जा रहे हैं, कब आ रहे हैं? एक एक बंदे का नाम पता है उनको, एक एक बंदे का नाम पता है।
हम वहीं से आ रहे हैं जी, हम रात को पहुँच रहे हैं जी। हम कौन आप सारे ही सर, नाम मैं अपना नहीं बताना चाहूँगा इस वक्त, क्योंकि हमें कल फिर वापस भेजा जाएगा, मजबूरन हमें जाना पड़ेगा। नाम तो मैं आपको डिस्क्लोज नहीं कर सकता अपना जी।
तो क्या हुआ है? आप टीचर हैं?
जी मैं टीचर हूँ वहाँ पे। तो 15 साल से 2007 में हम अपॉइंट हुए थे, इंटर डिस्ट्रिक्ट रिक्रूटमेंट में हम वहाँ पे चले गए थे। तो 15 साल से हम वहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन 15 साल से हम इसी खौफ में जी रहे हैं सर वहाँ पे कश्मीर में। और इस वक्त जो टारगेट किलिंग्स हो रही हैं, तो हम सॉफ्ट टारगेट है वहाँ पे, इसलिए हम वहाँ नहीं जाना चाहते। हम चाहते हैं राज्य एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जो है हमारी मदद करे और हमें कश्मीर से वापस हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में लाए। हम वहाँ पे अब काम नहीं करना चाहते हैं सर, क्योंकि हमारी ज़िंदगी को खतरा है वहाँ पे।
कितने लोग आए हो?
सभी लोग आए हैं सर, तकरीबन हम कल जो 100 बंदे तो मेरे कांटेक्ट में थे।
They're fearing for his life, saying that he wouldn't want to continue work, of course, due to fear with regard to the targeted killings that are taking place. Gursimran is present at the very location where the protesters are demanding justice. Gursimran, over to you. What are you seeing around you?
See, now the police and the administration is trying to pacify the protesters. They have been asked to vacate this area as the mortal remains of the Rajni Bala have to leave. Now the traffic is also being resumed as the senior officials have once again come here. Madam, लगातार आप लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, क्या मांग करते हैं?
सर एक्चुअली हम पिछले 15 साल से वहाँ ड्यूटी दे रहे हैं। एक्चुअली मैं भी कश्मीर डिवीज़न में हूँ और मैं कुपवाड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, कश्मीर डिवीज़न में कुपवाड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एज ए टीचर वहाँ पर काम कर रही हूँ और मेरे हस्बैंड भी वहाँ पर एज ए टीचर काम कर रहे हैं। तो अगर पिछले 15 साल से देखा जाए तो हमें कभी भी ऐसा वहाँ पर कोई फीलिंग्स नहीं आई, कभी लोकल ने ऐसा हमें वहाँ कुछ ऐसा जतलाया नहीं, मतलब कि बहुत अच्छी डीलिंग थी। लोग
डर लग रहा है मैडम?
लेकिन सर जो इस तरह के ये हो रहे हैं, आप खुद बताओ कि डर तो लग रहा है सर। हमारे साथ बच्चे हैं सर, वहाँ पर हमने बच्चे स्कूल में डाले।
क्या मांग करते हैं?
तो सर हमारी यही डिमांड है कि सबसे बड़े आतंकवादी सर ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, हमारी सबसे बड़े जो आतंकवादी है, इन्होंने उसकी जान ली है। तो हम यही कहते हैं कि हमें जैसे तैसे होता है
किसी को जमीन के पताल से भी निकाल कर इन पाकिस्तानियों को मौत के घाट उतारेंगे। मैं आपसे वादा करता हूँ, किसी को नहीं बख्शेंगे, कोई नहीं बचेगा। जो पाकिस्तानी जिनने ये लहूलुहान किया है कश्मीर को, उनको नहीं छोड़ेंगे। सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता, सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। अकोमोडेशन कोई नहीं है उनको एरिया में लगाया सारे विषय हल करेंगे।
ऐसी ऐसी जगह पे लगाया 20 किलोमीटर।
एक सोल्यूशन है, एक सोल्यूशन यह है कि आप एलजी साहब को बोल सकते हैं इनके अटैचमेंट का ऑर्डर करें जब तक बहुत सारा इतना हो।
आज रजनी देवी की डेथ हुई है, कल राहुल भट्ट की हुई थी, परसों प्रिंसिपल की हुई थी। हम वहाँ पे अभी अपने टीचर मरने के लिए नहीं भेजे गए। ये हमारी पूरी तरह से हमने कह दिया है कि हम आप एक भी टीचर वहाँ पे अभी नहीं भेजे गए। रातों रात हमारे टीचर भागे हुए हैं, रातों रात हमारी लेडीज टीचर वहाँ पे भाग गई है। फार फ्लंग एरिया में लगाया हुआ उनको।
कितने लोग होंगे एम्प्लॉय
वहाँ पे 4000 के करीब हमारे टीचर, जो डोगरा टीचर जो हमारे 4000 के विभिन्न ये 2007 से है वहाँ पे। कोई ट्रांसफर पॉलिसी नहीं इनकी बनाई। मैरिज ग्राउंड पॉलिसी थी लेकिन इन्होंने तब भी वापस नहीं लाया उनको, तब भी वापस नहीं लाया। मैरिज ग्राउंड के बेस पे नहीं लाया। क्या
कितने टीचर वापस लौटे?
सारे टीचर वापस आ गए, सभी पहुंच गए। हमारे दिल्ली के टीचर है, सभी आ गए। ये चेहरा डरे हुए लोग हैं, रातों रात पहुंचे हैं।
कितना खतरा, कितना आप रहते हैं वहाँ पे टीचर?
हाँ, मैं
See on those visuals also the sound bites also that are coming in of the protesters demanding action, and we had Ravinder Rana of the BJP also trying to pacify the angry protesters. Ravinder Rana there saying that the killing will be avenged. Gursimran continues to be with us reporting live from Samba. Gursimran, we just heard Ravinder Rana as well. He was speaking, Ravinder Rana who was speaking to the protesters, trying to pacify them, pledging action. What more details can you share with us?
No doubt that the BJP J&K chief is trying to pacify them, but the people, they are still asking the questions that what has been done to the last assurances that have been given by the administration as well as the BJP party, because the people are continuing to be killed in Kashmir Valley. See, the protesters are on the road. They have now started a sit-in protest against the administration, and what they are saying that the LG administration has totally failed to curtail the situation. And see, this is the Deputy Commissioner of the Samba district who is trying to pacify the situation. But the protesters, what they are saying that they won't bow down and they will continue to protest till the assurances are given that they are transferred out of the Kashmir Valley. They are also demanding that the Chief Education Officer be terminated, who refused to transfer them despite several requests from the family that they be transferred to a safe location. So they are anguished with the killing of a Hindu teacher in Kashmir Valley, and they are saying that they are being made sitting ducks in Kashmir, and they are from the various categories, SC, ST, OBC categories employees that are working in the Kashmir Valley from the Jammu region. Many of the employees have come from Kashmir Valley. We'll try to speak to them. मुझे ये बताइए आप लोग क्या मांग करते हैं?
सर हम यही चाहते हैं कि अभी वहाँ पे हालात बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब हो गए हैं पिछले कुछ महीनों से। हम फिलहाल यही चाहते हैं कि हमें जो है जम्मू डिवीज़न में रीलोकेट किया जाए, क्योंकि अभी वहाँ पर हालात ऐसे नहीं हैं कि हम वहाँ पर सर्वाइव कर पाएँ या अपनी जॉब कर पाएँ, क्योंकि हमारी भी फैमिलीज़ हैं। डर लगा रहता है कि मतलब दिन में कम से कम 50 या 100 बार फ़ोन आता है कि कैसे हालात है, कैसे है। मतलब डर का इतना ज़्यादा माहौल हो गया कि वहाँ पर सर्विस करना भी।
There is a sense of fear among those Kashmiri employees of Kashmir division, those from the Jammu region working in Kashmir Valley for almost 10 to 15 years. What they are saying that they be relocated to Jammu region till the time the situation is improved, and there is a visible fear among them. There is a visible fear that these terror acts have instilled among them. They fear for their life, they fear for their family, and that despite several assurances by the district administration, the protesters are refusing to bow down. The district administration is trying to tell them that all will be well. We'll be right back soon after a short break.
Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th. Mudassir, a police officer, shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता समझता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी में रहना है तो हमेशा जेल जाने के लिए और अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे हैं। इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं।
She was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students when she was shot dead. The entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of the spot. This is the spot where she was lying in a pool of blood. Hindu teacher from Jammu has been shot dead by the terrorist in the Kulgam of South Kashmir. He has come to the injuries. Terrorist has barged into this school where she was fired upon from a close range. The forces reaching to the spot, the cordon and search operation, which is the standard operating procedure that is being followed by J&K police along with the army. Terrorists involved in the killing of civilians in South Kashmir have been today neutralized by SOG Avantipora along with Indian Army in South Kashmir's Avantipora. These two terrorists of JM were involved in the killing of civilian that police has identified as Shakila of Aripal and also Javed Ahmed of Lurgam. Both the civilians were killed by these terrorists as per IGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar. We are seeing the swift operation in South Kashmir in less than 24 hours. 4 terrorists have been neutralized yesterday in an operation carried by SOG Pulwama, and also the int was generated by Kulgam police. The operation was launched in Pulwama where 2 terrorists of Hizbul Mujahideen, the local terrorists, were neutralized. Biggest challenge for the security forces this year is going to be Amarnath Yatra, which is just a month away. With VJ Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
7 जो युवा थे उन्होंने इन परीक्षाओं में सफलता हासिल की है। हमारे साथ शिवानी जरंगाल मौजूद हैं, जम्मू की रहने वाली हैं। इनका रैंक जो है 300 आया है, बहुत ही खुशी की बात है। शिवानी, कितनी मेहनत थी और उम्मीदें कितनी थी?
मेहनत तो बहुत ज़्यादा थी और उम्मीद भी थी कि
Kashmir and the Jammu Pathankot National Highway has been blocked by protesters ahead of the last rites of Rajni Bala as anger has erupted over spate of killing of Hindus. Let's go across to Gursimran, who's tracking the protest for us. All right, we don't have Gursimran right now, but as you can see, there's anger that's been mounting in the valley over the targeted killing of Hindus. I think we've got Gursimran. All right, we are now cutting across to visuals that we are getting from Kolkata, where the mortal remains of the popular singer KK are being taken for a post-mortem. Now, we were, of course, waiting for the family to give its consent before moving the body. I think we've got Kishale with us. Kishale, take us through what's happening. And we understand that the family has given its consent for a post-mortem.
Exactly what we are seeing right now is that the family is there at the hotel and at the spot at the hospital, and also we see that the vehicle in which KK's body will be carried is there at that particular spot. And also we are getting information about a forensic team which is right now there at the hotel where KK was staying. So we are getting 2 updates from 2 locations, one at the hospital, the private hospital in which KK's body is there right now, where the family members have reached, where police have been there since morning, and where the ambulance is also there which will carry KK's body. And Minister Arup Biswas has now arrived in that particular hospital, and he is there to represent the state government. And also Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee just now said in a public meeting, in a party meeting at Bakura, that the state government is taking care of everything, and there will be a gun salute for KK. So we see Arup Bishwas at the venue, and also we see that there is this vehicle in which his body will be carried, and also there is a commotion. Also, several members of his family are present there. Arup Bishwas is personally, he's a minister in West Bengal government, and he's personally taking care of everything that's happening in the hospital. His body will be carried from the hospital, and he will be taken to SSKM hospital. Probably that's what our sources are telling us. And there will be a post-mortem at the government hospital in which it will be ascertained what was the exact cause of his sickness and his death. We can see that the police car is moving right now, and probably his body will be placed in this vehicle, which the vehicle we are showing in our frame right now. That's what we are getting to know, and he's being taken away. He's being carried away. He's being carried away. That's KK's body, and it's being carried away in a particular police vehicle, and it's being taken probably to SSKM hospital where the post-mortem will be conducted. That's what we are getting to know from our sources, and our reporters are telling us. This is what we can see, live frame, live visuals we are getting from SSKM hospital, where KK is being carried. KK is being carried to SSKM hospital. His last remains are being carried to SSKM hospital, where the final post-mortem will be done by the consent of his family. So already his family has given their consent. That's what we are getting to know from our sources, and he's being carried to SSKM hospital. Nupur.
Right, as Kishla is pointing out, of course, the family has now consented for a post-mortem. Now, the circumstances surrounding his death, of course, have made the police register a case of unnatural death. Kishla, if you can take us over the details of the case that's been filed by the police.
Exactly, Nupur, but the case that has been registered as a suo motu case of unnatural death, it mainly involves three angles. First of all, the venue where the program...
ठीक है
Well, those pictures that you see on your screens are mark an important event regarding the under construction Ram temple that is being made in Ayodhya. Right now, the Chief Minister, of course, taking part in a ceremony that's happening at the Ram Janmabhoomi complex in Ayodhya. We understand that after the stone laying ceremony, which was a carved stone, this is another ceremony that's taking place. Piyush is reporting on this. Yes, Piyush.
Well, yes, Nupur, we are getting these pictures from inside the Ram Janmabhoomi complex where Sergio Perez was there a couple of minutes back, where he took part in a foundation laying ceremony of a Garbh Grih, which is certainly very significant. And now, from now onwards, the construction of Ram temple, the process of construction of Ram temple is now going to catch pace because the Garbh Grih has been set up. I'm also showing you the pictures from right outside this Ram Lalla Sadan, another temple where Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has come to inaugurate this temple, which has been constructed on the basis of a South Indian temple. You can see from the look also of this temple, the base of this temple has been given according to the temples who are there in South India. So that is one more temple which has been constructed here by the authorities here in Ayodhya, and Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has come here to inaugurate this temple also. And here, as we are speaking, he is taking part in the puja ceremony, in a Pran Pratishtha ceremony, which means that from now onwards people can go inside the temple to offer prayers. massive security has been deployed. You can also see the pictures of convoy of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Now let us talk about Chief Minister taking part in the Garb Grih ceremony, the establishing of a Garb Grih ceremony which took place inside the Ram Janmabhoomi complex. After taking part in that ceremony where Vedic mantras were chanted, we saw Champat Rai, we saw members from Nyas, we saw members from Ram Janmabhoomi Trust also taking part in that entire ritual, the ceremony which took place inside Ram Janmabhoomi complex. After taking part in that, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath made very important points. One, that he is emotionally attached with the construction of Ram temple in Ayodhya because the 3 generations of Gorakh Peeth have been taking part in agitation for the construction of Ram temple. He was actively taking part in all the movements for the construction of Ram temple in Ayodhya. In fact, he also thanked Prime Minister because remember that in 2020, Prime Minister himself had come here to take part in a foundation laying ceremony of the Ram temple, where not only Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath but the top ministers were also present. At the same time, he also spoke about the Mughal emperors who had come to India, where they demolished multiple temples. He spoke about as to how it's time to reclaim what was demolished, and that is why the temple is being built here, and he is emotionally attached with that. Indirectly, he also spoke about the Gyanvapi issue, where he mentioned about the fact as to how the Akrantas, the demolishers who had come to India and demolished the Hindu temples and built a mosque over that. So he was not only talking about the Babri Masjid, but
all
also...
right. Piyush, thank you for that. Well, the popular singer KK passed away last night after he performed in Kolkata. Now, what we understand is that the police in Kolkata have registered a case of unnatural death, and currently his mortal remains are being carried to the SSKM hospital, where a post-mortem will be conducted. Now, the police in their report have spoken about various things, including the fact that there was overcrowding at the venue. And also, there are other things that are mentioned. So the Kolkata police has filed that complaint. Let's go across to Kishale, who's reporting on this. Kishale, what we understand right now is that his mortal remains are being taken for a post-mortem, and also the family has arrived. Kishale?
KK's body has been taken to SSKM hospital. He has been taken to SSKM hospital for his postmortem, and then here, after the postmortem will be conducted, he will be taken to the airport, where there will be a gun salute which is arranged by the state government. There is a possibility that Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee will herself be present at the airport. Right now, his body is taken inside SSKM hospital in Kolkata, the government hospital in which the post-mortem will be conducted of this body, of the body of KK, and after that the post-mortem report will be
এখান থেকে পোস্টমর্টম হওয়ার পর সরাসরি এয়ারপোর্টে চলে এখানে পোস্টমর্টম হওয়ার পর সরাসরি বডি এয়ারপোর্টে নিয়ে যাবেন ওনার বাড়ির লোকেরা
postmortem, the body will be straight taken to the airport.
এটা ডাক্তাররা বলতে পারবেন কতক্ষণ লাগবে এটা আমরা কি
The doctors can say how much time it will be taken for this postmortem report.
টুইট করেছেন, তিনি প্রেসের সঙ্গে কথা বলেছেন, সেটা আপনারা জানেন। এখান থেকে আমাদের দায়িত্ব হচ্ছে আমরা এখান থেকে বডি নিয়ে আমরা এয়ারপোর্টে যাব।
We will arrange for transportation of the body from this SSKM hospital to the airport.
বারবার বলছি মুখ্যমন্ত্রী নিজে প্রেস করেছেন, টুইট করেছেন, শ্রদ্ধা জানিয়েছেন, শোক জ্ঞাপন করেছেন। আমরা এখান থেকে
The Chief Minister herself expressed her condolences.
হয়ে গেলে এয়ারপোর্টে যান।
She also spoke to the family members. This is Arup Bishwas. This was Arup Bishwas who was speaking from SSKM hospital. Arup Bishwas is a minister in West Bengal cabinet. He spoke. He said that Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee herself expressed her condolences, and she is taking care of the whole arrangement. And Arup Bishwas also expressed that how the body will be taken. So we saw how Arup Bishwas just now said, he's a minister in West Bengal cabinet. He said that the body of KK will be taken from SSKM hospital after postmortem to the airport, and there'll be an arrangement of gun salute at the airport. Whether Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee herself will be present at the airport or not is a question, because Mamata Banerjee said that she will try to be present if the weather is all right. But right now what we are getting to know is that the inside SSKM postmortem is being conducted of KK's body. After the postmortem is conducted, the report will be analyzed by the police. How much time it will be taken for the postmortem report is not known right now. Arup Bishwas just said that we do not know how much time it will be taken. Only the doctors can say that. Arup Bishwas said that after the postmortem will be over, his body will be taken from SSKM hospital to the airport, where there'll be a gun salute by the state government. Therefore, West Bengal, the government of West Bengal is officially expressing that they are right now engaged in arranging his movement, the movement of his body, transportation of his body from SSKM hospital to the airport. And Arup Bishwas himself, a minister, is arranging and coordinating everything that's happening at the SSKM hospital right now. Nupur.
Pointing out that these are investigations that are being carried out. Now, there is a series of events and the police, of course, are looking at various angles over the untimely death of KK. He was performing in Kolkata. He was at a concert over there, after which he complained of unease and then went to his hotel. Thereafter, of course, he was taken to hospital and the hospital declared him brought dead. So right now, the Kolkata police are wanting to investigate all angles. There are questions being asked about whether the venue was overcrowded, over whether KK complained of the air conditioning not working over there. So various questions being asked by the police, but all of that perhaps will be clearer once the post-mortem report is out. Isn't that so, Kishale?
Am I audible, Nupur?
Yes, please continue.
Right now we are getting a breaking that the whole postmortem process will be video recorded. There will be an uninterrupted video recording of the postmortem of KK, and that video will be later analyzed by the police to understand, by the specialists in the police department to understand that whether or not there were some external factors that caused this untimely death of KK, the singer who came yesterday to perform in Kolkata. He was doing quite well. We could see that on the stage he's performing with all energy, and suddenly we saw that he was quite uncomfortable. He was feeling quite uncomfortable. He started feeling quite uncomfortable. He was pointing towards the air conditioning systems. He was wiping his face with a piece of cloth, and later on he became sick and was escorted outside the venue, and he was escorted to his hotel, where he became unconscious, and he was later taken to CMRI hospital, where the doctors announced that he's dead. So right now the breaking which is coming from SSKM hospital is that there'll be an uninterrupted video recording of the postmortem of KK, and that will be analyzed.
All right, stay with us. Now, Republic TV has accessed the final tape from KK's last concert in Kolkata, and a lot of what may have gone down can be seen in the video. Watch how KK was constantly wiping his face, pointing towards something that seems to be the air conditioning, complaining of intolerable heat at the venue. Now, in yet another video that's been accessed by Republic, watch how an exhausted KK was escorted out of the venue. Now, sources also say that KK had been complaining of overheating and crowding at the venue during the concert, compelling the singer to go back stage a couple of times. All right, news just coming in. The IT department is carrying out searches at premises linked to the Embassy Group in Bengaluru, Gurugram and other places. The Embassy Group is a real estate player. India Bulls Real Estate has sought an NCLT approval for merger with the Embassy Group. Shavan Sen on the phone line with us. Shavan, give us more details.
Well, in fact, right now, Nupur, the latest details coming in that these searches are being carried out in some parts of Karnataka. In fact, we've got a confirmation that these searches are being carried out in Bengaluru. This is connected to a real estate player in Karnataka. In fact, these searches have been connected to this real estate player. In fact, they are also in the news right now for an NCLT merger with another group. We are given to understand the search started early in the day. As of now, we are being told that this is with regards to a tax evasion case that the Income Tax Department is looking into. There is only preliminary information right now coming in, Nupur, because the searches started a short while back, and that is the reason why the Income Tax Department is also tight-lipped about the specifics as far as this case is concerned. But what we can confirm to our viewers right now is that the searches are connected to a real estate player in Karnataka, and these searches are being carried out not just in the state of Karnataka but also in the national capital and in the national NCR region.
Well, absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, what we understand is that these searches are being carried out at various places, including their premises at BKC in Mumbai. And apart from that, we are learning that some of these raids are being carried out in Gurugram as well. Shavan, are you getting any information in terms of whether this is a tax evasion case?
Well, Nupur, right now, prima facie, it appears to be a case of tax evasion, but the details of it yet to come in. Neither have we really heard from the group itself that has come under the scanner of the Income Tax Department. So we will certainly wait for some sort of a response to come in from the very group that has now come under the scanner. But remember, what has become very important right now is that this real estate player has basically come into the news with regards to a merger that is actually taking place with another group which has come under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation as well as the Enforcement Directorate. Important to point out is that an NCLT approval has been sought as far as this particular merger goes, and these mergers are connected to some of the properties back in Maharashtra as well as in Karnataka.
Right, absolutely. As Shavan is pointing out, we understand that searches are being carried out.
Well, in fact, let me also, Nupur, bring in my colleague Sagai Raj, who's currently tracking the story very closely in Bengaluru. Sagai, what more details do you have?
Yes, raid is happening at more than 50 places across the state of Karnataka, especially IT raid against embassy group. What we get to learn is Director Narpat Singh, who is staying in 607 flat number in Embassy Arcade in Sadashiv Nagar, as well as Embassy Group Managing Director Jitu Nirvani's residence also been raided by IT officials. And what we get to learn is more than 600 IT officials are conducting this particular raid across the country. As Shaban was pointing out rightly, the raid is also happening in Maharashtra as well as Gurugram. So far, the IT department's sources have not revealed the motive behind this particular raid. But what we get to learn is probably this might be due to income tax evasion. Probably once the raid gets over, we'll get to know what is the real reason behind this particular IT raid.
All right, so that's the latest that we are getting. Currently, various premises of the embassy group are being raided by the IT department. Prima facie, it does seem like a case of tax evasion. Let me go back to Sagay Raj, who's reporting on this from Bengaluru. Sagay, what we understand is that this firm has come in under the radar after, it had sought an NCLT approval, for a merger with the India Bulls.
Probably these are the primary information that we are gathering. Probably once the IT raid gets over and the IT department come out with a clarification on this particular raid, we'll come to know more about this. Remember, Embassy Group is one of the largest real estate groups in the state of Karnataka. They own several IT parks and as well as apartments across the city of Bengaluru. In one of the embassy group of IT park, even a former minister and Congress leader KJ George has partnered with them. So this is a huge multinational company here, and definitely it might be a major setback for the same company on this particular IT raid.
Right, absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, the embassy group is a privately owned real estate developer. All right, we are cutting back to visuals that we are getting from Kashmir. Protesters, of course, extremely upset about the killing of Rajni Bala. I'm going to cut across on the ground to Gursimran for more details on this. Gursimran, tell us what's happening around you.
See, the final act of Rajni Bala will be performed in a short while from now. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the body is being taken for the last rites of Rajni Bala here in the Sambar district of Jammu, and the senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the divisional administration, they too are present here. Pertinent to mention that the protesters have still blocked the national highway, the Jammu Pathankot national highway, and they are saying that till the time their demands are not met, they won't be going away from the national highway, and they will keep the national Jammu Pathankot national highway closed. And see the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, including ADG Jammu Zone Mukesh Singh and divisional commissioner, they too are here for the final rites, the final salute to the brave heart lady who served in Kashmir Valley for more than 13 years. She taught the children, the next generation of Kashmir, how to be a good citizen. But those terrorists, those who wanted to instill fear among the locals, they resorted to a coward act yesterday when they shot her dead just few meters from her school. And now the final journey of Rajni Bala has begun from her native place in Sambar district, and she is being taken to the nearby crematorium where last rites will be paid as the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the district administration, they are on the spot. The family is saying The family is putting forth their demands before the district administration. They are demanding that a relief be provided to all the employees who are working in the Kashmir Valley, be posted out of valley, and that's why they have halted the body of Rajni Bala.
मेरी कल भी चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब से बात हुई थी। जब से ये माहौल चला है, हमने एलजी साहब को भी अप्राइज करवाया है, डिविजनल कमिश्नर साहब को भी अप्राइज करवाया, और जितने बड़े ओहदेदार हैं, इवन पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं, उनको भी हम बार बार जतला रहे हैं कि हम इस देश के निर्माण में सब इकट्ठे हैं। और ये जो हुआ है रजनी देवी के साथ, ये किसी एक कास्ट से नहीं हुआ, भारतवर्ष के लोगों के साथ हुआ है। इस माहौल में हम सरकार का पूरा साथ देते हैं, लेकिन ऐसा भी नहीं है कि हमारी जो जिंदगियां हैं वो जाया जाएं। कमिटमेंट है, सरकार का काम है कमिटमेंट करना। राजकुमार को एट वंस ट्रांसफर किया जाए और अपने घर में पोस्ट किया जाए कि ये शौक पीरियड है, उसमें वो अपने बच्चों के साथ, माँ बाप के साथ रहे। दूसरी बात जो हमने सीएस साहब से भी कही है, और क्योंकि आज आप लीड कर रहे हैं, हमें आपने कंधा दिया है रजनी देवी को, हम चाहते हैं कि ट्रांसफर पॉलिसी जो है रिव्यू की जाए, और इन सबको जब तक सरकार सिचुएशन कंट्रोल नहीं करती, ये जो कर्मचारी अधिकारी हैं
से वापस नहीं जाएंगे,
ये जम्मू में रहेंगे और वापस नहीं जाएंगे। ये हमारा एक और कंपनसेशन। ट्रीट देम फौजी, ये फौजी हैं जो कश्मीर में अपनी आहुति दे रहे हैं, इनको सिविलियन नहीं फौजी करार दिया जाए, और इनका जो कंपनसेट है एज ए फौजी दिया जाए। हम आपसे गुजारिश करते हैं, हम आगे तब बढ़ेंगे जब आपकी अश्योरेंस आएगी। डिविजनल कमिश्नर साहब
जी, जो बातें हुई है, बड़ा उसकी बात है। जो छोटी बच्ची है, उसकी मुझे बता, उसके साथ वो वहाँ रह पाएगा, रामलाल जी वहाँ रह पाएंगे तो लोग इधर इकट्ठे कहते हैं कि राजकुमार साइड होना प्लीज, साइड होना प्लीज। आज ही विद इन डेज उनका तबादला जम्मू में, और जितने भी जम्मू कितने के लोग हैं जो सिटी में सर्वे कर रहे हैं, जब तक सरकार उनकी सिक्योरिटी को मुहैया नहीं करवाती, जहाँ उनको यकीन नहीं होता, तब तक ये लोग अपने अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भेजे जाएं। ये आज निर्णय लेना होगा, क्योंकि रजनी जो हमारी बहन है वो तो बेचारी चले गई, और कितने लोग इसको फेस करेंगे। आए दिन देखते हैं कि जो पाकिस्तान की पॉलिसी है, जो प्रॉक्सी बार है, वो कंटिन्यू है, लेकिन कम से कम इन लोगों को हम बचा लें और जम्मू में अपने अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट में शिफ्ट करवाने का आज ही आर्डर होना चाहिए। डिमांड सब जो बातें आपने कही, मेरे ख्याल से ये सारे कुछ मानने लायक चीज़ें हैं, वो मान ली जाएगी। तो अभी इज्जत जो सब टीचर आए हुए हैं उनका क्या करना है, वो क्या करेंगे, वो वापस जाएंगे, वो इधर ही रहेंगे, वो क्या करेंगे, तो आप देख लो, पैलेस का क्या करना है, वो बात
नहीं सर, बात कर लेंगे, उसके बाद तो वो
जब बाकी एम्प्लॉयज को ऑनलाइन क्लास देने के लिए हुक्म किया गया, आप इन जो एम्प्लॉयज जो डोगरा एम्प्लॉयज है, इनके लिए क्यों नहीं? ये जैसे वो मिलिटेंट सेलेक्टिव किलिंग कर रहे हैं, ये भी तो सेलेक्टिव किलिंग करवाने के लिए तैयार है ना, कि आज इनको मारा गया तो जम्मू वाले जो एम्प्लॉयज हैं उनको ऑनलाइन क्लासेस क्यों नहीं, उनको भी ऑर्डर कर दीजिए, ये घर में बैठ के पढ़ाई करेंगे।
ये बात क्या पूछ रहे हो कि हम जाएं या ना जाएं? क्यों जाएं? नहीं जाएंगे, पूछने वाली कौन सी बात?
जम्मू का कोई एम्प्लॉय नहीं है,
जब तक डिसीजन नहीं, मसला हल नहीं करती गवर्नमेंट, तो आप बैठे रहो।
छोटी ले लो ना, दोनों छोटी ले लो, अगर ये बोलते थे बस आज एग्री है, कुछ छोटी ले लो की
एम्प्लॉई जो वहाँ पे है काफ़ी थाउजेंड्स में है, तो इनका ये सॉल्यूशन है कि आप गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से
कमल भाई घर कुछ ना कि हाल रोज
एम्प्लॉइज है जो है
दुखते सारे
इसके बारे में
गवर्नमेंट पूरा आपके साथ।
रजनी देवी, रजनी देवी, भारत माता
So the administration has assured the protesters that all their demands are genuine and they will be considered. But to mention that they have demanded that all the employees of the Jammu region who are working in Kashmir Valley be transferred to Jammu region with immediate effect, and the administration has said that these demands are genuine, and keeping in view the security scenario, all demands will be met. And now the last journey of Rajni Bala is being taken to the cremation ground where the last rites will be performed. But the question remains the same, that how many, because we have seen in the recent past also many people from Jammu region being killed by the terrorists in Kashmir, and this is all part of the targeted killings in Kashmir Valley, the plot that has been hatched by the Pakistan. But time and again the J&K government has been giving the assurances that they will be taking care of each and everything. So these are the visuals Gaurav is showing you, the final rites of Rajni Bala being performed in a short while from now. Earlier we have also seen that how the family members are in grief and they are demanding justice for Rajni Bala, the way she was brutally killed by the Pakistani terrorists in Kulgam's government school when she was just few meters away from the school, and the unfortunate incidents that are taking place in Kashmir Valley where the people from the minority community are being targeted time and again. And these people say that they want this to be repeated and they want the immediate transfer of Jammu-based employees in Kashmir. The family has also demanded the transfer of husband of Rajni Bala, Rajkumar, with immediate effect, as he has to take care of his 13 years old daughter, who still don't know what has happened to her mother, what has happened to a family that was all in joy a day before. But those Pakistani proxies, they resorted to the targeted killings, destroying a complete family that was living happily in Kashmir. And now the last rites of Rajni Bala will be performed here in a short while from now. But it has to be seen how the J&K government acts to it, because now the demand is growing for the permanent solution, the permanent security, because J&K Lieutenant Governor has assured for last time as well that the security will be provided to these employees. But once again such incident has taken place in Valley that has led to nationwide anger against the Pakistan and the Pakistani proxies. But the people are also demanding that the Lieutenant Governor administration should do something concrete on ground. For how long the people will continue to sacrifice their life, for how long the people will become a sitting ducks for the Pakistan in Kashmir Valley, as Pakistan has only one point of agenda in Kashmir, and they want the nationalist voices be removed at any cost. And that was the sole reason that we have seen the targeted killings in the Kashmir Valley for long, that how people are being killed in Kashmir, how they are being selectively killed as a part of a deep-rooted conspiracy of Pakistan to remove the people who speak for India, the people who stand for India, and the people who hold the tricolor high in Kashmir, to target them. And this is also to instill fear among locals, the fear that they don't return to the Kashmir Valley. And even some of the leaders too have accepted that this is a plot of similar kind that was adopted by the Pakistan and the jihadi elements in Kashmir to once again commit what they did in 1990s, when there was first selective killings followed by the mass killings in the Kashmir Valley that led to exodus of the Kashmiri Pandits and other communities. And they are the people who voluntarily choose to serve in Kashmir. What they were doing in Kashmir is teaching the future generations of Kashmir. But this was something the frustrated terrorists could not grab, and they resorted to these kind of unfortunate killings. And now the demand is growing. because in the past, if we speak of almost 1 month, there have been 5 to 6 civilian killings in the Kashmir Valley, and the people say that they are fed up of that. They are fed up of the assurances being given by the political parties and the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor's administration that every time such incident happens, they give assurance that all will be well. But now the situation is once again going grim in Kashmir. There is a long rally of people in large numbers who are coming with the last rites of Rajni Bala, the last journey. They are here with the family to show their solidarity at this time when the family is in grief. And what each and every person here demands that this should not be repeated. There should be arrangement that these kind of incidents don't happen in Kashmir, don't happen anywhere, so that the people in Jammu and Kashmir can live freely. But in the especially post abrogation of Article 370 and 35 Alpha, we have seen a trend that has been started by the Pakistan and their proxies. First is that they have floated some of the local offshoots of the terror groups so as to give terrorism a local color, and the continuous supply of the small weapons including pistols so that it can be provided to the hybrid terrorists who carry out these kinds of killings. As we have seen in the past also that over a dozen hybrid terrorists have been arrested in the Srinagar district only, clearly hinting at the bigger plot of the Pakistan, that how they are radicalizing the youth of Jammu and Kashmir to become the terrorists, to carry out the target killings, and then to mingle with the atmosphere, with the society. We'll be right back after the short break as the final rites are being paid, final tributes are being paid to Rajni Bala.
बंद करो बंद करो बंद करो मुसलमानों की हत्या बंद करो बंद करो बंद करो रजनी वालों को इंसाफ दो इंसाफ दो इंसाफ दो जम्मू वालों को इंसाफ दो इंसाफ दो इंसाफ दो भारत माता की जय।
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Terrorists involved in the killing of civilians in South Kashmir have been today neutralized by SOG Avantipora along with Indian Army in South Kashmir's Avantipora. These two terrorists of Jain were involved in the killing of civilian that police has identified as Shakila of Aripal and also Javed Ahmed of Lurgam. Both the civilians were killed by these terrorists as per IGP Kashmir Shivakumar. We are seeing the swift operation in South Kashmir in less than 24 hours. 4 terrorists have been neutralized yesterday in an operation carried by SOG Pulwama, and also the int was generated by Kulgam police. The operation was launched in Pulwama where 2 terrorists of Hizbul Mujahideen, the local terrorists, were neutralized. Biggest challenge for the security forces.
The final rites of Rajni Bala, who was neutralized by terrorists in broad daylight in Kulgam, are being performed here at the Samba district, which is their hometown, and the people have gathered here in large numbers to pay last tribute to Rajni Bala. The unfortunate incident that unfolded yesterday when she was on her way to school at around 10. She was dropped by her husband at her school in the Kulgam district, and minutes after that, when her husband reached his own school, which was at a distance of 5 kilometers from the school of Rajni Bala, he got a call and then after a few minutes he got to know that Rajni Bala was hit at her head at point blank by those terrorists, and when he reached the hospital he got to know that his life is shattered, as they have lost their everything, as they have lost a ray of hope which they were having. The Rajni Bala is killed in this brutal encounter, brutal terror attack by the Pakistani terrorists on the directions of their Pakistani proxies. And now the final rites of Rajni Bala is being performed at their native village in Nanakchak, which falls in the Samba district of Jammu. Senior police officials as well as the civil administration officers are present here to pay the final tribute to Rajni Bala. And very important demand of the family and the relative and the colleagues of Rajni Bala remains that those people from the Jammu region who are working in Kashmir Valley be transferred to Jammu region with immediate effect, as their life is also under threat. The people are in fear, there is no doubt to it. The people fear that anyone from them could be next Rahul Bhatt or Rajni Bala. This is what they fear, and that's why they have demanded action against the Chief Education Officer also, who despite several requests by the family of Rajni Bala didn't order the transfer, otherwise it could have saved a precious life. But all in vain, a precious life has been lost, and now the family members, they are in grief. The 13-year-old daughter of Rajni Bala, Cherry, doesn't know how to react actually, as she is too young to understand the things. And what the family is saying, that the husband of Rajni Bala be transferred to Jammu with immediate effect, as he has to take care of his daughter as well as the family members. This is a time for the family members where when they don't know actually how to react. They have lost their everything. A family which was all happy a day before has lost their everything, and that is something which has shook the entire society, that how the people are being killed in Kashmir Valley, how the minorities have become a soft target for the Pakistan and the Pakistani proxies, because the new culture that has been brought in Jammu and Kashmir by Pakistan, the pistol culture, the pistols being sent from across, being given to those hybrid terrorists who are radicalized over the social media, are being tasked to carry out civilian killings and then mingle into the civil society. It is a challenge for the security forces to find out these hybrid terrorists who resort to such kind of killings, and also to crush the entire ecosystem of terrorism that is being run by Pakistan here in Jammu and Kashmir. There have been many incidents where the Pakistani pistols too have been formed. We'll continue this coverage right after this short break.
Last journey of Sidhu Moosewala has begun. His mortal remains has put into a tractor. A special tractor has been decorated for Sidhu Moosewala for his last journey. Massive number of people are here and they are continuously raising the slogans of Sidhu Bhai Zindabad.
कश्मीरी पंडित बलि का बकरा नहीं बनेगा, नहीं बनेगा। एक बार एजुकेशन को ये बोल देते हैं कि 24 घंटे के अंदर अगर हमारी मांगें पूरी नहीं की गई और कोई कंप्लीटेशन नहीं दिया गया, कल की डेट में 24 घंटे के बाद हम लोग मास माइग्रेशन यहाँ से दोबारा करेंगे।
Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th. Mudassir, a police officer, shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता समझता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी में रहना है तो हमेशा जेल जाने के लिए और अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे हैं। इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं।
Was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students when she was shot dead. The entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric.
अब मंदिर निर्माण का कार्य न्यास के पदाधिकारियों की उपस्थिति में द्रुत गति से आगे बढ़ेगा। श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर भारत का राष्ट्र मंदिर होगा। भारत की आस्था को सम्मान देने के साथ साथ भारत के एकात्मता का एक प्रतीक होगा।
As the family of Rajni Bala awaits the justice now, the family is bidding the final tribute to Rajni Bala, who was killed by the Pakistani terrorist yesterday in Kulgam when she was just few meters away from the school, and the family is in grief. The locals are staging the slogans in favor of Rajni Bala, that she will remain immortal. The people will continue to get a lesson from her, a teacher. The Gaurav is showing you the visuals of the husband of Rajni Bala. The visuals are really heart-wrenching, that a teacher who shot the teacher who taught the future generations of the Kashmir Valley was shot at by the terrorist, and the reason being that these terrorists don't wanted a Hindu teacher from Jammu to teach the Kashmiri students. These terrorists who have always been the biggest enemy of the future generations of the Kashmir, as they wanted them to be part of the Pakistan's nefarious design to make Kashmir proxy of Pakistan, a safer haven for the terrorists. But Rajni Bala was teaching the students of the future generation of Kashmir in South Kashmir's Kulgam that how to be good citizens. But these terrorists, they plotted against her a conspiracy that was hatched on the directions of the Pakistan to kill this teacher from the minority community, the teacher from the Hindu community. And yesterday they executed their plot, the nefarious plot, though the killers have been identified, as the police say they have crucial leads with regards to that, but the family says that this should not be repeated. The family awaits justice, as there shouldn't be any other Rahul Bhatt or Rajni Bala whose mortal remains will be coming from the Kashmir Valley. And for the safety of them, they have said that it's a high time the government should relocate the people, the employees of the J&K government from the Jammu region who are working in Kashmir, as they have become the prime target. The locals have gathered here in large numbers. Even some of the colleagues of her from the Kashmir Valley too have arrived here, and what they are saying is that there should be security and the justice be delivered to the family of Rajni Bhatt Bala, because we have seen that in the past as well there have been civilian killings in the Kashmir Valley, and one of the prime concern of the local remains that the security to the employees, those who are working in Kashmir Valley, because after the recent incidents, the multiple incidents of the civilian killings that have unfolded in Kashmir Valley, they people too feel that their life is also in fear, and that's why they today staged protest at Jammu Pathankot National Highway, which was briefly blocked by the protesters demanding justice, and their demands were to shift them to the safer locations till the time the security arrangement and a secure atmosphere is not established in the Kashmir Valley. And even the district administration too has admitted the fact that their demands are genuine and their demands will be considered, because what they are demanding is the security for life. That is somewhat a very common demand for the people, for any person living in any sphere of the life, and they are also demanding the same, because see, in the last 1 month we have seen a spate of targeted killings, the selective killings in the Kashmir Valley, and that too at a time when we are heading to the Amarnath Yatra. We'll be right back after a short break.
After this short break, we'll get more details on Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's visit to Ayodhya. Remember that today he also laid the foundation stone for Garbhagriha of Ram Janmabhoomi Temple. And after this short break, we'll get more details of his visit to Ayodhya. Stay tuned.
Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th. Mudassir, a police officer, shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता समझता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी में रहना है तो हमेशा जेल जाने के लिए और अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे, इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं।
She was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students when she was shot dead. The entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of the spot. This is the spot where she was lying in a pool of blood. Hindu teacher from Jammu has been shot dead by the terrorist in the Kulgam of South Kashmir. He has come to the injuries. Terrorist has barged into this school where she was fired upon from a close range. The force is reaching to the spot. The cordon and search operation, which is the standard operating procedure that is being followed by Jain police along with the army. Terrorists involved in the killing of civilians in South Kashmir have been today neutralized by SOG Avantipora along with Indian Army in South Kashmir's Avantipora. These two terrorists
outrage grows over the targeted killings in J&K, Kashmiri Pandits have warned of mass migration, saying that they will leave Valley in the next 24 hours. So that's a 24-hour deadline that has been given by the Kashmiri Pandits over the security, saying that there is going to be mass migration because of security issues. Let's also listen in to some reactions coming in right now.
जम्मू जाने के लिए सभी मास माइग्रेशन के लिए हम तैयार हो रहे हैं, इसलिए हम ट्रक्स का जो है रेट फिक्स करने के लिए आए थे। तो देखते हैं क्या होता है, शाम तक कोई डिसीजन आता है, नहीं तो हम लगभग डिसाइड कर लिया है, ट्रक वालों से बात कर ली है, तो कल सुबह हम पलायन कर लेंगे।
Kashmiri Pandits there giving a 24-hour deadline saying that there is going to be mass migration. This comes in the backdrop of the massive outrage. The visuals we can see as well of the protests that have spilled over in Jammu in the backdrop of the targeted killings that have happened. The latest victim being Rajni, who was shot dead by terrorists in Kulgam yesterday. So a 24-hour deadline that has been given by the Kashmiri Pandits, threatening of mass migration. Remember, protests have been taking place across J&K, and this particular visual that is coming in from Jammu. A very short break will get you all the latest on the probe into singer KK's death.
She was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students when she was shot dead. The entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of the spot. This is the spot where she was lying in a pool of blood. Hindu teacher from Jammu has been shot dead by the terrorist in the Kulgam of South Kashmir. He has come to the injuries. Terrorist has barged into this school where she was fired upon from a close range. The forces reaching to the spot, the cordon and search operation, which is the standard operating procedure that is being followed by J&K police along with the army. Terrorists involved in the killing of civilians in South Kashmir have been today neutralized by SOG Avantipora along with Indian Army in South Kashmir's Avantipora. These two terrorists of JM were involved in the killing of civilian that police has identified as Shakila of Aripal and also Javed Ahmed of Lurgam. Both the civilians were killed by these terrorists as per IGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar. We are seeing the swift operation in South Kashmir in less than 24 hours. 4 terrorists have been neutralized yesterday in an operation carried by SOG Pulwama, and also the int was generated by Kulgam police. The operation was launched in Pulwama where 2 terrorists of Hizbul Mujahideen, the local terrorists, were neutralized. Biggest challenge for the security forces this year is going to be Amarnath Yatra, which is just a month away. With Vijay Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zinat.
The nation reels under shock as singer KK passes away at the age of 53 after a live performance in Kolkata. Shocking details emerged. The police file an unnatural death case. Top sources say KK was feeling unwell during the concert. Renowned singer's sudden death shocks the nation. Police launches a probe into his sudden demise. It is a big day for the Ram Mandir as Yogi Adityanath lays the foundation stone of the Garbhagriha. Foundation stone laid, Ram Lalla Virajman at the Ram Janmabhoomi complex next. Yogi says Ram Mandir to become National Temple of India. Valley mourns the loss of teacher and Kashmiri Hindu Rajni Bala as she's cremated. Demand for justice as Rajni Bala's funeral. Angry Kashmiris take to the streets, speak out against Hindu killings. Well, news just coming in, of course, IT searches are continuing on the embassy group. Now, this is a real estate firm that's based out of Karnataka, what we understand is that multiple raids are being conducted across 10 locations even as we speak now. These raids, of course, are being carried across Gurugram, Mumbai, as well as other parts of the country. So, news just coming in. IT raids are still being conducted against the real estate firm, the Embassy Group. Sage Raj is reporting live on this. He joins us on the broadcast. Sage, give us more details in terms of what these raids are about. Is this being looked perhaps largely, at the moment, prima facie at least, as a tax evasion case?
The possibilities of tax evasion case might be against Embassy Group. That might be one of the reasons where the raid is conducted across the country against Embassy Group. We are at Embassy Orchid, where the raid is happening as early as 6 a.m. in the morning against Narpat Singh residence, who stays in 603 flat number in this particular apartment. And he is also director of Embassy Group, and this is one of those posh areas in Bengaluru, Sadashiv Nagar, where high profile tycoons as well as politicians and other people live in this particular area. And Narpat Singh stays in 603 in Embassy's Orchid, and there are more than 12 officers who came in 3 vehicles are conducting search in their residence. Apart from this, what we also get to learn is Embassy Group's other officers in the city, as well as the managing director Jeetu Nirvani's residence also been raided by IT department. And apart from Bengaluru, there are also raid conducted in Gurugram as well as Mumbai offices of Embassy Group. So far, the IT department have not revealed the reason behind this particular raid, but still we have gathered from our sources that it might be on tax evasion, the possibilities of tax evasion, and probably once they finish their IT raid, we'll get to know with the relevant documents whether the embassies have evaded any kind of taxes in the past.
All right, do stay with us. I think we've got Shavan also on the phone line with us. Shavan, what we understand is that there was talk of a merger with India Bulls as well, and that's when these raids have come up. So give us more details on that aspect as well.
Nupur, at this point in time, to connect this with the merger perhaps would not be really appropriate, given the fact that what we are being told by our sources within the income tax department is that these searches are purely being conducted on premises that have been connected to the Embassy Group to start with. In fact, the latest information that we've got from our sources is that 10 locations is where these searches are being carried out, not just in Karnataka, but also in Gurugram as well as in Mumbai, where these searches are being carried out. In fact, we're waiting for some more confirmation to come in, because some properties that have been searched in Mumbai are connected, does have a connection with regards to the merger. But having said that, we'll have to wait for some sort of an official confirmation to come in, and also a response to come in from the group itself, which has now come under this scanner. As Sagai Raj was actually pointing out, Nupur, this is a case of suspected tax evasion. We are not very sure about the period that the income tax department is currently looking at, because once the period of tax evasion is clear, one would actually understand whether at all this is connected with the merger or it isn't. That is something that only once we get some more information with regards to the check period, we would be in a position to perhaps analyze what exactly is the target as far as the income tax department is concerned. Important to point out here is that, Nupur, the fact that these searches are being carried out at multiple locations, and it is also connected with one of the largest real estate players in Karnataka. Whether it has got to do with other groups that are involved, we'll still have to wait and watch for what the income tax department says, because perhaps it's going to take some more time, Nupur, for the income tax department to put out any official statement, which is perhaps only expected either by late evening today, or it could even take place by tomorrow.
All right, Shavan Sen reporting on that. Thank you very much for joining us. So, Sage, of course, also thank you for joining us with that news. Also, a case has been registered on the Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai, the former National Secretary H. Raja, and over 5,000 people for protesting and marching towards the state secretariat at Chennai. Now, this comes after the Tamil Nadu BJP held a protest march towards Tamil Nadu secretariat condemning the state government for not reducing state tax on petrol and diesel. Now, the case has been registered in the police station under 3 sections, including illegal crowd gathering and stopping government officials from doing their duty. Apurva, I think, is reporting on this. She joins us live for more inputs. Apurva, give us more details on the case that's been registered against Annamalai as well as the former National Secretary H. Raja.
Well, yesterday the BJP Tamil Nadu had led massive protests here in Chennai at Egmore, where almost...
All right, we now...
केशव को मुखाग्नि जो है वो यहाँ पर दी जाएगी. ओके. आग नहीं दिखानी है. ठीक है, अगली बार पीछे आ जाओ, थोड़ा पीछे आ जाओ. See, the last rites of Rajni Bala, who was killed by the Pakistani terrorist, is being performed here at their native village. Is the final goodbye to this teacher who taught the next generations of the Kashmir for 13 long years in Kashmir Valley. She was working in South Kashmir, which was considered as the hotbed of terrorism, and even during that time she didn't turn back. She was teaching the people of Kashmir, the next generations of Kashmir, but this was what has ached the Pakistani terrorists. And I'll request Gaurav to show you that how the people have come here in large numbers to pay a last tribute to this teacher, the teacher who taught the generations of the Kashmir. But this is what has ached the Kashmir, the Pakistani terrorists in Kashmir, because the terrorists don't want the future generations of the Jammu and Kashmir to be in the mainstream. But Rajni Bala was teaching them what actually it means to be a true person, a true human, and now she was targeted just because she was a Kashmiri Hindu in Kashmir Valley. And these terrorists don't want the nationalist voices, don't want the people who actually teach the meaning of life to the Kashmiri future generations, and that's why Rajni Bala was targeted at gunshot, at almost at point blank, and now her family is demanding justice. They are saying that a secure atmosphere be made in Kashmir, and till the time all the people from the Jammu region, from the minority community who are working in the Kashmir Valley, they be called back with immediate effect, because they don't want to be the sitting ducks. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals of the family members who have gathered here in large numbers. Thousands of people have gathered here to pay last tribute to Rajni Bala, to the lady who was working in Kashmir Valley, was teaching the future generations of Kashmir for over a decade, but was brutally killed by the terrorists just because they wanted to instill fear among the locals. They wanted the locals to be people from the Jammu region working in the Kashmir Valley to be out of the Kashmir, and that's why they resorted to this coward act yesterday morning when they shot her dead from point blank outside, a few meters outside from her government school in Kulgam district. Yes.
Right, so that's the cremation of Rajni Bala that's taking place even as we speak. But there is, of course, considerable anger among people in the valley over these targeted killings. Just to give our viewers a sense of the numbers, we've had about 16 killings this year so far, and most of them appear to be targeted at the Hindu community over there. Gursimran, there are a large number of demands that have been made by the Hindu community, and so far the administration over there hasn't been able to provide adequate security. So give us a sense of what they're looking to do now in terms of making sure those demands are met.
They have given a 24-hour ultimatum to the administration, otherwise the employees in the Kashmir will be heading back to the Jammu region. But one more thing that remains to be seen, that what the LG government has done, apart from giving the promises to these people, they are saying that the people who are working in the Kashmir Valley should be called back with the immediate effect till the time there is a secure environment in Kashmir. But there hasn't been any word from the Lieutenant Governor's office as of now. Last time we saw when the Kashmiri Pandits were killed in the Kashmir Valley, there were some promises that were made by the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor, but all in vain. I have some of the employees with me. मुझे ये बताइए, आप लोग भी कश्मीर में काम करते हैं, आपके साथी भी जो हैं, कई साथी हैं कश्मीर में आपके सारे जो हैं, वो आज यहाँ पे आए थे. उन्होंने कहा कि हम वापस भी नहीं जाएंगे. क्या मांग करते हैं?
उन सबकी एक डिमांड थी कि हम कल से जो जितने भी वहाँ एम्प्लॉइज़ हैं, हम कल से अपनी अटेंडेंस जो है वो सेक्रेटरीट में अपनी अटेंडेंस हम लगाएंगे. और जब तक जो एलजी सरकार है जो ट्रांसफ़र पॉलिसी ना बनाती कि जितना भी डोगरा एम्प्लॉइज़ वहाँ पे हैं उनको जम्मू ट्रांसफ़र पॉलिसी नहीं बनाती, उनको जम्मू ट्रांसफ़र नहीं करती, जहाँ उनको सुरक्षा महैयत नहीं कराती, तब तक हम सेक्रेटरीट में अपनी अटेंडेंस लगाएंगे और सेक्रेटरीट में ही अपना धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे.
So this is what they are demanding, that the transfer policy be introduced for the employees of the Jammu region who are working in the Kashmir Valley. Handing it over to Zenith, who is joining us from Budgam. Zenith.
See, as I'm reporting from the Budgam, the Sheikhpura Budgam, where the Kashmiri Pandit colony is, and my VJ Firdos is showing you the visuals of the protesters here. Again, they are demanding relocation, no assurances from government. They are looking, the only demand that is coming from the Kashmiri Pandit community here is relocation. They have already given a time of 24 hours to the government, and they're waiting what the government will decide as far as the Kashmiri Pandit issue is concerned. Very loud slogans here that relocation, no promises, no further promises, no fake promises, because the minorities in the Kashmir Valley are failing, insecure. So we can hear this slogan shouting as far as the relocation of the Kashmiri Pandit is concerned. In fact, the banners that have been erected here talks about, reads that stop killing of the Kashmiri Pandits, minorities, Sikhs and other community members. They are not ready to take now the assurances and the promises being made by the government of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen in past also LG Manoj Sinha visiting this very camp himself and assuring the minorities here. But after the killing of Hindu teacher Rajni Bala yesterday in Kulgam, we are seeing the protesters back on roads demanding justice, not only to Rahul Pandit or for that matter the other teachers and the minorities that have been recently killed, but also the justice they are demanding for Rajni Bala, a female Hindu teacher who lost her life in terror attack in Kulgam of South Kashmir. So they are saying, as my VJ is showing you the visuals from this Kashmiri Pandit migrant camp here in Sheikhpura, Budgam, the demand that is coming from the Pandits here is that they want justice, no further promises, only 24 hours that will be over today evening. As far as they are looking from the government that only solution is relocation. The slogans that are coming here from the Budgam is only solution to the problem that the Kashmiri Pandits are facing in the Kashmir Valley is relocate them to any part of the country, but they're not ready to serve here. If I talked to a few of the Kashmiri Pandits here who said they're not here only to do job, because ultimately it is important is human life. That matters a lot. They don't want to go back in coffins, because the way the killings are taking place in the Kashmir Valley. Yesterday in the morning, a lady teacher left for school to impart education to the students whom she was teaching at, and she returned dead. So they are saying that we are Kashmiri Pandits. We are Kashmiri Pandits and our demand is relocation at present, despite that the government giving assurances that everything is fine in Kashmir, but relocation is the only solution to the Kashmiri Pandit problem, the minorities are facing in the Kashmir Valley. They want relocation, no other promises, or that the administration is saying that there will be the transfers, the accommodation will be provided. No, they are not looking for anything, because ultimately they want to live with the family. When they are alive, then only things are possible. This is what the Kashmiri Pandits here are saying, that no, we don't want to serve anymore here. We want just relocation. That is the only demand coming from the Kashmiri Pandit community here. In fact, we heard the people in Kupwara also who were arranging the vehicles, the trucks, so that they are able to transfer the domestic goods from the place to the Jammu. Although we are seeing that the administration has closed the door of the migrant camps so that Pandits do not leave the Kashmir Valley. Such kind of arrangements are seen not only in Badgam but also in Visu, in North Kashmir's Baramulla, where major Pandit community lives. So they're saying that unless and until the government provides a solution of relocation, they are not going to leave this. They are going to sit in and will be protesting against the government as far as the demand of relocation is concerned. That is the demand that is coming, that they want justice not only to the Kashmiri people but also to those peoples, to the families who lost their loved ones in the terror attacks that had happened in the Kashmir Valley recently, where the terrorists have been targeting the minorities. Whether we talk about the case of the Rajni Bala who lost her life yesterday, Rahul Bhatt, Kashmiri Pandit serving in Tehsil office in Chadora, who lost his life in terror attacks some 20 days back. Rahul was the resident of this very colony. And then we talk about the Deepak Chand or Supendra Kohl, who was a principal in one of the schools in the downtown area of Srinagar. So demand is only that the relocation is the only solution to the problems that the Kashmiri Pandits at present are facing.
Right, absolutely. As Zenith is pointing out, protests carrying out in Badgam, and these are not the only protests we've seen. We've seen protests being carried out at various places in Jammu and Kashmir since the beginning of the year. Just to tell our viewers, we've had about 16 people have been killed by terrorists, most of them belonging to the minority community. Zenith is continuing to be with us. Zenith, of course, one of their demands, which has been for a while now, is that they should be given jobs outside of the valley to make sure that they are safe. Now, how amenable is the administration to that demand?
See, Nupur, the demand that is coming from the Kashmiri Pandit is relocation. But these Kashmiri Pandits were brought in to the Kashmir Valley with assurances that their lives are secure and their demands, whatever the demands that they have been raising, those demands will be fulfilled. But now we are seeing, though most of the Pandits have received the jobs, they got into the government sector just because of the Prime Minister's package they have received, they have got their job. But now they are demanding that when they are not secure, their lives are not secure. What is the fun of working in the Kashmir Valley, where anywhere anybody can be targeted, as we have seen some 16 people from the minorities getting killed in the last couple of months. So they are saying unless and everything is possible only when once you are secure, once you are alive, then you can do the job, you can do justice. But if you are getting killed and your body is received by your families, so what is the fun of being in Kashmir despite giving all assurances? They also say that, okay, the security is inside the camp. Once they leave for their job, there is no security, because that also happened yesterday in a Hindu teacher's case when she was on way to her school just few meters away from the campus of that very school. She was shot dead by the terrorists. And similar thing happened in Deepak Chand's case, where the terrorist barged into that school and he was shot dead. Or we talk about the Rahul Bhatt, who was serving in the Tehsil office at Chadora. He was identified by the terrorists and he was fired upon from a close range, and then he succumbed at the SMHS hostel in Srinagar. So the pundits' demand is that nothing, no further promises from the LG administration or the police if they say that the security and the secure environment will be there. But the way they are seeing that the target killings are panning out, they want justice, they want relocation, they want to move back, they want to go back to their own place. Though they are the Kashmiri Pandits who are here living till 90s, but then after the exodus they had to leave the valley. And now they have been brought in because of the Prime Minister package. They got their jobs, but they feel that the Kashmiri Pandits, this is another exodus that they are facing, and this time again a threat to life is there. They are not being given the assurances that the government has been giving. They are not able to see actually the things that coming on ground.
All right, so as Zenith is reporting, relocation is one of the key demands that we are seeing from Hindus in the Kashmir Valley. They believe that the government has not been able to provide them with adequate security. Now, protests like this one that you see on your screen have been taking place for quite some time in the valley now. This one, of course, taking place at Badgam. But even as this protest happens, a short while ago, the cremation of Rajni Bala took place. Let me go back to Zenith. Zenith, what's the response that the administration is given to these people, because we've seen these kind of protests take place often enough now, and targeted killings are continuing. What is the administration saying that it's doing to prevent these killings?
See, Nupur, if you'll see and just look at the tweet that has come from LG Manoj Sinha, where he had condemned yesterday's killing of Rajni Bala, who lost her life in a terror attack in Kulgam. LG is giving all assurances those behind this terror crime will be identified and neutralized. And since the killing of Rajni Bala, we also heard, and as per the sources, the multiple cordon searches and also raids were conducted by J&K police with the other security forces. Many people have been picked up, but they are saying that today one is killed and his or her killer is neutralized. But we are not getting the sense of security, sense of secure environment around. They want to live. They don't want to go back as a dead body to their families. They want to live with their family. And that is only possible outside the Kashmir. That is, the Kashmiri Pandits are saying that they want to live a happy life, peaceful life, and they don't find peace in the Kashmir Valley because ultimately it is a threat to the life. They feel that despite all assurances from the government, killings are taking place, killings are going on, spear killings rather, that are taking place for the last couple of months. Almost 16 people, the minorities, lost their life in such kind of terror attacks. So one can hear the slogans that they are raising, that ab ki baar Kashmir ke bahar. Relocation is the only demand. Nothing, no more further promises from the government. खून खराबा नहीं चलेगा, खून खराबा नहीं चलेगा. These are the demands and the slogans that they are raising. No further bloodshed. Kashmiri Pandits are not here to witness bloodshed. They want to return back to their loved ones. Rahul Bhai, Amar Rahe, Rajni Behan, Amar Rahe, this kind of slogans that are taking place. This is not the only camp where this kind of protest is going on. In fact, in Kashmir Valley, whether it is in Visu, Kazigund, Kulgam or in North Kashmir, the Pandits are protesting against the killings, the minority killings in the Kashmir Valley. And the only demand that is coming is relocation. Government is relocation as far as the demand of the Kashmiri Pandits is concerned. Government says that government is doing everything that is possible within the limits to help the Kashmiri Pandits to secure their lives, to provide all kind. Government is providing the assurance, but on ground we are seeing the situation continues to remain same. And for the after the killing of Rahul, but we are continuously seeing that the Kashmiri Pandits on road.
Right, Zainab, do stay with us. We're just going to be back with you in a minute. Now, earlier this morning, of course, there was a dramatic confrontation by Kashmiri Hindus. Hindus confronted the BJP leader who had come for the funeral of Rajni Bala. Take a look at this dramatic sequence.
आज रजनी देवी की डेथ हुई है, कल राहुल भट्ट की हुई थी, परसों प्रिंसिपल की हुई थी। हम वहाँ पे अभी अपने टीचर मरने के लिए नहीं भेजेंगे।
जमीन के पाताल से भी निकाल कर इन पाकिस्तानियों को मौत के घाट उतारेंगे। मैं आपसे वादा करता हूँ, किसी को नहीं बख्शेंगे, कोई नहीं बचेगा। जो पाकिस्तानी जिनने ये लहूलुहान किया है कश्मीर को, उनको नहीं छोड़ेंगे। सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता, सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता।
The protest in the Badgam continues. We are seeing that the protesters want relocation. They are not listening to the administration. The only solution to the Kashmiri Pandit problem at present that they demand is relocation to Jammu.
The protesters in Jammu are saying that they be called back to the Jammu and those relatives of them should not be made a scapegoat in the Kashmir Valley for Pakistan. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
News in brief, India and Pakistan engaged in 118th meet of Pakistan-India Permanent Indus Water Commission. While both the parties signed the annual report till March 2022, the venue for the next meet was decided to be in Pakistan. An Abhinandan rally was held in BJP workers in Tripura's Agartala. The rally was held in order to celebrate the 8 years of Modi government at the centre. Meghalaya's National People's Party have made their entry into the fellow northeastern state of Tripura. The move came ahead of by-polls to be held in the state along with state assembly elections slated for 2023. President Ramnath Kovind presented gallantry awards at the second phase of the defence investiture ceremony in New Delhi. The President awarded 1 Kirti Chakra and 14 Shaurya along with 13 PVSMs and 29 AVSMs. The Prime Minister interacted with beneficiaries of the Ayushman Bharat scheme by video conferencing. The scheme aims towards providing healthcare insurance.
Top headlines at this hour. Nation reels under shock as singer KK passes away at the age of just 53 after a live performance in Kolkata. Shocking details emerge. Police file unnatural death case. Top sources say KK was feeling unwell during the concert. Renowned singer's sudden death shocks the nation. Police launches probe into KK's sudden death. It's a big Ram Mandir day as Yogi Adityanath lays foundation stone of Ram Mandir's Garbh Grah. Foundation stone laid, Ram Lalla Virajman at Ram Janmabhoomi complex next. Yogi says Ram Mandir to become National Temple of India. Valley mourns loss of teacher and Kashmiri Hindu Rajni Bala as she is laid to rest. Demand for justice as Rajni Bala's funeral. Angry Kashmiri Pandits take to the streets, speak out against Hindu killings. Well, we are live in Breaking Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's start off with the top story that we have been tracking continuously. Several leads and videos coming in since KK's demise, and here is what we know so far.
KK's sudden death on Tuesday night sent shockwaves across India. In the morning after, videos and strong leads as to what may have happened started to emerge.
Yesterday, the crowd was over 5,000, almost 6,000 crowd attended to this hall. And for this overgathering, for this overcrowding, the AC air condition system was totally failed, and for this singer KK felt quite uncomfortable. Repeatedly he was taking water. After his show, he reached to the hotel, and there he felt get two injuries, his head, his forehead, behind his head.
Top sources confirmed to Republic Bangla that an unnatural death case has now been registered with the Newmarket police station in Kolkata. Top sources also say that KK was feeling unwell at his last concert and was constantly going backstage as the auditorium was overpacked with a failing air conditioner. Republic Bangla has accessed back-to-back tapes from KK's last concert, which may help piece together what really happened at the event. Watch this tape from the final concert. KK waves to the crowd, then swiftly turns around, hands his mic, and then looks visibly uneasy. Watch the tape. After this, sources say KK was taken to his hotel, where he continued to complain of uneasiness. He was then taken to hospital and then reportedly declared brought dead. Watch this second tape from KK's last concert. KK is seen sweating, speaking to his fellow band members and backstage crew. He's seen wiping the sweat off his face using a handkerchief. He seems to complain of excessive heat and then points towards what seems like the AC above. Watch the tape. While the family has arrived in Kolkata and the post-mortem will be undertaken only after their consent, questions regarding overcrowding at the concert venue have emerged, all of which will be part of the all-round probe which is now underway. Well, next we'll get inside details of KK's death probe.
Republic spoke to the venue worker who made sensational revelation on the turn of events at the concert last evening. Listen in.
দাদা উনি যখন এখানে ছিলেন উনি তো সুস্থ ছিলেন নাকি অস্বস্তি বোধ করছিলেন?
সুস্থ ছিলেন।
এসি অফ থাকাতে উনি বারবার একটা ভিডিওতে দেখা যাচ্ছে
এসি অফ ছিল না তো এসি চলছিল আমার এসি অফ নেই
একটা ভিডিওতে বারবার দেখা যাচ্ছে যে উনি বারবার ঘাম মুছছেন রুমাল দিয়ে অস্বস্তি বোধ করছেন
ব্যাকস্টেজে ছিলেন তখন গান গাইতে গাইতে মাঝে মাঝে আসছেন ব্যাকস্টেজে আবার ঘাম মুছছেন আবার গান গাইছেন
केजरीवाल जी ने सत्येंद्र जैन को जनता की अदालत में बरी कर दिया इसलिए आज मैं विवश हूं कुछ प्रश्न पूछने के लिए मेरा पहला प्रश्न भाजपा की एक कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल इस बात को इनकार कर सकते हैं नकार सकते हैं कि सत्येंद्र जैन ने 4 शेल कंपनीज के अपने परिवार के कुछ सदस्यों के माध्यम से 16 करोड़ 39 लाख 56 शेल कंपनीज के माध्यम से हवाला ऑपरेटर्स के सहयोग से साल 2010 से लेकर साल 2016 तक साल 2010 से लेकर साल 2016 तक मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की मेरा दूसरा प्रश्न केजरीवाल जी क्या यह सत्य है कि सत्येंद्र जैन ने स्वयं डिक्लेयर किया कि उन्होंने मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की 16 करोड़ 39 लाख की इनकम डिस्क्लोजर 2016 के अंतर्गत जिसके माध्यम बने अंकुश जैन और वैभव जैन साल 2016 में केजरीवाल जी क्या यह सत्य है कि प्रिंसिपल कमिश्नर ऑफ इनकम टैक्स ने इस बात को रिजेक्ट किया कि 16 करोड़ 39 लाख के सही मालिक न वैभव जैन थे न अंकुश जैन थे बल्कि इस काले धन की मालिक स्वयं सत्येंद्र जैन है केजरीवाल जी से मेरा चौथा प्रश्न क्या यह सत्य है कि डिवीजन बेंच दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने 21/8/2019 के अपने ऑर्डर में यह कंफर्म किया इस बात की पुष्टि की कि सत्येंद्र जैन केजरीवाल जी के न सिर्फ सरकार में मंत्री उनके परम मित्र उनके सहयोगी ने मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की 16 करोड़ 39 लाख की अगर केजरीवाल जी के पास कोर्ट के इस दस्तावेज की कोई कॉपी नहीं है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता विधिवत बड़े सम्मान के साथ ये कॉपी ऑर्डर की उन्हें भेज सकते हैं मेरा पांचवा प्रश्न क्या यह सत्य है केजरीवाल जी कि सत्येंद्र जैन शेल कंपनीज के मालिक हैं उन शेल कंपनीज का नाम है इंडो मेटाली इंपेक्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड अकिंचन डेवलपर्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड प्रयास इन्फो सॉल्यूशंस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड मंगल यतन प्रोजेक्ट्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड और ये कंपनियां वो अपनी धर्म पत्नी जी के साथ शेयर होल्डिंग के माध्यम से कंट्रोल करते हैं एक और कंपनी जे आइडियल एस्टेट लिमिटेड इसमें मेजॉरिटी शेयर होल्डिंग सत्येंद्र जैन की उनके परिवार की, उनकी धर्मपत्नी की, जिसको कल केजरीवाल जी प्रेस के माध्यम से ढांढस बंधा रहे थे कि भाभी जी डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। ये केजरीवाल जी के शब्द थे। क्या यह सत्य है, मेरा छठा प्रश्न, कि सत्येंद्र जैन ने 200 बीघा जमीन 200 बीघा जमीन कराला और चंडी, निजामपुर, बुधम, नॉर्थ और नॉर्थ वेस्ट दिल्ली के इलाके में अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनीज के संदर्भ में इस काले धन के माध्यम से 200 बीघा जमीन का मालिकाना हक इन शेल कंपनियों के माध्यम से क्या सत्येंद्र जैन की ओनरशिप में, बेनिफिट में आया? मेरा सातवां प्रश्न, क्या यह सत्य है कि जो 200 बीघा की जमीन है वो उन अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनीज के आसपास है जिसके संदर्भ में मंत्रालय सत्येंद्र जैन जी का और आम आदमी पार्टी के माध्यम से क्या यह कारण बना कि वो अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनीज रेगुलराइज हुई? मेरा आठवां प्रश्न, केजरीवाल जी क्या यह सत्य है कि सत्येंद्र जैन आज प्राइम अक्यूज्ड हैं चार्जशीट में प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एक्ट के तहत? मेरा नौवां प्रश्न, केजरीवाल जी क्या यह सत्य है कि 16 करोड़ 39 लाख मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की जो सत्येंद्र जैन जी की इनकम है उस पर इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट टैक्स लगाए? यह प्रस्ताव स्वयं सत्येंद्र जैन की कंपनीज का था? मेरा आखिरी प्रश्न, जिस सत्येंद्र जैन ने स्वयं स्वीकार किया कि 16 करोड़ 39 लाख मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग हवाला ऑपरेटर्स के माध्यम से की गई उन कंपनीज में जिनमें सत्येंद्र जैन और उनके परिवार की भागीदारी है, केजरीवाल जी क्या वो व्यक्ति आज भी आप द्वारा संचालित सरकार का मंत्री बना रहना चाहिए? कल केजरीवाल जी ने अपने प्रेस के वक्तव्य में कहा, भ्रष्टाचार मतलब देश के साथ गद्दारी। केजरीवाल जी, विनम्रता से मेरा अंतिम सवाल, क्या आप देश के गद्दार को पनाह दे रहे हैं? I would now like to give my comments in English. Yesterday, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, the doyen of the Aam Aadmi Party, in a press interface, gave Satyendra Jain a clean chit. He presumed the role of a judge, and in the court of public opinion, absolved Satyendra Jain of all crimes. Hence today, through you, I beseech Mr. Kejriwal to answer a few questions. Question number 1. Mr. Kejriwal, can you deny that Satyendra Jain, with the help of 4 shell companies, Indo Metal Impex Private Limited, Akinchan Developers Private Limited, Paryas Info Solutions Private Limited, Mangal Yatan Projects Private Limited, with the help of his associates and family members. Can it be denied that Satyendar Jain laundered 16 crores 39 lakhs using 56 shell companies with the support of known Hawala entry operators of Kolkata from financial year 2010-11 to 2015-16? My second question to Mr. Kejriwal. Is it true, Arvindji, that Satyendar Jain has declared that money laundered amounting to 16 crore 39 lakhs, representing the undisclosed income under the Income Disclosure Scheme 2016, in the name of his close associates, Ankush Jain, Vaibhav Jain, is a self-declaration by Satyendar Jain in the year 2016. Is it true, question number 3, that the Principal Commissioner of Income Tax has held that the unaccounted income of 16 crores 39 lakhs was not Ankush Jain, was not Vaibhav Jain, but that Satyendar Jain was the real owner of the income, ill-gotten money, amounting to 16 crores 39 lakhs. Since Mr. Kejriwal, in the case of Satyendar Jain, has declared himself to be a judge of Satyendar Jain's moral character, my question number 4 is this. Is it true that the division bench of the Honorable Delhi High Court, through its order dated 21/8/2019, has confirmed the very findings of the Principal Commissioner of Income Tax that Satyendar Jain, indeed himself, is the real owner of the money laundered amounting to 16 crores 39 lakhs? If Mr. Kejriwal does not have a copy of this court order, Karyakartas of the Bharatiya Janata Party are more than happy to send him a copy of the same. Is it true, my question number 5 is this, Mr. Kejriwal, that Satyendar Jain is the beneficial owner of shell companies, namely, again, I repeat, Indo Metalimpex Private Limited, Akinchan Developers Private Limited, Paryas Info Solutions Private Limited, Mangal Yatan Projects Private Limited, and he controls these shell companies through shareholding along with his wife. And ladies and gentlemen, if you remember Mr. Kejriwal's press interface yesterday, this is the same lady that Mr. Kejriwal extended support to. Is it true, additionally I ask, that in the company JJ Ideal Estate Limited, Satyendar Jain holds majority shares in the name of not only his wife, but also his father? Question number 6. Satyendar Jain, is it true, Mr. Kejriwal, has purchased more than 200 bighas of land in the vicinity of unauthorized colonies, out of this laundered unaccounted income of 16 crores 39 lakhs, in the name of the shell companies that are beneficially owned by Satyendar Jain, and this land is in Kerala, Auchandi, Nizampur, Budham, North and Northwest Delhi. Question number 7. Is it true, Mr. Kejriwal, that providing huge return on the investment in the land in the vicinity of unauthorized colonies by Satyendar Jain was the real reason why the Aam Aadmi Party regularized these unauthorized colonies? Question number 8. Is it true, Mr. Kejriwal, that Satyendar Jain is now the prime accused under the Prevention of Corruption Act? Question number 9. Is it true, Mr. Kejriwal, that Income Tax Department has taxed money laundered income of 16 crores 39 lakhs in the hands of Satyendar Jain? Mr. Kejriwal yesterday said, corruption tantamounts to Gaddari. Hence, my last question to Mr. Kejriwal is this. Does he knowingly now give patronage to those who have not only deceived the treasury, but also deceived people, to those Mr. Kejriwal says should be declared as Desh ke Gaddar? How long, Mr. Kejriwal, will this Desh ka Gaddar continue to receive your support? I'll now open up the conference for some questions.
देवेंद्र इंडिया टीवी। मैं केजरीवाल का ये कहना था कि जो फी दिया गया वो कंसिस्टेंसी फी है, उनको भगवान पे भरोसा है, किसी पे भरोसा है, बहुत ईमानदार है, व्यक्ति है, बस कंसिस्टेंसी फी उन्होंने दी।
पहले तो देवेंद्र जी, मैं केजरीवाल जी का आभार व्यक्त करती हूं कि उन्होंने इस बात को स्वीकारा कि सत्येंद्र जैन को पैसे मिले। और जिस कंसल्टेंसी की बात कर रहे हैं, जिस जमीन पे कोई इमारत ही नहीं बनी, उस जमीन पर आर्किटेक्ट क्या कंसल्टेंसी दे रहा था? और जिस जमीन पर कभी कोई इमारत नहीं बनी, क्या कभी आपने देखा है बिना इमारत की जमीन की कंसल्टेंसी 16 करोड़ हो?
आमोद राय, टीवी 9।
मुख्यमंत्री ने कल कहा कि उनको कोर्ट पे भरोसा है और कोर्ट जो करेगा उस पर भी भरोसा है।
क्या मुख्यमंत्री जी को इस बात का एहसास नहीं था कि कोर्ट ने सत्येंद्र जैन की भूमिका पर पहले ही घोषणा कर दी थी? जैसा कि मैंने अभी अभी आपके सामने प्रश्नों की एक झड़ी रखी, उसमें प्रश्न नंबर 4 यही तो था आमोद जी कि 2019 में ही कोर्ट ने यह घोषित कर दिया था कि 16 करोड़ 39 लाख का काला धन सत्येंद्र जैन का है। तब से लेकर अब तक कोर्ट की इस घोषणा की सूचना क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल के पास नहीं थी? अगर कोर्ट पर भरोसा है तो दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट के इस ऑर्डर पर भरोसा क्यों नहीं?
यतीन शर्मा, टीवी 18।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, जैसे कि मैंने अभी अभी जवाब दिया, कोर्ट ने अपना बयान, अपना ऑर्डर 2019 में दे दिया था। तब से लेकर अब तक अरविंद केजरीवाल जी निश्चित रूप से अवगत थे कि सत्येंद्र जैन के पास 16 करोड़ 39 लाख का काला धन है। इसलिए आपका ध्यान प्रश्न नंबर 7 पर दोबारा आकृष्ट करती हूं। ये जानते हुए कि सत्येंद्र जैन के पास 16 करोड़ 39 लाख का काला धन है, 2019 के बाद से अब तक केजरीवाल जी ने एक्शन क्यों नहीं लिया? प्रश्न नंबर 7 यही तो पूछता है कि अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनीज को रेगुलराइज करने की आम आदमी पार्टी की जो मंशा थी, क्या उसमें सत्येंद्र जैन के अलावा कोई और प्रमुख नेता आम आदमी पार्टी के सम्मिलित थे? कौन से वो दूसरे चोर की दाढ़ी में तिनका है? इसका जवाब तो अरविंद केजरीवाल ही दे पाएंगे।
अमित कुमार, टाइम्स नव भारत।
जी,
केजरीवाल कह रहे हैं कि वो सच्चे देशभक्त हैं और भ्रष्टाचार जैसी चीज पर वो बन मिटेंगे, लेकिन भ्रष्टाचार नहीं होने देंगे।
2019 से दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट कह रहा है कि भ्रष्टाचारी सत्येंद्र जैन ने 16 करोड़ 39 लाख रुपया 56 शेल कंपनीज के माध्यम से हवाला ऑपरेटर्स के सहयोग से देश के खजाने से लूटा। इसलिए मेरा अंतिम प्रश्न अरविंद जी से यही है कि देश के गद्दार को कब तक अरविंद केजरीवाल पनाह देंगे? 2019 के ऑर्डर के बाद से लेकर कल तक अरविंद केजरीवाल जी पनाह दे रहे हैं सत्येंद्र जैन को। आज कोर्ट का ये दस्तावेज पढ़ने के बाद फिर भी क्या गद्दार को पनाह देंगे? यही मेरा प्रश्न है।
रविंद्र सिंह, जी न्यूज।
मैडम, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कहा है, उदाहरण दिए हैं उन्होंने कि 2015 में ऐसा ही वाकया हुआ था और हमने अपने मंत्री को सीबीआई को सौंप दिया।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूं,
और एक सवाल इसी से जुड़ा हो कि क्या आपको लगता है इसके पीछे कौन सी मजबूरी होगी कि पंजाब में तो वो अपने स्वास्थ्य मंत्री की दली लेकर बाबा ही लुटते हैं और दिल्ली में उसका बचाव करते हैं।
सत्येंद्र जैन का घोटाला क्यों अरविंद केजरीवाल की मजबूरी है, इसका जवाब अरविंद केजरीवाल ही दे सकते हैं। क्यों सत्येंद्र जैन को वो कानून के हवाले नहीं करना चाहते, ये जानते हुए कि दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने ऑर्डर दिया है, इसका जवाब अरविंद केजरीवाल के अलावा और किसी के पास नहीं। सत्येंद्र जैन अरविंद केजरीवाल की डायरेक्ट पनाह में है।
विकास चंद्रा, न्यूज नेशन।
मैडम, आम आदमी पार्टी के तमाम दूसरे लीडर संजय सिंह हो या सिसोदिया हो का कहना है कि चूंकि अब हिमाचल प्रदेश और गुजरात विधानसभा सामने है, लिहाजा वो कमजोर करने के लिए और पार्टी को बदनाम करने के लिए सेंट्रल एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग।
क्या दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट कोई राजनीतिक पार्टी है?
केजरीवाल का सत्येंद्र को जो समर्थन दिया है, क्या ये कोशिश करता है कि अरविंद जो केजरीवाल है वो भी सत्येंद्र जैन से मिले हुए हैं, उनका भी उसमें हिस्सा है?
मैं अंत में दोबारा, अगर किसी और का प्रश्न ना हो, दोबारा दोहराती हूं। 2019 में ही दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने अपने ऑर्डर के माध्यम से घोषित कर दिया कि सत्येंद्र जैन ने 16 करोड़ 39 लाख रुपए का काला धन प्राप्त किया 56 शेल कंपनीज के माध्यम से हवाला एंट्री ऑपरेटर्स के सहयोग से। अरविंद केजरीवाल 56 शेल कंपनीज, हवाला एंट्री ऑपरेटर्स का सहयोग, फिर भी सत्येंद्र जैन को संरक्षित कर रहे हैं। क्यों? इस सवाल का जवाब सिर्फ केजरीवाल जी देंगे और जवाब का देश को इंतजार रहेगा।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारी अगली प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस 1 बजे शुरू हो रही है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Workers of Sri Ram Sena held a protest in front of the district collector's office over the murder of Vijay Kamble in Karnataka's Kala Burgi. The individual was killed as a result of hate crime for marrying a Muslim woman earlier. A suspect was arrested for setting a taxi on fire near the Madhu Vihar area of New Delhi. 5 individuals sleeping at the stand sustained burn injuries in the incident. Group captain Varun Singh was posthumously awarded the Shaurya Chakra by the presidency for saving his Tejas fighter during a sortie in 2020. The officer was the lone survivor of 2021 helicopter crash that led to the demise of General Bipin Rawat, who was India's first chief of defence staff among 13 others. Vice President Venkaiah Naidu visited Gabon to engage in a round of bilateral talks between the two countries. He carried out the talks with nation's Prime Minister in Libreville. The Vice President is on a three-nation tour of Gabon, Senegal and Qatar. Punjabi singer Mika Singh's security detail was increased following Sidhu Moosewala's death in the state. Jodhpur police was alerted following a comment made by the singer on gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. The security detail arrived at an event the singer was at in Jodhpur.
कश्मीरी पंडित बलि का बकरा नहीं बनेगा, नहीं बनेगा। एक बार एजुकेशन को ये बोल देते हैं कि 24 घंटे के अंदर अगर हमारी मांगे पूरी नहीं की गई और कोई कंप्लीटेशन नहीं दिया गया कल
Here are the top stories at 1 p.m. viewers. After Kejriwal backed his minister, now Smriti Irani fires questions at the Aam Aadmi Party government. Nation reels under the shock as singer KK passes away at the age of 53 after live performance in Kolkata. Shocking details emerge. Police file unnatural death case. Top sources say KK was feeling unwell during the concert. And the renowned singer's sudden death shocks the nation. Police launches a probe into KK's sudden death. It's a big Ram Mandir day as Yogi Adityanath lays the foundation stone for Ram Mandir's Valley mourns loss of teacher and Kashmiri Hindu Rajni Bala as she is laid to rest. Demand for justice as Rajni Bala's funeral is carried out. Angry Kashmiri Pandits take to streets, speak out against Hindu killings.
बीजेपी वालों झूठे शोषण देना बंद करो जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा बीजेपी वालों झूठे शोषण देना बंद करो
Thank you for tuning into Republic TV viewers. We are tracking to you for the biggest stories in fact that are unraveling now. We had seen the political war of words that had broken out after Satyendar Jain had been taken into the ED custody as well, and the investigation that is being carried out in him with respect to the money laundering case. And now Union Minister Smriti Irani has hit back at Arvind Kejriwal as well and has fired one question after the other at Kejriwal, and we have seen how the entire investigation is being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. But first, viewers, let's take a look as to what Smriti Irani had to say.
दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता श्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कल एक भ्रष्ट व्यक्ति को अपना क्लीन चिट दिया। अपने प्रेस के उद्बोधन में उन्होंने ये घोषणा की कि सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ जो भी आरोप हैं वो सारे के सारे आरोप तथ्यों से बहुत दूर हैं। अपने आप को जज की उपाधि देते हुए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने सत्येंद्र जैन को जनता की अदालत में बरी कर दिया। इसलिए आज मैं विवश हूं कुछ प्रश्न पूछने के लिए। मेरा पहला प्रश्न भाजपा की एक कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते, क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल इस बात को इनकार कर सकते हैं, नकार सकते हैं कि सत्येंद्र जैन ने 4 शेल कंपनीज के अपने परिवार के कुछ सदस्यों के माध्यम से 16 करोड़ 39 लाख 56 शेल कंपनीज के माध्यम से हवाला ऑपरेटर्स के सहयोग से साल 2010 से लेकर साल 2016 तक, साल 2010 से लेकर साल 2016 तक मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की? मेरा दूसरा प्रश्न, केजरीवाल जी क्या यह सत्य है कि सत्येंद्र जैन ने स्वयं डिक्लेयर किया कि उन्होंने मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की 16 करोड़ 39 लाख की इनकम डिस्क्लोजर 2016 के अंतर्गत, जिसके माध्यम बने अंकुश जैन और वैभव जैन साल 2016 में? केजरीवाल जी क्या यह सत्य है कि प्रिंसिपल कमिश्नर ऑफ इनकम टैक्स ने इस बात को
And now viewers, we're cutting across to some more breaking inputs and visuals that we are getting. And these are of course the visuals of the authorities, the forensic team as well that has reached the hotel. And now we are being told that of course a case of unnatural death had also been registered with respect to the singer KK. In fact, whose death has shocked the nation, and we are seeing that post this case that had been registered, a forensic team has reached the hotel and they will be carrying out the investigation, because there were multiple reports earlier as well that had been suggesting that the singer had not been keeping well even during the entire show, the kind of concert that had been going on. And we had seen now that the forensic team had reached the Hotel Oberoi Grand after inspection of the site, and these are the live visuals of that forensic team that had reached the Hotel Oberoi Grand. And as of now, these are the visuals in fact of the forensic team leaving the Hotel Oberoi after carrying out their investigation as well. And we are tracking those details for you, because there was a case of unnatural death that had been registered after the abrupt death of the singer KK right during the concert that he was also a part of in Kolkata, and the sudden death of the singer that has shocked the nation, post which the authorities are looking into the entire case history of the singer as well to determine what really led to the sudden and abrupt end of the singing sensation, and finding out exactly what was the cause of the death as well. Now, right after that, we have seen that the forensic team had been sent to the Hotel Oberoi Grand as well. Now, right after that, they are leaving from the entire hotel. Those are the live visuals of this. My colleague Mayuk is also joining us on the broadcast for give us more details. Mayuk, tell us about the investigation that is being carried out, a case of unnatural death that had been registered. What will the investigation look like?
Well, right now what you can see is that the scientific wing of Kolkata Police, the scientific officers as well as the investigating officers of the forensic team, they are out of the Oberoi Grand Hotel in central Kolkata. It's a very prominent landmark in Kolkata, and there you can see the scientific wing of Kolkata Police officers. They are coming out. They went inside the suite of KK where he was staying, and there they collected samples. They collected the photographs of the place, as well as CCTV footages of the place of the lounge where KK was sitting. And we had information earlier that right now what we are getting from our sources is that KK slipped from one of the staircases, and while he was sitting in a sofa, and later he got injuries. So what kind of injury is that? That is also a question, and that will also be probed by the investigating authorities. But right now the CCTV footage samples that are being collected, that will be taken, and those will be given to the investigating team. Back to the studios.
Mayuk, stay with us and clarify this for our viewers, because there were multiple reports earlier as well suggesting that the singer had not been keeping well. He was not well during the time of the concert as well. Anything that has been confirmed by the investigating authorities on that part?
Well, right now, what we are getting in from our sources is that Mamta Banerjee has just announced that at 5 p.m. at Rabindra Sadan, it's a very prominent government auditorium. Singer KK's body will be taken. That's what we are getting in. Right now, the latest development, Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee has just announced that KK's mortal remains will be taken to Rabindra Sadan at 5 p.m. And there, the legends of Bengal, the singing community, the music fraternity, and commoners will be able to felicitate, will be able to pay homage to KK as well as pay tribute KK for the last time. And this is there a standing ovation as well as gun salute will be given to singer KK.
Well, that's right, viewers. That is the update that we're getting with respect to this unfortunate incident and the abrupt death of the singer KK, where now a gun salute will be given at the Rabindra Sadan at 5 p.m.
বলছি দিদি, এয়ারপোর্টে অনেকদিন পর এলেন, এখানে এত লোক নিয়ে হয়েছে কি
করবো আমরা? অন্ডারটা আমাদের টার্গেট আছে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল এয়ারপোর্ট করা, এবং ইন্টারন্যাশনাল বাইরের বিভিন্ন ফ্লাইট যাবে এবং সারা বিশ্বে সেইটার ব্যাপারে কথাবার্তা চলছে।
এখানে তো লোক নিয়ে হয়েছে অনেক, অথচ বিরোধীরা বলছে কিছুই হয়নি।
আরে বিরোধীদের কাজ আছে নাকি সারাক্ষণ মোটা দেয়?
দিদি নমস্কার।
Well, viewers, tracking for you the latest details of what's really happening with respect to the investigation. We are getting you inside details of the death probe of the singing sensation KK as well. Republic spoke to the venue worker at KK's final performance, who revealed the sensational details of the turn of events at the concert last evening. Let's listen in.
सीट जो हम देख रहे हैं कि कितने लोगों का सीट था यहाँ पर?
लगभग 2,500 लगभग।
तो लोग ज्यादा हुए थे 2,500 से?
2,500 से बहुत ज्यादा, काफी ज्यादा था, बहुत ज्यादा।
तो उनको एंट्री कैसे मिला? मतलब बिना परमिशन के ही वो अंदर आ गए?
वो सब घुस गया था, वो लोग को जो कॉलेज का आदमी वो लोग वॉलंटियर किया, वो लोग सब घुसाया अंदर।
और यहाँ पे जो एक बात हो रहा है कि एसी बंद था, उनको गर्मी लग रही थी, ये बात कहाँ तक सच है?
एसी चालू था, हम लोग को जितना मालूमात है एसी चालू है।
और एक फायर एक्सटिंक्शन का भी देखा गया है।
हाँ, फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर है, वो गेट में जो था वो लोग फायर उसको यूज किया है, तो उसको उड़ाया सब।
वो क्यों यूज हुआ था?
हम लोग इधर बैठा था, हम लोग को दिखा नहीं है, लेकिन उधर बाद में वो जो एम्प्टी सिलेंडर था, हम लोग ऑफिस में रूम में रखा लास्ट में, वो देखा नहीं, जस्ट वीडियो में देखा था, जो उधर उड़ाया वो लोग, फायर फटाया उसको।
Now viewers, Republic has accessed the final tape from KK's last concert in Kolkata, and a lot of what may have gone down can be seen in the video as well. Watch how KK was constantly wiping his face, pointing towards something that seems to be the AC, complaining of the intolerable heat at the venue as well. Let's take a look at that final tape, and then we'll bring you all the breaking updates as far as his death probe is concerned. Also viewers, back-to-back visuals that your channel has accessed with respect to KK's last evening's concert. Watch how the auditorium was overpacked and the fire extinguisher was leaked outside the hall as well, leading to chaos. Let's take a look. Now viewers, top sources have also informed Republic that KK was feeling unwell during the concert, had complained of suffocation and was immediately rushed to the hospital post the concert as well. Now viewers, we are tracking all that is happening with respect to the death probe that is being carried out by the authorities to find out what really led to the untimely and sudden death of the singing sensation KK. Here's an exclusive ground report from where he was also carrying out the concert as well. Let's take a look.
And composer KK, whose real name was Krishnakumar Kunnath, died in Kolkata on Tuesday at the age of 53. He was in the city for a two-day concert at this Nazrul Manch. The program was organized on the behalf of Gurudas College. He was in the city for a two-day concert. According to the sources, he felt unwell during the concert, but he managed to finish his concert. He finished it till the end and complete his 20 songs. He started with the number of songs to Ashiki, and then he finished the song of Pal. After that, he went to the 5-star hotel of Esplanade, where he felt unwell and he complained about his uneasiness. But he managed his performance on the stage where I'm standing at the Nazrul Manch. But after that, he was brought dead to the hospital. CMRI staff confirmed that, according to the sources, at around 10 a.m. he was on the hospital but couldn't manage to leave. His fans who loved KK just couldn't believe that he is no more.
Now viewers, in yet another video accessed by Republic TV, watch how an exhausted KK was escorted out of the venue. Sources also tell us that KK had been complaining of overheating and crowding at the venue during the concert, compelling the singer to go backstage a couple of times during the concert as well. Let's take a look. viewers, yesterday is the event that had shocked the nation with an abrupt death of the singing sensation KK as well. We have gotten several videos and leads as far as the death probe of KK is concerned, also as to what transpired yesterday. Here's what we know so far.
KK's sudden death on Tuesday night sent shockwaves across India. In the morning after, videos and strong leads as to what may have happened started to emerge.
Yesterday, the crowd was over 5,000, almost 6,000 crowd attended to this hall. And for this overgathering, for this overcrowding, the AC air condition system was totally failed, and for this singer KK felt quite uncomfortable. Repeatedly he was taking water. After his show, he reached to the hotel, and there he felt get two injuries, his head, his forehead, behind his head.
Top sources confirmed to Republic Bangla that an unnatural death case has now been registered with the Newmarket police station in Kolkata. Top sources also say that KK was feeling unwell at his last concert and was constantly going backstage as the auditorium was overpacked with a failing air conditioner. Republic Bangla has accessed back-to-back tapes from KK's last concert, which may help piece together what really happened at the event. Watch this tape from the final concert. KK waves to the crowd, then swiftly turns around, hands his mic, and then looks visibly uneasy. Watch the tape. After this, sources say KK was taken to his hotel, where he continued to complain of uneasiness. He was then taken to hospital and then reportedly declared brought dead. Watch this second tape from KK's last concert. KK is seen sweating, speaking to his fellow band members and backstage crew. He is seen wiping the sweat off his face using a handkerchief. He seems to complain of excessive heat and then points towards what seems like the AC above. Watch the tape. While the family has arrived in Kolkata and the post-mortem will be undertaken only after their consent, questions regarding overcrowding at the concert venue have emerged, all of which will be part of the all-round probe which is now underway.
Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th.
Mudassir, a police officer, shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
The Italian Prime Minister hailed the agreement reached by the European Union members over the last round of sanctions against Russia as a complete success. In a move unthinkable just months ago, European Union leaders agreed to cut around 90% of all Russian oil imports over the next 6 months. Russian state news agency shared footage of people in Melitopol applying for Russian passports. Reportedly, Melitopol residents queue to apply for Russian citizenship. Russian President Vladimir Putin also issued an order last week to allow fast track of Russian citizenship for people in Kherson and regions in the south of Ukraine which are largely held by Russian forces. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that the country plans to retake territories captured by the Russian forces. Zelensky stressed that there was no time frame given for the operations to deoccupy regions of Ukraine and suggested that the country would await appropriate weapons in order to save the lives of as many people as possible. Belarusian president awarded medals to the agents of the State Security Committee of Belarus who carried out what he called a special operation to free Belarusian citizens in Ukraine. The president thanked them.
Kejriwal is in a fix. If Kejriwal accepts that his right-hand man, one of the top and most powerful ministers in his cabinet, has done Benami land transactions, used shell companies who use Hawala, made investments worth over 27 crores, which is over 100 times his tax disclosed income, then Kejriwal essentially admits that his topmost minister has been corrupt. The other option is worse. If Arvind Kejriwal defends his minister Satyendar Jain, Kejriwal will be accused of defending the corrupt. Kejriwal's decision to go all out, to brazen it out by saying the charges are political, could land Kejriwal himself in trouble. The whole country is watching Kejriwal now, and Kejriwal knows it.
Top headlines at 1:30 after Kejriwal bagged his minister. Now Smriti Irani fires questions at AAP government. Nation reels under shock as singer KK passes away at the age of 53 after live performance in Kolkata. Shocking details emerge. Police file unnatural death case. Top sources say KK was feeling unwell during the concert. Renowned singer's sudden death shocks the nation. Police launches probe into KK's sudden death. It's a big Ram Mandir day as Yogi Adityanath lays foundation stone of Ram Mandir's Garbhagriha. Valley mourns loss of teacher and Kashmiri Hindu Rajni Bala as she is laid to rest. Demand for justice at Rajni Bala's funeral. Angry Kashmiri Pandits take to streets, speak out against Hindu killings. And cutting across visuals of the Congress delegation that met Punjab governor in Moosewala's death case.
और उस तो बाद तुसी आज भी अखबारां च पढ़िया होना है कि एक शाहरुख नाम दा व्यक्ति जिहड़ा 1 महीना पहला पुलिस ने फड़िया और जिन्हें ये गल कही कि मैं सिद्धू मूसेवाले नूं रैकी करन गया सी मारन वास्ते, लेकिन ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਹਥਿਆਰਬੰਦ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਗਾਰਡ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਘਟਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਹੁੰਚਾ ਸਕਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਗਿਆ। ਫਿਰ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲਿਖਿਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਵੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਵਧਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਬਜਾਏ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 10 ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਪਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਵਿਡਰਾਅ ਕਰ ਲਈ ਗਈ। ਔਰ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਮਾੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀ ਹੋਈ, ਇਹ ਕੱਲ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੋਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਾਬਕਾ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ, ਸੁਖਜਿੰਦਰ ਜੀ ਨੇ, ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸੀਕ੍ਰੇਟ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਅਗਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਥ੍ਰੈਟ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਘਟਾ ਵੀ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਮਾਪਦੰਡ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਏ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਜਨਤਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਫੋਕੀ ਸ਼ੌਹਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਤੇ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਡੇਰਾ ਬਿਆਸ ਦੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਵਾਪਸ ਲੈ ਲਈ ਗਈ। ਔਰ ਠੀਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਦਿਨ ਇਸ ਦੁਰਘਟਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜੋ ਹੋਇਆ। ਸੋ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਭਾਵ ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਆ, ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਅਣਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਹਰ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਅੱਜ ਡਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਔਰ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਦਿਨ ਦਿਹਾੜੇ ਇੱਕ ਬੱਸ ਨੂੰ ਲੁੱਟ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਤੇ ਕੰਡਕਟਰ ਦੇ ਕੰਨ ਨਾਲ ਪਿਸਟਲ ਲਾ ਕੇ। ਇਹ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਨੇ ਲਾਅ ਐਂਡ ਆਰਡਰ ਦੇ। ਔਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਮੰਗ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਏ ਆ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ NIA ਦੀ
Latest news break coming in, ED notice that has been sent to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. So that's a news break coming in. We will get more details on that. So ED has now summoned Congress President Sonia Gandhi as well as the Gandhi sign Rahul Gandhi as well. So that's a fresh ED summon that has been sent to Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi. We will connect with Shravan as well to get us more details, but the latest what we are told is that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, and a notice has also been sent to Rahul Gandhi as well as Sonia Gandhi. More information is awaited, but that's the latest that is coming in. Now what we are getting to know is that ED notice is in relation to the National Herald case. And this notice that has now been sent to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi with respect to the National Herald case. More details are awaited, and as we can see, in the information that is coming in right now, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. We are yet to get more details as to the date on which Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi have been asked to appear. We have Ishwarya Kapoor also joining us on the phone line. Ishwarya, if you could give us more details of this ED notice that has been sent to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi.
We are being told, and it's Congress party doing a press conference then saying that ED notices have been sent in to the Congress President Sonia Gandhi and then Rahul Gandhi. Rahul and Sonia summoned in the National Herald case. It's the Congress party who has done the press conference and then announced it for themselves that the Enforcement Directorate has now summoned Sonia and Rahul, both of them in the National Herald case. So what they are trying to say that once again the same rant which the Aam Aadmi Party was also picking up of political vendetta. Congress also says it's nothing more than that. But Congress is doing a press conference saying that Rahul and Sonia summoned in the National Herald case. ED notices have been sent to both of them, that is Sonia and Rahul, simultaneously, and have been told to be a part of the investigation. Congress party doing a press conference and saying that both Sonia and Rahul have been asked. So once again saying the same, towing the same line which the Aam Aadmi Party was, that the agencies, blaming the agencies, raising a question mark on the...
मंत्री जी स्मृति ईरानी जी के द्वारा कही गई, ये सिर्फ इसलिए बार बार उठा रहे हैं कि देश में जो संवेदनशील मसले हैं, जिस मसले पर पूरा देश चिंतित है, जिन कश्मीरी पंडितों की हत्या से लोग पीड़ित हैं, दुखी हैं, उस पे देश में चर्चा न हो पाए। अच्छा होता अगर भारत की सरकार और उसके मंत्री इस वक्त कैबिनेट की मीटिंग करके ये योजना बना रहे होते कि आतंकवादियों का सफाया कैसे करना है, ये योजना बना रहे होते कि कश्मीरी पंडितों को सुरक्षा कैसे देनी है, ये योजना बना रहे होते कि कश्मीरी पंडितों की जान कैसे बचानी है। कश्मीर फाइल्स फिल्म बना के पूरे देश में रोने का काम करते हो भाजपाइयों, लेकिन जब कश्मीरी पंडितों की हत्या हो रही है खामोश हो। किसी एक केंद्रीय मंत्री का दुख भरा ट्वीट नहीं आया, शोक संवेदना का ट्वीट नहीं आया, सरकार की कोई चिंता नहीं आई। आज कश्मीरी पंडितों की हत्या, कश्मीरी पंडितों की सुरक्षा, कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ हो रही आतंकवादी घटनाएं, यह पूरे देश के लिए चिंता का विषय है। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए, उनके मंत्रियों के लिए बहुत ही शर्म की बात है कि उनकी चिंता हिमाचल के चुनाव और सत्येंद्र जैन को कैसे जेल में सड़ाया जाएगा इस बात को लेकर, कैसे आम आदमी पार्टी को फर्जी तरीके से बदनाम किया जाएगा इस बात के लिए। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं मोदी जी से और उनके मंत्रियों से कम इस वक्त जब पूरा कश्मीर जल रहा है, जब पूरा देश दुखी है, जब आए दिन कश्मीरी पंडितों की हत्याएं हो रही हैं, कम से कम ऐसे वक्त में तो जाग जाओ और कश्मीरी पंडितों की सुरक्षा की चिंता करो। हमारे ऊपर तो कई बार ऐसे फर्जी मामले आप लोग लगा चुके हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल के दफ्तर पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, क्या निकला? कुछ नहीं। मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, क्या निकला? कुछ नहीं। 34 विधायकों को पकड़ के जेल में डाला, कोर्ट ने उनको बरी कर दिया, क्या निकला? कुछ नहीं। और इस मामले में भी जैसे 400 से ज्यादा मामलों की मोदी जी ने जांच कराई और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को क्लीन चिट दे दिया, कह दिया केजरीवाल साहब आपके खिलाफ कोई भ्रष्टाचार का मामला नहीं बनता। मोदी जी क्लीन चिट देंगे सत्येंद्र जैन को भी, मोदी जी क्लीन चिट देंगे। उन्हीं की जांच एजेंसी बताएगी कि सत्येंद्र जैन के मामले में भी कुछ नहीं मिला, कोई कंपनी नहीं, कोई जमीन नहीं, सारी फर्जी बातें, सारी झूठी और निराधार बातें, जिन कंपनियों से उनका कोई लेना देना नहीं, तमाम ऐसी बातें जो जिन कंपनियों को पहले छोड़ चुके हैं। ये तमाम मुद्दे आप उठा रहे हैं और मुझे तो कई बार हंसी आती है भाजपाइयों के ऊपर। अरे जिनका पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष कैमरे पर रिश्वत लेते हुए पकड़ा गया, जो लोग शहीदों के ताबूत में घोटाले के दोषी हैं, जिन्होंने भारत माता के रक्षा सौदे राफेल में दलाली खाई, जिन्होंने भगवान श्री राम को नहीं छोड़ा, राम मंदिर में चंदा चोरी कर ली, ऑक्सीमीटर, थर्मोमीटर, वेंटिलेटर पे घोटाला किया, जल जीवन मिशन में घोटाला किया, आज वो भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ उपदेश देते फिर रहे हैं। जिनका राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष कैमरे पे रिश्वत लेते हुए पकड़ा गया, वो हमें नैतिकता सिखा रहे हैं। गब्बर सिंह हमें अहिंसा पे भाषण दे रहा है। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का चेहरा पूरे देश के सामने बेनकाब हो चुका है और इस सरकार की चिंता क्या है ये आज पूरा देश जान चुका है। इस सरकार की चिंता वो मासूम कश्मीरी पंडित, वो निर्दोष कश्मीरी पंडित जिनकी आए दिन हत्या हो रही है, उनकी सुरक्षा इनकी चिंता नहीं है। आम आदमी पार्टी को कैसे बदनाम करना है, सत्येंद्र जैन को कैसे जेल में डालना है, ये इनकी चिंता है। इसलिए मैं फिर दोहराना चाहता हूं कि भाजपाइयों की बातों को ज्यादा गंभीरता से मत लीजिए। इनके सारे कागज फर्जी और बेबुनियाद है, इनकी डिग्रियों की तरह, और बाद में कह देंगे डिग्री भी फर्जी, कागज भी फर्जी। इनका क्या है? इनका क्या है? इसलिए मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूं कि सत्येंद्र जैन इस पूरे मामले में, एक झूठे निराधार मामले में फिर से बाहर निकल कर आएंगे। और आप देखिएगा कि जैसे सीबीआई ने एक मामला उन पे दर्ज किया था, 5 साल तक उनको बदनाम किया गया, उनके परिवार को बदनाम किया गया, उनके घर पे छापे मारे गए, और 5 साल के बाद सीबीआई ने कह दिया अरे हमें तो कुछ मिला ही नहीं, कह दिया जांच में कुछ नहीं निकला। तो सीबीआई 5 साल की जांच के बाद कहती है हमें कुछ नहीं मिला, ईडी 8 साल के बाद कहती है हिमाचल का चुनाव आ गया, हमें गिरफ्तार करना है। मंत्री जी कहती हैं कश्मीरी पंडितों पे हमें चर्चा नहीं करनी, उनके दुख से हमें कोई मतलब नहीं, उनकी हत्या से हमें कोई मतलब नहीं, उनकी सुरक्षा से हमें कोई मतलब नहीं, हमें सत्येंद्र जैन पे प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करनी है। तो भाजपाइयों का ये काला चेहरा पूरा हिंदुस्तान देख रहा है। इस समय हम सबको जो घटनाएं आए दिन कश्मीर के अंदर घटित हो रही हैं उसकी चिंता करने की आवश्यकता है। और इस मामले का, जैसा मैंने पहले भी कहा था, आज फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, सत्येंद्र जैन बेदाग बरी होकर निकलेंगे इस मामले में। जैसे सीबीआई ने कह दिया कुछ नहीं मिला, ऐसे ईडी को भी मजबूर होकर कहना पड़ेगा कुछ नहीं मिला। और मैं तो ये कहता हूं कि क्या ईडी का दफ्तर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के दफ्तर से चल रहा है? जो मामला,
जो कानूनी जवाब होते हैं वो सब उनको दिए जाएंगे। कानून की एक प्रक्रिया है, उसको देखा जाएगा। लेकिन हमारा आज का उद्देश्य वो है जो हमने आपको बताया है। 8 जून बिल्कुल जाएंगे, बिल्कुल 100% जाएंगे। 8 जून 8 मैंने कहा कि माननीय कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष जाएंगी। अगर राहुल जी यहां हुए तो जाएंगे, नहीं तो थोड़ा सा समय मांग सकते हैं, वो हमको पता नहीं डिटेल्स अभी।
थैंक यू गाइस,
धन्यवाद।
सेंडिंग यू द थैंक यू।
ध्यान नहीं, मैं नोटिस लिखा है इसमें क्या बड़ी।
जी के अधिवक्ता, उनके वकील, जमानत की बहस के दौरान भी उन्होंने अपना पक्ष रखा था। आगे भी जब भी न्यायालय की तारीख होगी, न्यायालय में अपना पक्ष रखने की आवश्यकता होगी। अब तो ये न्यायालय की लड़ाई है, वहां पे लड़ेंगे।
सीबीआई का जो केस है वो अभी सेम जज हियर कर रहा है उस केस को, उसमें चार्जेस फ्रेम हुआ है, इसमें क्लीन चिट अभी तक हुआ नहीं है। दैट केस आल्सो बी हर्ड बाय द सेम जज।
देखिए, सीबीआई ने ये माना कि सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ कोई साक्ष्य नहीं है। सीबीआई ने माना सत्येंद्र जैन के ऊपर जो आरोप उन्होंने लगाए थे, जो उन्होंने बातें कही थी, वो गलत थी, बेबुनियाद थी। और किसी का कोई प्रश्न?
कश्मीरी जितने पंडितों को जम्मू से वापस लाके जो विस्थापित थे उनको वैली में, स्कूलों में और अलग अलग जगह नौकरी दी गई, वो कल से प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि अगर हमें सुरक्षा नहीं मिली तो हम मार्च लेवल पे पलायन करेंगे। तो आपको लगता है कि वो जो एक योजना का एक जो ख्वाब सरकार दिखा रही थी वो फ्लॉप हो गई?
देखिए, ये भारत की सरकार और मोदी जी की सरकार की विफलता है। कश्मीरी पंडितों के दर्द बना फिल्म पर एक उनके दर्द पर फिल्म बनाकर आप उसके प्रमोशन और रोने की नौटंकी तो करते हैं, लेकिन जब उनके साथ घटनाएं हो रही हैं तो आप चुपचाप 10 दीवारों के पीछे छुपे हुए हैं। एक शब्द शोक संवेदना का कोई भाजपाई व्यक्त करने के लिए तैयार नहीं। इतनी बड़ी घटना पे एक अध्यापिका रजनी बालाजी का मर्डर हो जाता है, उसके पहले राहुल भट्ट की हत्या हो जाती है, आतंकवादी घटनाएं हो रही हैं और सरकार चिंतित है कि कैसे इसको बदनाम करो, कैसे उसको बदनाम करो, कैसे दूसरे मामलों को उठाकर इन सारे गंभीर मुद्दों को धकेल के पीछे करो। इसी काम में लगे हुए। धन्यवाद।
अभी कुछ नहीं हो रहा, अब पार्टी ऑफिसर प्रोफेसर वीडियो को गाली देना।
Was the press briefing by the AAP just after Smriti Irani also addressed a PC in which she fact-checked over the arrest of Satyendar Jain. Now the AAP government in its press briefing said that the case against Jain has been filed to mislead the nation, going on to say that the attack, there is an attack on the Aam Aadmi Party to divert from the Pandits. Big news break topic that is coming in at this hour of the ED notices that have been sent to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in connection with the National Herald case. So just a short while back, there was a press conference also by the Congress calling it a political vendetta. And now in the latest, what we are told is that ED has summoned Rahul as well as Sonia Gandhi in connection with the National Herald case. The National Herald case, remember, dates back to several years, and Gandhi Sain as well as Sonia Gandhi have been summoned in connection with the National Herald scam. So someone that has been sent to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in connection with the National Herald scam. We have BJP's Rahul Bhatia also joining us. Sir, your first response to the ED summon that has been sent to Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, and Congress now calling it a vendetta politics. We have BJP's Gaurav Bhatia on the phone line. Sir, if I can get your reaction to the ED summon that has been sent to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I think a strong message has gone out that no one is above the law of the country, not even the Gandhi Parivar. If you indulge in corruption, you will have to face consequences. And the ED is acting fearlessly and independently, and nobody should have a problem with that. I would also like to remind the Gandhi Parivar, Sonia Gandhi ji and Rahul Gandhi, that they are out on bail in the very same matter. And now if the ED is probing the money laundering angle, why should they have a problem? They should come out clean like any other citizen. Times have changed. During the Congress regime, investigating agencies were called cage parrots by the Honorable Supreme Court. Now the investigating agency, be it the ED or CBI, is acting independently, and because the Gandhi Parivar is corrupt, that is why they are jittery and nervous.
Well, absolutely, sir. And just a short while back, there was a press conference also by the Congress in which they, of course, cried foul, saying that it is a political vendetta by the BJP government, and also going on to add that how the central agencies are being used to target the opposition time and again. Sir, if you are still with us, if you could give us your reaction to the kind of counter allegations that are being made by the Congress, saying that it is all a political vendetta against the Congress, if you could give your response to that. Well, we seem to have lost that connection. Gaurav Bhatia there giving his response to the ED summon that has been sent to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in connection with the National Herald case. And it remains to be seen if Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi will appear for the questioning with regard to the National Herald scam. Remember, the scam dates back to several years. The probe into the case is still ongoing. The latest, what we are told, is that Congress has been asked, Rahul Gandhi has been asked to appear on June 2nd. So ED net is now Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are now under ED scanner with respect to the National Herald scam, facing money laundering charges as well. We have our executive editor Niranjan also joining us. Niranjan, if you could give us your insights, your reading of the ED summon that has been sent to Sonia and Rahul Gandhi.
Getting some more breaking news inputs. In fact, as we speak, Shavan has also given us some more information, and just breaking that information right now. June 2nd and 8th are the dates when they've been summoned. So June 2nd, we are told, is when Rahul Gandhi had been summoned, and we're just putting out the details on the screen full frame that Mallikarjun Kharge and Bansal have also been questioned in the same case. Mallikarjun Kharge and Bansal have been questioned in the same case, and Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have been summoned after the questioning of Kharge and Bansal. So we are not sure whether the questioning is linked, but it's certainly a big development. Because Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have been summoned after the questioning of Mallikarjun Kharge and Bansal. This is in the National Herald case. They've been summoned for the first time. Shavan has been able to gather some more details. I'm going across to him. Shavan.
Well, in fact, the latest details that we are picking up right now, Niranjan, is that Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge, both the Congress leaders, have already been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, And these summons that have been sent to Congress party chief Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have been after the questioning that has taken place of Kharge and Pawan Bansal. So important to point out here is that it is only after their statements were recorded, the enforcement directorate has essentially found the need to basically summon Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. As far as this case goes, remember the enforcement directorate is basically looking into this entire case. Back in 2012 is when Subramaniam Swamy had basically filed a complaint before a trial court alleging that some of the Congress leaders, they were basically involved in cheating and breach of trust in the acquisition of the Associated Journals Limited by the Young Indian Limited. And he also alleged that they had taken over, the Young Indian Limited had taken over the assets of National Herald, which they are claiming it was in a malicious way. In fact, there have been attachments that have already been done by the enforcement directorate as far as this case goes. And the allegation here is that about 50 lakh rupees, that is the amount that was paid by Young Indians to obtain the right to recover 90 crore rupees, which AJL owed to the Congress party. It was given, this a particular amount was earlier given as a loan to start the newspaper. And the allegation here is that the loan was given to Associated Journals that was given was illegal. It was in 2014 that the enforcement directorate had basically initiated a probe, and this was to see if there is any money laundering in this case. Back in 2015, the enforcement directorate has reopened its investigation in the National Herald case. So far, the questioning that has taken place of top Congress leaders, that basically includes Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Bansal.
All right. So, Shravan there bringing us details. Thank you, Shravan, for giving us all those details. So, the latest being the separate notices that have been sent to Rahul Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Rahul has been asked to appear on June 2nd, whereas Sonia Gandhi has been also asked to appear on June 8th. So, that's the latest what we are learning. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned Congress President Sonia Gandhi and her son Rahul Gandhi for questioning in a money laundering case that is linked to the National Herald newspaper. Now, remember, the case was registered recently to probe alleged financial irregularities in the party-promoted Young Indian that owns the National Herald newspaper. Meanwhile, we are also getting to know that the agency officials have said it wants to record the statements of Sonia and Rahul Gandhi under criminal sections of the PMLA. So that's the latest what we are learning. Remember, the National Herald is published by the Associate Journals Limited and owned by Young Indians Indian Private Limited. So this fresh summon that has been issued to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, they've been asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. That's the latest what we are learning. So Rahul Gandhi has been asked to appear before the ED on June 2nd, whereas Sonia Gandhi will be appearing just 6 days later. She's been asked to appear on June 8th. This is in connection with the National Herald scam for which the Gandhis have been asked to appear. So that's the ED summon that has been sent to Sonia and Rahul Gandhi in connection with the money laundering case that is linked to the National Herald scam. Remember, the case, what you're told, was registered. I think we have a guest joining us live right now. We have Karan Bhandari also joining us. Is Karan Bhandari joining us on the phone line? Sir, if I can get your reaction to the ED summon that has been sent to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi.
It is a natural corollary of the proceedings which are happening in trial court. Dr. Subramaniam Swamy had approached the trial court and summons were issued. Those summons were challenged in the High Court and then the Supreme Court, and the court said that the case will go on. No relief was given to the Gandhis. After that, there is a lot of money transactions and how the money came into, how the money was used, how shares were transferred, how the board resolutions were passed. All that is documentary evidence. And the ED, of course, was going to always investigate into it. And it is not surprising that the ED has summoned it. And they would now need to account and explain how the entire money transaction happened. How did they get the money? How was that money given from Calcutta companies? How did that happen? So all those questions ED is bound to ask after a trial is going on in a case like this. So I think it's a natural progression of the case.
Another response from you. How do you see the probe going on from here on? Because these are grave allegations that we are talking about here, money laundering charges that have been leveled against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald scam.
It is for them to answer how the money transactions happen. ED summons only once ED has sufficient questions to ask, and it's, as I said, it's a case of documentary evidence on transactions. So the ED, of course, has sufficient grounds and reasons to have summoned them, and now it's for them to take their legal recourse, either whatever their legal recourse, but ideally in public life, they should go and explain to ED what are the reasons that and how they did the transaction. So ED is fully entitled to summon them, and ED has summoned them to explain, and ED will ask them questions that how did they do whatever the questions ED asked, and they should both answer it.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, sir, for giving us your response. So the ED summon that has been sent to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, it remains to be seen whether the two will appear before the ED in connection with the scam or not. But Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have been asked to appear before the ED on June 2nd and June 8th. And remember, Kharge and Pawan Bansal have also been quizzed. Now we have Sonia and Rahul Gandhi who have been summoned for the first time in connection with this money laundering charge in relation to the National Herald scam. We will go across to our reporters as well to get us more information. But remember, a short while back, Congress also responded to the ED summon to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, calling it vendetta politics by the central government. So Sonia and Rahul Gandhi have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the National Herald scam. Remember, a fresh case, what we are told, was registered recently to probe alleged financial irregularities in the party-promoted Young Indian that owns the National Herald newspaper. So the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Congress Chief Sonia Gandhi as well as her son Rahul Gandhi for questioning in relation to the money laundering case that is linked to the National Herald newspaper. The case that dates back to several years, and fresh summon. It is in fact for the first time that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. So Rahul has been asked to appear on June 2nd, whereas Sonia Gandhi has been asked to appear on 8th of June. Remember, Kharge and Pawan Bansal have also been quizzed in connection with this Herald scam. So some very grave allegations that have been levelled, the money laundering allegations that have been levelled. We have Dr. Subramaniam Swamy also to get here. Sir, if I can get your reaction to the ED summon that has been sent to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in connection with the National Herald scam.
But it's not news to me because day before yesterday there was a trial court hearing where I was present and the ED lawyer was also present. And of course from Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi's side also, their lawyers were present, and there the ED announced that they are about to issue summons and wanted an adjournment. So that adjournment was granted on the ground that they would be issuing summons, which they have now. And it's an open shut case. You see, Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi formed a committee, a body called Young Indian with only 5 lakh rupees as paid up capital. And then they received funds, they used the funds of 1 crore to buy the shares of National Herald.
Yes.
And therefore, the question was, where did you get 1 crore from? Legal money. And it was traced to a company in Calcutta called Doltex.
Yes.
And so the ED did a raid, although this is now quite a long time because my first complaint to the ED was made in 2014 after BJP came to power. But of course the case was older than that. So here the ED then asked the company, and the company was too timid, so they told everything. How they gave, how the money was laundered and so on. So it's an open shut case as far as the laundering part is concerned. The other one is in an advanced stage. It's only held up in technicalities where Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are refusing to give documents which they filed in the Supreme Court. I'm surprised that, they can object like that, but it's only delay tactics. What can I do?
Yes. And sir, you are the one to have filed the case against the Gandhis. If I'm not wrong, you've also released book on the National Herald frauds. If you could elaborate on the kind of charges that the Gandhis face, because these are grave allegations that we're talking about here, the money laundering charges in the scam.
In addition to this money laundering case, which I just explained, and the income tax violations, which is pending now for in the High Court, and perhaps they'll go to the Supreme Court because they're going to lose that. So the main case is mine is that there was a newspaper company called by some name, Associated Journals Limited or something like that, and that was more or less captured by Congress Party for many years. Even though freedom fighters not belonging to the Congress Party had started the paper in 1937. And so then by a series of fraud, they managed to buy 99% of the shares of the newspaper company and bought it through a newly created company called Young Indian, of which 80% of the shares are owned by mother and son. And it had only 5 lakhs as paid-up capital. And I don't know how they could afford a 90 crore, share contribution to the National Herald company. But they managed it, and this is all laundered money. And so I had given a complaint in 2014 that there should be an ED investigation, and they got around to it finally. And the main case is in an advanced stage. They are already out on bail after giving a surety for each of them. For instance, Rahul Gandhi has given Priyanka Gandhi as a surety, and Sonia Gandhi has given Anthony as a surety. And they also paid 50,000 rupees as a bond. Yeah, go on.
Dr. Swami, but in the press conference that the Congress Party did, Abhishek Manu Singhvi made 2 points. One was that the case has been going on for 7 years, and for the same facts, now a summons are being issued. Also, Abhishek Manu Singhvi very clearly stated that responding to your charge, no assets have been transferred from the AJL to Young Indian. AJL remains in possession of whatever properties they had. So this charge that money was channelized and, siphoned off does not stand. That's the defense of the Congress Party.
Well, they used this Young Indian, and through the Young Indian, they got this fraud money from Calcutta, which is now the ED's investigation. And with that fraud money, they went and bought the shares of the Associated Journals Limited company, which owns the National Herald. So who is now the owner of Associated Journals Limited? Rajiv, Sonia Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi, and Priyanka is also a shareholder. And Motilal, of course, is dead, and Oscar Fernandez is dead, but they were also shareholders. And then that fellow who's run away to America, some scientist fellow, Sam Pitroda, and then Suman Dubey. These are the directors. They all, filed in on the basis of this fraud money and bought the company itself. So yes, who owns the shares of Associates Limited in the name of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and others in their capacity as the board members of the Young Indian. So these are all company tricks. I say you have to learn all these things. It's a way of avoiding and making these excuses. They are guilty as hell, and they will go to jail. Yes.
Sir, do you still believe or continue to believe that the Gandhis, through this operation of taking over AJL by Young Indian, are in possession of properties worth about 2,000 crore rupees?
That is easily 2,000. I had estimated 5,000. They finally came down to 3,500, the government accountants. But, look at, just take one property that is in Bahadur Shah Zafar Marg. It was given to them for printing a newspaper on concessional terms by the DDA. So there is a case also of the Urban Development Ministry going on that this building belongs to us. They have buildings in Bandra in Bombay. They have it in Madhya Pradesh, in Bhopal. They have it in Indore. They have it in Lucknow. They have got properties all over the National Herald in the country.
Right. Dr. Subramanian Swamy must be a very happy man today that at least some progress is happening. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. You continue to stick to your guns. Let's see if the agencies really make some concrete move this time. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP joins us. And if I can connect with him. Shehzad, the Congress party says this is nothing but witch hunt and vendetta because for last 7 years of investigation, the ED registered the case in 2014-15 and nothing has been found, and that this is being done to deflect attention from issues like inflation and GDP growth. Shehzad.
Well, the INC should not stand for Indian National Congress, but I need corruption. This entire National Herald case is a manner in which the special purpose vehicle of young Indians was used to usurp property worth thousands and thousands of crores, which was meant for AJL, into the private pockets of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. It was as if to say, Janta ka maal, Sonia or Rahul ke jeb mein daal. And today, when the process of law is being applied, these are the same people who were till yesterday saying, if there is something, why don't you act on us? Why don't you act on us? When action is taken, they say, why have you acted on us? Why have you acted on us? And this vendetta card has become so stale. Mr. Gandhi and Gandhi are out on bail. If they were so innocent, if there was all vendetta behind this, why didn't they get a quashing order against this entire proceeding? They had 7 long years to go and do it. If they were so innocent, they could have already gone and approached the court of law and taken relief. But none of the times they've approached, they have got any relief. So today, is there a question mark that when action is being taken on the corrupt, they should be the ones who should cry vendetta? And is it not a fact that from A to Z, Congress party has done the A to Z of corruption, whether it be Adarsh scam, be for Bofors scam, election scam, border scam, 2G scam, highway scam, IPL scam, land scam, all kinds of scams have been done by the Congress party.
Shehzad, they did, I think, go for a quashing petition and the Supreme Court did not accept it. So, but then still, 7 years is a long time. Even the ED could have reached some conclusion.
Well, see, if action is taken within 2 months, then they will say, look, this is vendetta. How is it that in 2 months the case has already been taken to such a stage and now you're taking action? When the due process of law is followed and it takes its own time, and all process of law, Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav got convicted after 34 years. So these things do take time in courts of law. If they are taking time and they are approaching it through every legal means, then they say that why 7 years nothing has been done. So my clear point is that when they approach the courts for relief, have they got relief from the courts? The answer is no, and the reason is that there is prima facie that guilt is established. A special purpose vehicle using 50 lakh rupees, using young Indians to transfer all the beneficial ownership of these properties worth 5,000 crores, which belong to the people of India. Not a single day this paper was started or run. It was acknowledged by Rahul Gandhi's secretary also. It was all done post facto because this was all a scam to usurp public property worth thousands of crores. And today they must be made accountable. This family has looted the country, is the first family of corruption, and they must be held to account.
Right. Shehzad, stay with us. Dr. Shankar Guha of the Congress party joins us. Dr. Shankar Guha, investigation is going on. ED is carrying out its due diligence and then issues notices and summons to gather more information. Why not cooperate with the process instead of cry vendetta? And more importantly, why take the name of the Prime Minister? I mean, for God's sake, it's the official term and the agency is doing their job.
No, there is absolutely no crime foul. All cooperation to whatever investigation. The biggest achievement of this government is misuse of all the central agencies in the last 8 years. An old case. This is being, why isn't the same treatment being given to the corrupt ministers of the Karnataka government? Recently, we had a minister resign on charges of 40% corruption. Why no ED? Why no CBI behind them? What is other than vendetta and other than creating sensationalization? There is no other outcome in this. They are free. Where the Gandhis or anybody from the Congress party are ready to face anything. Let the truth come out. Let the nation know what is truth. If the BJP stands for anything related to anti-corruption, Shehzadji, please come to Karnataka. Send all your central agencies to Karnataka. Arrest Mr. Isharappa immediately. Take action on Mr. Ashwath Narayan. His own brother accepted to have taken 80 lakh rupees in the PSI scam. Why aren't you talking about them? You have no answers for these questions other than sensationalization of this issue and other than doing vendetta, other than changing the direction and changing the mode of the country. There are so many other things to be discussed, from inflation to everything. We are doing a miserable job. The government is doing all sorts of things to divert the issue of the common man. This will not work. Let the truth come out. I am very sure that all of them will come out very clean.
Dr. Guha, if I could take one more question with you. The fact of the matter is that the present ED investigation is premised on an income tax department report, which clearly suggested there was an element of tax evasion and that Mr. Rahul Gandhi did not disclose that he was a director or one of the directors in Young Indian. Also, remember that the origin of this National Herald case is with a complaint by original shareholders, which included Shanti Bhushan, freedom fighters who were part of the original design to come together and start an establishment and a newspaper to take on the British. And some of those original shareholders felt shortchanged and cheated. And that's how the complaint began. So I think Congress party has some answers to give.
All that is accepted, sir. All that is accepted. The case was closed in 2015. It's a 7-year-old case. So you mean to say that the ED was just sitting quiet for the last 7 years? Why was it?
No, it was not
closed in
2015. The investigation began in 2014-15.
Why is this sudden outbreak? And as far as whatever the investigation, there has been absolute cooperation from the Congress party and whoever they have summoned, there will be. There is no doubt. If somebody has done wrong, then it is left to the law of this country. The law of this country is same to everyone. But the double standards of the BJP have to be questioned here. 2 ministers in Karnataka are charged heavily. One resigns on the same corruption charges. Why there is no CBI? Why there is no ED behind them? Please answer this question to me, sir. You need to ask this question to the nation. The nation should know. Why these double standards? None of them. There is corruption. BJP is into corruption in Karnataka. They're into sexual scandals, sexual harassment, everything. Their ministers resign on basis of corruption, but there is no action taken against them. This sort of dictatorship will not work. The people of this nation are seeing. The truth will come out. The Congress leaders, whoever have been summoned today, they will come out absolutely clean. We're very confident of that.
I'll come to Shehzad Poonawalla on that, but before that, we have to take one more senior voice of the Congress party. Senior leader Rashid Alvi joins us. Alvi Saab, the fact that agencies are carrying out their work, the fact that this entire case is based on an original complaint by the original shareholders of the Associate Journal, including the likes of Shanti Bhushan, the credentials of whom you would not question. What's the harm in just cooperating and letting the facts prevail and let the ED know whatever happened in the transactions?
Hello.
Alvi Saab, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही? Are you able to get me, sir?
I can hear.
Sir, my question was, why cry vendetta? The complaint based on which the Enforcement Directorate is carrying out this investigation and has issued notices and summons is a complaint filed by the original shareholders of Associated Journals Limited. Some of them freedom fighters. They were asking why their share was transferred to Young Indians without their knowledge or permission. And that's how the whole investigation has begun. So why not just cooperate with the agencies instead of crying vendetta, crying foul, blaming the Prime Minister, sir?
Nobody is crying. If they both have committed anything wrong, so Prime Minister should order to put them behind the bars.
How can one stop? They have entire police, they have ED, they have CBI. Immediately go and arrest them. Why are you making this news only on TV channel? Government should go ahead, arrest both of them, put them behind the bars. All opposition leaders, they are corrupt. And all BJP leaders, they are honest. दूध में धुले हुए हैं. What this government is doing? If anybody says there is no democracy in India, then they start to cry. Okay, what are you talking? Azam Khan is coming out after 2 years. Chidambaram after 3-4 months. Delhi minister is arrested.
Sir,
CBI
sir,
is
but the
after
fact
Mamata
is
Banerjee.
that it's not the ED. The information about summons to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi came from a Congress press conference. The ED did not publicize it. So it's not that media has picked up from...
It is not the question. But all channels are running this news.
Sir, because the
If
Congress
they have
party
come-
had this press conference.
Why are they waiting? Why only summons? Immediately they should be arrested. How can one stop this government? How can one stop this police or anybody else, CBI? Go and arrest them. Nobody can stop. They have made, unfortunately, they are playing with the
I have lost the
democracy of this
connection there.
country. They are playing with the democracy of this country. And it appears it has happened in Pakistan, not in India. Every ruler of Pakistan put predecessor behind the bars. Now they are doing the same thing. It is very unfortunate. I strongly condemn it. Sonia Gandhi is very respectable leader of the country. Rahul Gandhi is very respectable leader of the country. You are free to fight politically. But you have come down to this level. It is very unfortunate.
Sir, so what happens from here on? The Gandhis cooperate with the investigation and the Congress party fights a political battle outside as well?
You should ask this question to Gandhi family. But it is not, you can't say that this government is working honestly. It is very condemnable. I strongly condemn of this style. Supreme Court has already made such comments that agencies should be allowed to work independently. Supreme Court has said it. You remember? 5 judges came out to address a press conference that this government is playing with the democracy.
Sir, but the same Supreme Court has refused to quash the proceedings in this National Herald's case as well.
I do not know exactly. But it is very serious matter. And this government is definitely, and Bharatiya Janata Party, they have no respect for constitution. They have no respect for democratic system. They want to defame the entire opposition leaders. CBI was working against Sharad Pawar in Maharashtra. Mamata Banerjee, Ashok Gehlot, Mulayam Singh Yadav, Mayawati, all leaders are corrupt. But all BJP leaders, they are very honest. First time in this country, honest government is working.
Sir, are you suggesting that the agencies are not looking at corruption by those in power? Because we have not seen any case coming out. So
I suggest you.
How can the agencies go hunting? As I said, sir, the Enforcement Directorate is pursuing a case in which there was a complaint by original shareholders of the AGL.
I suggest you send your correspondent to the people on any state in Delhi or outside Delhi and ask the people what they are thinking about this government. What is the opinion of the people of this country? Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi has been summoned. Take reaction from the people. Then you will realize that how people of this country are thinking about.
Shouldn't the Congress party actually go to the streets and bring
definitely we will
focus
go
of
to
public
street.
on the case?
Definitely we will go to street. Now we will fight on street. We have to save democracy of this of our country. We have to save the constitution of our country. We cannot allow this government to play to destroy the democracy and constitution of this country.
Right, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
That's Rashid Alvi defending the Congress party and saying that this is the government's vendetta and witch hunt against the Gandhis and the Congress party. Joining us, Amit Malviya, national IT head of the BJP and spokesperson. Amit Malviya, the Congress party continues to believe that even after 7 years, the agencies have not found anything, and these summons and notices are tool to harass the opposition and to target the Gandhis and the Congress party as part of a larger plan to put the opposition in a bad light.
ये तो वही बात हो गई कि चोरी और ऊपर से सीना जोरी. Is this the first time that they have got notices under ED or from the income tax on the National Herald case? No. The matter has been under investigation for quite some time. The money trail has been established. 5,000 crores worth of property has been usurped by the Gandhis in National Herald from the money that was given to the Congress party through donations. It is a violation of People's Representation Act. It is a violation of the end use of the money that political parties receive. And eventually the end beneficiary of this entire financial transaction are the Gandhis, who are the biggest shareholders in National Herald, which now holds property more than 5,000 crores. So naturally there will be an investigation.
Then Amit Malviya, why
Just
take so
because
much
you are in the
time?
opposition.
Then why take so much time? 7 years.
Well, it could take whatever time it takes, as long as the agencies have all the papers and the trail. It is for them to decide how long they want to take. But if the investigation would have happened in 2 years, you would have said this is vendetta. Now it is 7 years. You are asking why 7 years. The problem is that you can't.
All right, let's go now to West Bengal, where later on we will be seeing a public homage at 5 p.m. at Rabindra Sadan, which has been announced by Mamata Banerjee. Remember, the entire nation was shocked over the sudden demise of singer KK, and those are the visuals we're getting for you from West Bengal. The Kolkata police has already registered a case of unnatural death. Right now, soon the visuals on the screen would be of Mamata Banerjee arriving at Rabindra Sadan, where she will be paying tribute to KK. Now, the much-loved singer KK passed away with a shocking news. This happened on May 31st. The news took the internet by storm. KK was performing at an auditorium in the south of Kolkata, and he fell ill soon after. He was reportedly rushed to the CMRI hospital, where he was declared dead on arrival. And after KK's untimely death, there are various angles that are being considered by the police and the hospital as well, including overcrowding and high temperature of the venue are being looked at in as one of the top factors. So today at 5 p.m. there will be the public homage paid to the singer at Rabindra Sadan. Now this has been announced by Mamata Banerjee. Now the visuals that you can see on your screens there, while he was performing, KK was complaining of excessive heat. He was wiping off the sweat from his face. We have access those visuals and footage just before he fell ill. Right now on your screens, we can see Mamata Banerjee there. She has reached at Rabindra Sadan to pay tribute to KK. It's a solemn event remembering the singer.
Body is being taken to Rabindra Sadan. KK's body is being taken to Rabindra Sadan from the hospital, and the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, she has already reached Rabindra Sadan. She is waiting there to pay her last tribute to the revered singer. The whole India is morose at whose death, at whose untimely death. The preparations on the part of the state government, the West Bengal government, is complete. Mamata Banerjee has announced already that the government of West Bengal is going to pay tribute in the form of gun salute to KK. So KK's mortal body is going to be kept there for a few hours at Rabindra Sadan, and the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, will be the first there in this arrangement of West Bengal government to pay her tribute, to her last tributes to KK. So the mortal body of the singer is about to come out of the hospital, and it will start for Rabindra Sadan. The place where the mortal body of KK will be kept for few more hours has been decorated properly, and the photographs of KK at different stages of his life, the photographs are there. The photographs are garlanded with white flowers. Just within a few minutes, the body of the singer is going to come out from the SSKM hospital. You can see there. You can see.
और जिस तरीके से केके के आखिरी बोल रहे हैं, हम रहें या ना रहें कल याद आएंगे ये पल। मौत से कुछ देर पहले ही केके ने इस तरीके के बोल गाए थे कॉलेज फेस्ट में। जिस तरीके से गुरुदास कॉलेज में वो वहाँ पर मौजूद थे और वहाँ पर स्टूडेंट्स के बीच में परफॉर्म कर रहे थे। उनकी उस हॉल की कैपेसिटी से ज़्यादा वहाँ पर बच्चे थे नजरुल मंच में उनका कॉन्सर्ट देखने के लिए। लेकिन आपको बताना चाहेंगे कि इस गाड़ी में ही उनके पार्थिव शरीर को ले जाया जा रहा है और जिस तरीके से उनके आखिरी बोल थे, कल हम रहें या ना रहें याद आएंगे ये पल, इस तरीके के आखिरी शब्द उन्होंने गाए और लोगों के जहन में भी यही उनके बोल हैं। और जिस तरीके से उनकी सबसे फेमस एल्बम भी ये रही, साथ ही साथ उन्होंने बॉलीवुड में भी लगातार बहुत अच्छे अच्छे गाने दिए। अगर हम काइट्स की बात करें, हम दिल दे चुके सनम, तड़प तड़प के इस दिल से आह निकलती रही, रोंगटे खड़े करने वाले संगीत, उनकी आवाज़ में वो जादू था जो हमेशा सदियों तक लोगों के जहन में याद रहेगा। उनकी वो मीठी आवाज़ और जिस तरीके से उन्होंने लगातार गाने दिए, चाहे जन्नत की हम बात करें या उनके जितने भी तमाम एल्बम से 3500 से ज़्यादा जिंगल में उन्होंने गाना गाया। और इसी गाड़ी में अभी उनके पार्थिव शरीर को ले जाया जा रहा है। केके के पार्थिव शरीर को यहाँ से ले जाया जा रहा है, रविंद्र सदन में ले जाया जाएगा, वहाँ पर उन्हें राजकीय सम्मान दिया जाएगा और 5:45 पर उनका परिवार उनके पार्थिव शरीर को लेकर मुंबई पहुंचेगा। लेकिन यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं हॉस्पिटल में कितने ज़्यादा लोग आए हुए हैं उनके आखिरी दर्शन दर्शनों के लिए 2 दिन का उनका कॉन्सर्ट था। यहाँ पर उन्होंने स्टूडेंट्स के बीच में परफॉर्म किया, लेकिन जिस तरीके से ये स्तब्ध कर देने वाली घटना हुई, अपने आखिरी पलों में भी वो गाना गाते रहे। संगीत जो कि उनकी रगों में बसता था, वो देख सकते हैं कि लास्ट मौके तक उन्होंने गाना गाया और उसके बाद उनकी तबीयत जिस तरीके से ख़राब होने लगी, उसके बाद वो होटल में गए। लेकिन वहाँ पर वो जिस तरीके से हमें अभी सूचना मिल रही है कि उनकी तबीयत ख़राब हुई और वहाँ पर वो गिर गए, उनके सर में चोट आई और उसके बाद जब उन्हें हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया तो वहाँ पर डॉक्टरों ने उन्हें मृत घोषित कर दिया। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जिस तरीके से वो लगातार अपने संगीत के लिए जाते रहे, लोगों के जहन में अभी भी वो गीत गूंज रहा है कि कल हम रहें या ना रहें, याद आएंगे ये पल। तो इस तरीके के बोल उनके मुंह से लोगों ने सुने, वीडियोस जो स्टूडेंट्स थे उन्होंने बनाए। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जिस तरीके से ये पूरी घटना हुई, 53 इयर्स की एज में उनकी इस तरीके से अचानक मौत हो जाना उनके फैंस के लिए, उनके परिवार के लिए, हर किसी के लिए दुखदाई है, दर्द देने वाली, कष्ट देने वाली है। लेकिन यहाँ पर आपको बताना चाहेंगे कि उनका पोस्टमार्टम हुआ। पोस्टमार्टम के बाद अब उनके शरीर को ले जाया गया है रविंद्र सदन, और रविंद्र सदन पर उन्हें राजकीय सम्मान दिया जाएगा, जहाँ पर स्टेट की जो चीफ मिनिस्टर है ममता बनर्जी वो आएंगी, वो भी सम्मान देगी। और उसके बाद 5:45 पर उनके परिवार की फ्लाइट है और शायद उसी फ्लाइट से जो केके हैं उनका पार्थिव शरीर मुंबई ले जाया जाएगा। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट अनिल के साथ अंशु निर्वाण, रिपब्लिक भारत।
So KK's body has already moved from the SSKM hospital. The mortal body of the singer KK, it was there in SSKM hospital, and before that, the government of West Bengal has made arrangements at the Rabindra Sadan, where the body will be kept for some time for paying the last tributes to the singer. And you know that the SSKM hospital and Rabindra Sadan are just face to face, just at the two sides of a single road. So a few minutes earlier, the convoy carrying KK's mortal body has left SSKM hospital with pilot cars of Kolkata police, and it is reaching the Rabindra Sadan. The Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamta Banerjee, is already waiting there. She will pay the tribute from government of West Bengal first of all, and then others, some dignitaries, and might be some fan followers of KK will go there, and they might get a chance to pay their last tribute to KK. After that, at 5:45, the mortal body of the singer will be taken by his family, and they will take this body to Mumbai. From last night, there was a speculation that whether KK's body will be cremated here at West Bengal or it will be taken to Mumbai. It was not clear. The government and the authorities here, they were waiting for the decision to come from KK's family, and the family has arrived here in Kolkata this morning. They have now decided that the cremation will not be done here in West Bengal. They will take back the body of the renowned singer to Mumbai, and the last rites will be performed there. So, as of now, the mortal body of the revered singer, for whom the whole India is morose today, the mortal body is being taken from SSKM hospital to Rabindra Sadan. So from his SSKM hospital, the body is being taken to Rabindra Sadan, and the Chief Minister is already waiting there to pay her tribute.
We're receiving the live coverage from Kolkata as Republic TV gets you the live coverage and the live pictures. In a short while from now, there's going to be a public tribute to KK at Rabindra Sadan in Kolkata. So along with the Republic Bangla team, Republic TV is covering the story live. So we'll get you every picture, every frame, every lead Because a few minutes back, what we also saw was the forensic teams present at the hotel where KK was taken after the concert, after which he was taken to the hospital where he was brought dead. The Kolkata police has also registered a case of unnatural death in the case of KK. There is already an investigation ongoing, and it's now taken into, and these are live pictures. These are live pictures coming in from Kolkata. We are seeing the live pictures of KK's mortal remains being brought for public homage, for public tribute at the Ravindra Sadan in Kolkata. Stay with these live pictures as we get you the live coverage of one of India's best known voices, KK. And we are staying with these pictures as the whole country, fans pay tribute to him. There is a state of shock across the fraternity, across industries, and we are getting you these live pictures. In a matter of 2 days, you've had two big deaths, and I'm staying with these live pictures. Staying with the live pictures as you saw the Chief Minister of West Bengal there also arriving to pay her tribute, and she said that the public could pay their tribute at Ravindra Sadan. I'm staying with these pictures. Well-known Bollywood singer Krishnakumar Kunnath, popularly known across India as KK, passed away last night. He was 53, survived by his wife and 2 children. He had performed at a concert organized by the Gurudas College at the Nazrul Manch in South Kolkata for almost an hour in the evening. And these are live pictures coming in of Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of Bengal, paying her tribute to KK at Ravindra Sadan. There will also be a gun salute that will be given to KK, we are told. And pictures showing, these are pictures that came in after the concert or while the concert was happening. KK was clearly feeling heavy after reaching his hotel. He was seen in the videos moments after the concert, indicating to the organizers, indicating to the auditorium, the organizers, whoever was present on stage, that he was uneasy. He was seen pointing at the AC. Prima facie, we are hearing that the auditorium where this concert was being held was overcrowded, had over 5,000 people. By conservative estimates, we are told, an auditorium that allows 2,500 people, overshot by nearly 3 times the number. KK was then taken to a private hospital where doctors declared him brought dead. He was brought into the hospital around 10 p.m. and then the hospital, one of the senior doctors at the hospital was quoted as saying it's unfortunate that we could not treat him. Meanwhile, there is also a demand for an investigation. The Kolkata police register unnatural death case over KK's demise. The Kolkata police has registered a case of unnatural death over the demise of the renowned Bollywood singer. An officer has gone on record to confirm that a case of unnatural death has been lodged. The case with the Newmarket police station, under whose jurisdiction the 5-star hotel where KK had put up and felt unwell before being taken to the hospital has also confirmed to us. And we saw pictures of the forensic teams at the hotel, and we're getting live pictures now of the tribute, the gun salute on your screens right now. Let's cut across live to the audio from Kolkata.
There you saw the complete honor of a gun salute conferred upon the iconic singer KK.
Tribute is being paid there in Kolkata as the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, leads those gathered there to pay tribute. Senior leader of the Trinamool Congress, Pradhan Hakim. And it also looks like the family members of KK are also present there. Family members of KK also present there as tributes are being paid. Shocking, terrible, gone too soon. That's how most of the reactions have been coming in from those who knew KK, those who worked with KK, those who heard his songs, his friends, the fraternity, reacting to the news of the singer's death in Kolkata on Tuesday night. KK was 53 years old. Krishnakumar Kunnath, that was his real name, was performing at a concert organized by a college at Nazrul Manch in South Kolkata for almost an hour. A voice who represented many tones of the Indian youth growing up in the 1990s and 2000s, was known for his varied discography, be it romantic ballads like Tarap Tarap, Bas Ek Pal, Aankhon Mein Teri, disco numbers, and many hits over the years, for almost 2.5-3 decades. He was feeling heavy after reaching his hotel and soon collapsed, and that's what the videos are indicating, that something went wrong at the concert hall, at the auditorium where KK was performing last evening in Kolkata. And as we stay with these pictures, looking at some of the tributes being paid to the singer, many reactions coming in. Actor Ajay Devgan saying that KK's loss felt ominous. He says it feels so ominous, the news of KK's death, that too right after a live performance is terrible. He sang for films I was associated with, so his loss seems that much more personal. Actor Imran Hashmi, whose most popular songs featured KK as a playback singer, said working with the singer was always special. Singer Mohit Chauhan saying KK's death was loss of a dear friend and a brother. Filmmaker Farah Khan saying that Om Shanti Om featured popular songs. In fact, KK had sung some of the songs in that film. Had also paid tribute to the actor some time back. Singer Shankar Mahadevan said he felt numb and devastated, that he could not believe that he was gone so soon. Regarded as one of the most versatile singers of his generation, KK was also able to mold his voice to suit the on-screen persona of some of the country's biggest stars, such as Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, Imran Hashmi, Ranbir Kapoor. And as we get to these pictures of the tribute being paid to the singer KK, you saw the Chief Minister of Bengal was present there along with a few members of KK's family, we are told. So we were live with those pictures. And any time now, we are also hearing that the mortal remains of KK will be taken to the Rabindra Sadan, where our tributes will be paid. And we're hearing the last rites of the singer, the final journey will be at Versova in Mumbai. That's on Thursday. In Versova, Mumbai, the last rites will be held. That's on Thursday. And as we look at the pictures coming in from Kolkata right now, these are pictures of the tribute to KK. You saw the gun salute being given there. And on your screen also the last pictures of KK while he was alive last night at the Nazrul Manch in Kolkata. Same with the pictures of the live pictures and the moments before he died last night. The concert where he was clearly uneasy. And the pictures also indicating that all was not well at the auditorium. There is also a demand as we speak for an investigation, and political parties have also jumped into this debate, asking for an investigation, saying they want to know the truth about what really happened. The BJP has alleged lapses on the part of the Bengal government, and the Trinamool Congress responded saying it's wrong to politicize death, not at this point. But the death of the Bollywood singer has kicked off a big political debate, with the opposition blaming the West Bengal administration for lapses and demanding an impartial investigation. The Trinamool Congress has retorted sharply, saying that it's not right to politicize death. KK performed at a concert. I've seen in the pictures, in the videos from last evening at the Nazrul Manch, This concert was organized by the Gurudas College. He was feeling uneasy after reaching his hotel and collapsed soon after. The singer was taken to a private hospital where doctors declared him brought dead on Tuesday night. The BJP has been asking for an impartial investigation into the incident, as there was a complete lapse, they claim, on the part of the administration to ensure proper security arrangements. According to some of the claims made, over 5,000 people were reportedly present at the venue of the program, where the seating capacity was not more than 3,000. It was reportedly mobbed there, which means security arrangements were not in place for a VIP, is what the BJP is claiming. The Trinamool Congress has responded saying it's vulture politics and should not be politicized, and that this unfortunate incident, they called it an unfortunate incident, and nothing more than that. Saying that the death was really unfortunate, and all of us are really sad about it, and what the BJP is doing is not at all expected. So these are some of the reactions that are coming in on the sidelines of what has happened in Kolkata. This complete shock across the country. A voice known to most Indians who grew up, youths who grew up in the 1990s, in the 2000s, and some of his songs hugely popular even today. He was performing at the Nazrul Manch in Kolkata and was taken off stage. He left feeling uneasy, went to his hotel. He was feeling heavy, and minutes after that, taken to the hospital, brought dead. So these are the facts as we know it this afternoon on Republic of what happened to actor KK. Let's go to some of the details of what else is happening on the sidelines. There was a forensic team that went to the hospital and that went to the hotel rather, where KK was staying, and collected forensic samples. And the case was lodged with the Newmarket Police Station, under whose jurisdiction falls also the 5-star hotel where KK was put up, and he felt unwell before being taken to the hospital. The police has confirmed, saying that they've started an investigation into the singer's death. And a case of unnatural death has been registered with the Newmarket Police. And that they were also talking to the hotel authorities and scrutinizing CCTV footage to understand what had happened before he was taken to the hospital. Adding the two persons have been questioned in connection with the case. Now, we don't have more details of who has been questioned so far, but an investigation has revealed that the 53-year-old singer who was on a 2-day tour to Kolkata to perform at 2 college programs was almost mobbed by fan followers at the hotel where he had returned after performing in Nazrul Manch Auditorium in the southern part of the city of Kolkata. The singer had also allowed a couple of fan followers to take pictures with him, but then he refused to carry on with the selfie session. He left the lobby and then went upstairs, where he had reportedly stumbled and fallen on the floor. We are told that he went upstairs, he stumbled and fell on the floor. People who were with him informed the hotel authorities. KK was then rushed to a private hospital in the southern part of the city, where he was declared brought dead by doctors, adding that probably because of the fall, the singer had 2 injuries, one to the left side of his forehead and another on his lips. He was brought to the hospital around 10 p.m. Senior officials at the hospital have confirmed that he was brought to the hospital around 10 p.m., adding that it's unfortunate that they could not treat him at that particular point of time. Doctors at the hospital adding that they suspected cardiac arrest to be the cause of the death of KK, though an investigation continues. A post-mortem examination will also be conducted during the day to ascertain the exact cause of his death. Autopsy report should be able to throw up more light on the exact cause of death. Meanwhile, the singer's wife had reached Kolkata, where she was present a short while back with the Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee. She was at the hospital where the body was kept. And the West Bengal Chief Minister herself has condoled KK's death, saying that the sudden and untimely demise of the Bollywood playback singer has shocked and saddened everyone, and that she and her colleagues have been working from last night to ensure that all requisite support is given for the necessary formalities, his rights, and to his family, deep condolences. These are some of the facts of the case. We'll take a short break here on Republic TV, and we'll come back with the live coverage from Kolkata. There are many leads that we have in the course of our reporting. We will come back with the pictures, the leads, the videos, and what these videos indicate. A lot of the answers that should be available when you look at those pictures, and the pictures from Kolkata indicating what may have gone wrong last night. Stay tuned. Our reporting, our coverage from Kolkata continues after this break. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
She was on way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students. When she was shot dead, the entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of the spot. This is the spot where she was lying in a pool of blood. Hindu teacher from Jammu has been shot dead by the terrorist in the Kulgam of South Kashmir. He has come to the injuries. Terrorist has barged into this school where she was fired upon from a close range. The forces reaching to the spot, the cordon and search operation, which is the standard operating procedure that is being followed by J&K police along with the army.
News in brief, India and Pakistan engaged in 118th meet of Pakistan-India Permanent Indus Water Commission. While both the parties signed the annual report till March 2022, the venue for the next meet was decided to be in Pakistan. An Abhinandan rally was held in BJP workers in Tripura's Agartala. The rally was held in order to celebrate the 8 years of Modi government at the centre. Meghalaya's National People's Party have made their entry into the fellow northeastern state of Tripura. The move came ahead of by-polls to be held in the state along with state assembly elections slated for 2023. President Ramnath Kovind presented gallantry awards at the second phase of the defence investiture ceremony in New Delhi. The President awarded 1 Kirti Chakra and 14 Shaurya along with 13 PVSMs and 29 AVSMs. The Prime Minister interacted with beneficiaries of the Ayushman Bharat scheme by video conferencing. The scheme aims towards providing healthcare insurance to economically weaker sections across the country. Workers of Shri Ram Sena held a protest in front of the district collector's office over the murder of Vijay Kamble in Karnataka's Kala Burgi. The individual was killed as a result of hate crime for marrying a Muslim woman earlier. A suspect was arrested for setting a taxi on fire near the Madhu Vihar area of New Delhi. 5 individuals sleeping at the stand sustained burn injuries in the incident. Group Captain Varun Singh was posthumously awarded the Shaurya Chakra by the Presidency for saving his Tejas fighter during a sortie in 2020. The officer was the lone survivor of 2021 helicopter crash that led to the demise of General Bipin Rawat, who was India's first Chief of Defence Staff among 13 others.
Welcome back, viewers. Let's get you all the news in brief from across your world. Union Minister Smriti Irani, in fact, has hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party over Delhi Minister Satyendar Jain's arrest. Irani went on to call Jain a traitor.
Does he knowingly now give patronage to those who have not only deceived the treasury but also deceived people, to those Mr. Kejriwal says should be declared as Desh ke Gaddar? How long, Mr. Kejriwal, will this Desh ka Gaddar continue to receive your support?
Well, viewers, Smriti Irani went on to tear into Arvind Kejriwal and reminded him of his own motto: to do corruption means to betray the country, and bluntly asked him whether he is giving shelter to the traitors of the country by saving a corrupt leader like Satyendar Jain.
Help of his associates and family members. Can it be denied that Satyendar Jain laundered 16 crores 39 lakhs using 56 shell companies with the support of known Hawala entry operators of Kolkata from financial year 2010-11 to 2015-16?
And then Smriti Irani further questioned to Arvind Kejriwal to clarify if Satyendar Jain has been given 16.39 crore to 4 shell companies through his family members, and whether Jain laundered money through 56 shell companies in association with Hawala operators by 2010-16 as well.
अरविंद केजरीवाल इस बात को इनकार कर सकते हैं, नकार सकते हैं कि सत्येंद्र जैन ने 4 शेल कंपनीज के अपने परिवार के कुछ सदस्यों के माध्यम से 16 करोड़ 39 लाख साल 2010 से लेकर साल 2016 तक मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की.
And then viewers, Union Minister Smriti Irani in a no-holds-barred attack fired back-to-back questions on the Aam Aadmi Party leader Arvind Kejriwal based on the facts and propriety, who earlier was seen shielding his minister, and accused the Hawala link case Satyendar Jain.
दिल्ली के इलाके में अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनीज के संदर्भ में इस काले धन के माध्यम से 200 बीघा जमीन का मालिकाना हक इन शेल कंपनियों के माध्यम से क्या सत्येंद्र जैन की ओनरशिप में बेनिफिट में आया?
And then calling out the Aam Aadmi Party convener Kejriwal, a judge, Union Minister Smriti Irani pressed pincer sharp questions on him, asked, is it true that Satyendar Jain is a prime accused under the PMLA, and if yes, is a man accused of money laundering shall remain a minister or not?
अपने प्रेस के उद्बोधन में उन्होंने ये घोषणा की कि सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ जो भी आरोप हैं वो सारे के सारे आरोप तथ्यों से बहुत दूर हैं. अपने आप को जज की उपाधि देते हुए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने सत्येंद्र जैन को जनता की अदालत में बरी कर दिया.
And then viewers, Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh held a counter briefing and hits out at the central government. He has countered the charges slapped by Union Minister Smriti Irani.
राफेल में दलाली करने वाले लोग हैं जो 500 करोड़ का जहाज 1627 करोड़ रुपए में खरीदते हैं, जिनके बेटे धनिया बेच के करोड़ों रुपए कमा रहे हैं, जिन्होंने प्रभु श्री राम के मंदिर में चंदा चोरी कर ली. उनके सवालों पे, उनकी बातों पे ज़्यादा मत यकीन कीजिए. इन लोगों जैसे अभी डिग्री फर्जी है कह देंगे, कागज फर्जी है, बाद में इनको कोई दिक्कत तो है नहीं.
And slamming the central government, Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh said that the BJP is using central agencies ahead of the Himachal Pradesh elections.
इस वक्त सारा देश दुखी और चिंतित है जो कुछ भी कश्मीर में घटित हो रहा है. आंदोलन चल रहे हैं, कश्मीरी पंडितों की हत्याएं हो रही हैं, आतंकवादी घटनाएं हो रही हैं, उस पर कहीं कोई चिंता नहीं. और जो मामला 8 साल पुराना है, जिसमें 7 बार पेशी हुई है सत्येंद्र जैन की, उसमें अचानक गिरफ्तारी कर ली गई हिमाचल के चुनाव के पहले. तो ये क्या है?
Now, the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate on June 2nd and 8th on the National Herald case. Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi summoned by ED after the questioning of other Congress leaders including Mallikarjun Kharge, Pawan Bansal. Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi summoned for the first time in the National Herald case. Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, who filed the case against Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, exclusively spoke to Republic. He said that Rahul and Sonia refused to share documents and 80% of the share of the company is owned by them. Now, videos showed singer KK performing live in Nazrul Manch Auditorium, following which he passed away last evening. The singer was taken to the CMRI hospital where he was declared dead. Multiple videos that have emerged showed that KK had to perform a live concert in an auditorium which was overcrowded. KK was seen cleaning his face with wet towels, drinking bottles of water, and even asked the organizers to switch on ACs as he was starting to feel uneasy and suffocated. And the Bollywood actor Akshay Kumar took to his Twitter handle and expressed grief over the death of KK, stating that he is extremely shocked and sad. He also spoke about how deeply this news has saddened him.
It was a very shocking thing what happened last night. Maybe tabhi lota tha, and I heard that, and it's very sad that lots of our singers, we're losing them. And it happened in a very young age.
India's pop sensation Usha Uttar also mourned the death of KK. She said that KK was one of the finest singers of India, and everybody will remember him for his iconic song Hum Rahe Ya Na Rahe, Yaad Aayenge.
Yeah, I said that he's one of the finest singers of India, one of the most amazing performers in non-controversial, totally apolitical. Terrible thing for our fraternity. For our fraternity, it's a terrible loss, a huge loss for music, and everybody will remember him for Hum Rahe Ya Na Rahe, Yaad Aayenge Ye Pal.
Babul Supriyo expressed grief over the late singer KK's demise. Supriyo further mentioned that KK's voice was heroic and pleasing to the ears, adding that he was one of the best guys with a non-controversial life and career.
आवाज़ जो है वो एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान उसमें रखा है, और बहुत लोगों के गाने हिट होते हैं, लेकिन गले की आवाज़ जो प्लेबैक सिंगिंग में एक हीरोइक आवाज़, एक सुंदर आवाज़ जो कान में बहुत खूबसूरत लगे, वैसी आवाज़ के मालिक थे वो. और वन ऑफ द बेस्टेस्ट गाइज, नॉन कंट्रोवर्शियल, कभी गाने के सिवा और किसी चीज़ में कभी भी आप केके का कोई भी बात नहीं सुनेंगे. एकदम शांतिपूर्ण जिंदगी जीते थे.
KK performed live in the Nazrul Manch Auditorium in Kolkata, where the staff who was present during the live concert said that the venue was overcrowded and the bouncers had to spray a foam to disperse the crowd. People broke out the gates and jumped off from them without passes, and seemed no proper security measures were taken for the same.
यहाँ पे सीट जो हम देख रहे हैं कि कितने लोगों का सीट था यहाँ पर?
लगभग 2,500 लगभग.
तो लोग ज्यादा हुए थे 2,500 से?
2,500 से बहुत ज्यादा, काफी ज्यादा था, बहुत ज्यादा.
And the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee condoled the demise of the singer KK, also known as Krishnakumar Kunnath, and assured the requisite support of the singer's family for necessary formalities and his last rites. A gun salute will be given at 5 p.m. for KK by the West Bengal government, who passed away yesterday after performing a live concert in Kolkata. Public can pay tribute to KK at Rabindra Sadan this evening. Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath performed the Shila Pujan ceremony where he laid the foundation stone for the construction of the Sanctum Sanctorum of Ram Mandir in Ayodhya and placed the first carved stone.
भाग्य है कि राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के गर्भगृह में भी अब शिलाओं को व्यवस्थित रूप से रखने की जो शास्त्रीय परंपरा थी उसका आज यहाँ पर सफलतापूर्वक निर्वहन का कार्यक्रम पूज्य संतों और मंदिर निर्माण से जुड़े हुए न्यास के पदाधिकारियों की उपस्थिति में आज यह कार्य भी प्रारंभ हो चुका है।
Now, after performing the Shila Pujan ceremony, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also visited Ram Janmabhoomi and mentions that the generation of today is the luckiest generation as they would be able to see the results of the last 500 years of the Ayodhya struggle.
बहुत तेजी के साथ उन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाया है और हम विश्वास के साथ कह सकते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में उनके करकमलों से जिस कार्य का शुभारंभ हुआ है अपना समयबद्ध ढंग से कार्यक्रम आगे बढ़ेगा।
Now, on the occasion of UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath visiting Ayodhya to carve the first foundation stone of Ram Mandir's Garbhagriha, various rituals were performed by the priests, one of them being Pran Pratishtha program till June the 4th.
मंदिर न्यास के नेतृत्व में निर्देशन में यह भव्य रूप साकार लेता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है तो उन सभी पुण्य आत्माओं को भी अत्यंत आनंद की अनुभूति हो रही होगी, शांति की अनुभूति हो रही होगी।
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will later also inaugurate Sri Lalla Sadan. This temple is constructed in a Dravidian style temple at the site where saints and seers from all across the country are invited for the occasion. Rajni Bala, who was shot by terrorists, was laid to rest wrapped in the tricolour in the Samba district of Jammu and Kashmir. As the family mourns the death of Bala, they are yet to accept what has unfolded on them when Bala was killed by the terrorist.
So as to give terrorism a local color and the continuous supply of the small weapons including pistols so that it can be provided to the hybrid terrorist Bala.
बंद करो बंद करो बंद करो मुसलमानों की हत्या बंद करो बंद करो बंद करो रजनी वालों को इंसाफ दो इंसाफ दो इंसाफ दो जम्मू वालों को इंसाफ
A lesson from her, a teacher. The Gaurav is showing you the visuals of the husband of Rajni Bala. The visuals are really heart-wrenching that a teacher who shot, the teacher who taught.
And massive outrage over the horrifying murder of a Hindu teacher, Rajni Bala, in Jammu and Kashmir's Samba district. Enraged protesters took to the streets. Now the protests continued as Rajni Bala's final journey began from her residence in Samba to the crematorium.
Rahul bhai, we want justice. We want justice. We want justice. Bharat Mata ki Jai. Bharat Mata ki Jai. Only solution relocation. Only solution relocation. नहीं चाहिए आश्वासन. हमें चाहिए relocation.
Now, following Rajni Bala's killing, there's massive anger amongst the Kashmiri Hindus in the Union Territory. Protesters have demanded relocation from Kashmir, or they have threatened the administration that they will conduct a mass migration.
हमें जम्मू जाने के लिए सभी मास माइग्रेशन के लिए हम तैयार हो रहे हैं, इसलिए हम ट्रक्स का जो है रेट फिक्स करने के लिए आए थे। तो बस देखते हैं क्या होता है, शाम तक कोई डिसीजन आता है, नहीं तो हम लगभग डिसाइड कर लिया है, ट्रक वालों से बात कर ली है, तो कल सुबह हम पलायन कर लेंगे।
Kashmiri Pandits have given a 24-hour ultimatum to the J&K administration to relocate them to safer locations, citing surging targeted killings in the valley.
मैं टीचर हूँ वहाँ पे। 15 साल से 2007 में हम अपॉइंट हुए थे। इंटर डिस्ट्रिक्ट रिक्रूटमेंट में हम वहाँ पे चले गए थे, तो 15 साल से हम वहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन 15 साल से हम इसी खौफ में जी रहे हैं सर वहाँ पे कश्मीर में। और इस वक्त जो टारगेट किलिंग्स हो रही हैं, तो हम सॉफ्ट टारगेट हैं वहाँ पे, इसलिए हम वहाँ नहीं जाना चाहते। हम चाहते हैं एलजी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जो है हमारी मदद करे और हमें कश्मीर से वापस हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में लाए। हम वहाँ पे अब काम नहीं करना चाहते हैं सर, क्योंकि हमारी ज़िंदगी को खतरा है वहाँ पे।
Now, in view of Rajni Bala's horrifying killing, the Kashmiri Pandits warned the administration that if their demands to relocate to safer locations is not met, they will leave their settlements on their own and relocate.
रैना साहब, आप एलजी साहब को कह सकते हैं ना, आप एलजी साहब को कह सकते हैं कि कम से कम इनको जब अच्छा करना हो। जम्मू के लोगों को इंसाफ चाहिए, जम्मू के लोगों को इंसाफ दो, जम्मू के लोगों को इंसाफ दो, जम्मू के लोगों को इंसाफ दो, जम्मू के लोगों को इंसाफ दो। देखिए एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हमारी जो प्रॉक्सी गवर्नमेंट है ये टोटली फेल हो चुकी है, और हमारे बच्चे जो गैर हिंदू बच्चे हैं, मैं चाहता हूँ कि बीजेपी के लोग आए हैं।
Now, the BJP Neta Ravindra Raina was present at the residence where body of Rajni Bala has been kept. He was surrounded by the Kashmiri Hindus who were shouting out slogans of "We want justice," to which Raina spoke with the people and mentioned that the Pakistani terrorist will not be spared.
बड़ी साजिश कश्मीर के अंदर टारगेटेड किलिंग्स के एक मॉडस ऑपरेंडी के तौर पर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी कर रहे हैं। हमारी सेना, हमारी पुलिस और हमारे पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवानों ने पहले भी जो राहुल भट्ट साहब के कातिल थे उनको, और जो वहाँ अमरीन भट्ट जो टीवी एक्ट्रेस थी, उनके कातिलों को 24 घंटों के अंदर मौत के घाट उतारा। जो भी इस षड्यंत्र में शामिल थे उन सबको भी जमीन के पाताल से निकाल के मौत के घाट उतारे।
Now, the embassy group is under the IT's radar, where mega crackdown underway on Bengaluru-based real estate player embassy groups at multiple locations throughout the country. IT department is carrying out searches at premises linked to the embassy group in Bengaluru and Gurugram and Mumbai as well. We have been told that there are at least 10 locations where search operations are underway. Tamil Nadu police registered a case against the Tamil Nadu BJP chief Annamalai and over 5,000 people under 3 sections, including illegal crowd gathering. This comes after Annamalai staged a massive protest at the state government has not yet reduced fuel and gas prices following the centre's decision to slash excise duty on petrol and diesel. The ongoing water shortage in the national capital has hit supply to New Delhi municipal council areas, localities, and are receiving only 50 to 60% of its normal potable water supply over the last 10 days. Now, today morning, visuals came in from the national capital where a protest was held against the ongoing water crisis. In a Republic super exclusive, according to sources, Delhi police interrogated Shah Rukh lodged in Tihar jail in the Sindhu Moosewala murder case. Earlier, Shah Rukh had got the contract to kill Sidhu Moosewala. He had stayed in Punjab, but before he could execute the murder, he was arrested by the police. Traffic cop was hit by overspeeding Bolero vehicle in Jammu's Asia Chowk area, where cop was returning to traffic booth after operating traffic. Notably, the traffic cop hasn't sustained any injury. The Internal Complaints Committee of Jawaharlal Nehru University said that it has taken cognizance of the sexual harassment case reported to its office on May 27th. The ICC said that an inquiry is ongoing, that it's committed to ensure free, fast and fair trial. A delegation of the PCC led by the President Amrinder Singh Raja Waring including the CLP leader Pratap Singh Bajwa, Working President Bharat Bhushan Ashu, senior leaders Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa and Kuljeet Singh Nagra met the Honourable Governor of Punjab to submit a memorandum on Sidhu Moosewala. BJP chief JP Nadda, who arrived at Bhopal for a 2-day visit to Madhya Pradesh, was received by Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and the BJP chief later visited Gurudwara Nanak Tekri in Bhopal. BJP chief JP Nadda also addressed the Sikhs. While addressing the Sikhs, he said that he felt overwhelmed by the grand welcome in the state capital. He further went on to say that Sikh brothers and sisters have contributed a lot. Sikh history is very significant.
समय जो अंग्रेजों ने यहाँ पर बदसलूकी की, जो उन्होंने अन्याय किया, उसके खिलाफ भी हमारे सिख भाइयों ने अपना जत्था लगाकर मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया, लड़ाई लड़ी और अपने जो साथी जेल जा रहे थे उनको भी वहां फल पहुंचे, दूध पहुंचे, सामान पहुंचे, इसकी व्यवस्था की और इस तरीके से साका पंजा साहेब सदा सदा के लिए इतिहास में दर्ज हो गया कि उसने समाज के लिए और देश के लिए अपने आप को कैसे हमारे जत्था और हमारे सभी लोगों ने.
Now, some Hindu installed the Shivling inside the Jain temple and doing puja there. These are the visuals surfaced from Belgavi district of Karnataka. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi withdrew from the Delhi High Court his petition seeking protection in case his custody was granted to the Punjab police. Now the petition will be filed before the Punjab and Haryana High Court. Some days back, his name surfaced in Sidhu Moosewala's murder case. Australia's new cabinet has sworn in at the nation's capital with a record number of women in the ministerial roles, including the country's first ever Muslim ministers. The ministers were sworn in at a ceremony by Australian Governor General David Hurley in Canberra. A vegetation fire continued to burn after scorching 120 acres and forcing evacuation north of Napa. CAL FIRE informed that the residents along one road are being asked to evacuate. The fire broke out late Tuesday afternoon and quickly grew to 120 acres, burning most of the vegetation in California's wine country. A hint of normalcy appeared slowly in China's largest
town. The government announced that the full bus and subway service will be restored, as well as the basic rail connections with the rest of the China. Schools will partially reopen and shopping malls, convenience stores and drug stores will reopen gradually at no more than 75% of their total capacity. Colombian rescue workers continue their search and rescue efforts for more than 12 miles.
Trapped in a coal mine in Zulia, some 14 miners became trapped in a coal mine and the situation increasingly becoming difficult due to the gases. The miners becoming trapped following an explosion due to an accumulation of gases. Residents in southern Mexico began clearing up after Agatha made history as the strongest hurricane ever recorded to come ashore in May. It caused flooding and mudslides that killed at least 10 people and left 20 missing. Government said that the rivers overflowed and the banks and swept away people's homes while other victims were buried under mud and rocks. Rafael Nadal got past Novak Djokovic 6 in a monumental match in the French Open quarterfinal to move a step closer to his 14th championship as the clay court Grand Slam tournament and 22nd major trophy overall. With this, Nadal ended the top seeded Djokovic's bid for second consecutive title in Paris. After French Open exit, Serbian tennis titan Novak Djokovic hailed his Spanish counterpart Rafael Nadal over his trailblazing victory in the fierce battle. The showdown was the 59th of their careers. More than any other two players have been played each other in the Open era. Beaming with a scintillating victory over defending champion Novak Djokovic, Rafael Nadal insists he can't know for sure whether any match at Roland Garros might be his very last at a place he loves, a place he is loved. Germany's Alexander Zverev qualified for the semi-finals of the ongoing French Open 2022 after defeating Spain's Carlos Alcaraz in the quarterfinals of the men's singles category. Zverev will now go up against the winner, 13-time champion Rafael Nadal. A stacked field of players will compete at this week's US Women's Open at Pine Needles, including the top 3 ranked players in the world, number 1 Jin Yong-koo and Nelly Korda, and number 3 Lydia Ko. Despite all their many achievements to make it atop the rankings, none of the 3 have won this major before.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, shot dead on May 12th. Saifullah Qadri, a police officer, shot dead on May 24th. Amreen Bhatt, a TV artist, shot dead on May 25th. Mudassir, a police officer, shot dead on May 28th. Rajni Bala, a Hindu school teacher, shot dead on May 31st. Killed for choosing India, killed for their identity. Nation first, no compromise.
The Italian Prime Minister hailed the agreement reached by the European Union members over the last round of sanctions against Russia as a complete success. In a move unthinkable just months ago, European Union leaders agreed to cut around 90% of all Russian oil imports over the next 6 months. Russian state news agency shared footage of people in Melitopol applying for Russian passports. Reportedly, Melitopol residents queue to apply for Russian citizenship. Russian President Vladimir Putin also issued an order last week to allow fast track of Russian citizenship for people in Kherson and regions in the south of Ukraine which are largely held by Russian forces. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that the country plans to retake territories captured by the Russian forces. Zelensky stressed that there was no time frame given for the operations to deoccupy regions of Ukraine and suggested that the country would await appropriate weapons in order to save the lives of as many people as possible. Belarusian president awarded medals to the agents of the State Security Committee of Belarus who carried out what he called a special operation to free Belarusian citizens in Ukraine. The president thanked them for
Top stories at 3:30 p.m. viewers. Nation reels under shock as singer KK passes away at the age of 53 after live performance in Kolkata. Shocking details emerge. Police file unnatural death case. Top sources say KK was feeling unwell during the concert as well. Renowned singer's sudden death shocks the nation. Police launches a probe into KK's sudden death. Gun salute accorded to KK in Kolkata as nation pays tribute to the singer. Now, after Kejriwal backed his minister, Smriti Irani fires pincer questions at the Aam Aadmi Party government. Aam Aadmi Party launches a counter-attack, says case on attempt to divert attention from Pandit's killings. ED heat on Gandhi's now summons Rahul and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. It's a big Ram Mandir day as Yogi Adityanath lays the foundation stone on Ram Mandir's Garbhagriha. Demand for justice at Rajni Bala's funeral. Angry Kashmiri Pandits take to streets, speak out against the Hindu killings.
We're getting in some breaking news now in the case of Avinash Bhosle, who's been brought to the national capital. I have my colleague Sadan joining us on the story that we are breaking on top of 3:30 p.m. This is the latest breaking news update now coming in. The Avinash Bhosle has been brought to the national capital and will be questioned in the national capital as well. Let me also go across and get the details from Sadan. Sadan joining us with all the updates on this very, very sensitive story from Mumbai. CBI bringing Sadan Avinash Bhosle to national capital. He's in CBI lockup, we are hearing. DHFL case questioning to begin. What is his link to all these cases, Sadan, and why is it so sensitive?
Well, Niranjan, this is undoubtedly a big win for the Central Bureau of Investigation on two grounds. One, remember, initially when he was arrested, CBI did not have the grounds to actually go ahead with the questioning, wasn't really allowed by the court. In fact, Avinash Bhosle was in what is called a CBI guest house. Now finally, the Central Bureau of Investigation has been able to convince the court that custodial interrogation of Avinash Bhosle is extremely crucial, and that is the reason why the court has granted Central Bureau of Investigation to move out Avinash Bhosle from Maharashtra, and he has now been brought to the national capital. In fact, he is lodged in a CBI lockup. Now, as far as this case goes, remember, he's a Pune-based businessman whose name basically has come up in the DHFL Yes Bank scam. It is with regards to about 600 crore rupees that has basically been diverted through various companies that have been linked to Avinash Bhosle. The fact of the matter is that the Radius Group and a few other companies have come under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation, and Avinash Bhosle has basically been charged with the fact that he is part of the criminal conspiracy, the man who is basically responsible for diverting or rerouting the funds for certain companies that were getting loans or other bad loans from the Yes Bank. So this case is finally going to open up right now, Niranjan, because it is given to understand that there are more names that are yet to be uncovered, and that is the reason why Avinash Bhosle's arrest perhaps could essentially mean that in the days to come or in the months to come, you would expect the Central Bureau of Investigation to reveal much more names. Those who have actually also got some sort of political patronage, they could also be exposed.
Thank you for that, Sadan. Joining us with the details of the DHFL case, which could open up many more political links, is the big suspicion. Joining us on the breaking story from Mumbai now. Let's go across and get you the other big story. Singer KK is no more. He breathed his last evening in Kolkata. The Kolkata police has filed a case of unnatural death over the demise of the renowned Bollywood singer Krishnakumar Kunnath, also known as KK, across India, across the Bollywood industry, across the singing spectrum. Back-to-back videos, meanwhile, are emerging. And in the latest video that has been accessed by Republic TV, you can watch how KK, the legendary singer, arrived in Kolkata fit and fine. He arrived in Kolkata fit and fine. And on the left of the screen, we'll show you the pictures of him arriving at the airport. That was a video of him arriving fit and well. On your screen right now. That's the video of him arriving fit and well on the 30th. That's yesterday. He arrived fit. That's him arriving fit. And on the right of your screens, moments before his death. And there are many videos in between of what happened at the concert. He's seen indicating something to the organizers, the auditorium, people who were backstage, Now, all of these questions are very uncomfortable, but these questions are being asked by everyone. Let's look at some of the videos of him looking visibly unwell during the concert. In fact, Republic has accessed the final tape from KK's last concert in Kolkata, and a lot of what may have gone down can be seen in the video. Watch how KK was constantly wiping his face, pointing towards something that seems to be the AC, complaining of the intolerable heat at the venue. The question here remains if KK was fine and well performing at the Nazrul Manch for the throng of fans, then what went wrong? What led to his untimely death? There is another video that has been accessed by Republic TV from KK's last concert last evening. Watch how the auditorium was overpacked and fire extinguisher was leaked outside the hall, leading to chaos. Not sure who was opening up the fire extinguishers. Within a span of minutes, there was complete chaos at the event, making it extremely dangerous for those present at that venue. The video has now raised several questions. Why was there no alternative medical aid available, and what was really going on? And in yet another video accessed by Republic, watch how an exhausted KK was escorted out of the venue. Sources say that KK had been complaining of overheating and crowding at the venue during the concert, compelling the singer to go backstage for a couple of times. He was seen going backstage when things were getting out of hand. Top sources informing Republic that KK, who was feeling unwell during the concert, had complained of suffocation and was immediately rushed to the hospital post the concert. And the video is also showing that he wasn't completely fine. Let's also get you some details of KK's death investigation. Republic spoke to the venue, some of the workers at KK's final performances, who revealed the details of the turn of events at the concert last evening in Kolkata.
দাদা উনি যখন এখানে ছিলেন উনি তো সুস্থ ছিলেন নাকি অস্বস্তি বোধ করছিলেন?
সুস্থ ছিলেন।
এসি অফ থাকাতে উনি বারবার একটা ভিডিওতে দেখা যাচ্ছে
এসি অফ ছিল না, তো এসি চলছিল, আমার এসি অফ নেই।
একটা ভিডিওতে বারবার দেখা যাচ্ছে যে উনি বারবার ঘাম মুছছেন রুমাল দিয়ে, অস্বস্তি বোধ করছেন।
ব্যাকস্টেজে ছিলেন, তখন গান গাইতে গাইতে মাঝে মাঝে আসছেন ব্যাকস্টেজে, আবার ঘাম মুছছেন আবার গান গাইছেন।
তো উনি যখন এখানে ছিলেন একদম মানে আপনাদের মতে একদম সুস্থ ছিলেন উনি?
সুস্থ ছিলেন।
এখান থেকে যাওয়ার পর অসুস্থ হয়ে তারপরে আপনারা খবরটা পান। তাহলে এখানে যে ভিডিওটাতে যেটা দেখা যাচ্ছে সেটা নিয়ে আপনাকে জিজ্ঞাসা করবো, মানে ঘাম ছিলেন, উনি বারবার বলছিলেন যে ওনার অসুবিধা হচ্ছে বা গরম লাগছে, এই বিষয়টা আপনারা কি ওয়াকিবহাল ছিলেন?
না, আমরা জানি না। যারা ওনার পাশাপাশি ছিলেন বা ব্যাকস্টেজে বা ওনাদের যারা কর্মকর্তা ওনাদের হয়তো বলেছেন, কিন্তু আমাদের না। আমাদের এসি চলছিল, চারদিকে গেট খোলা ছিল, হয়তো হতে পারে।
আচ্ছা, উনি কোনো কর্মী আপনাদের কোনো অভিযোগ করেননি যে এসি চলছিল না বা গরম করছিল ওনার?
না না, আমাদের করেননি।
স্পটলাইট বন্ধ করার যে বিষয়টা ছিল, তারপরে অগ্নি নির্বাপন যন্ত্র যেটা ওপেন করা হয়েছিল, সেটা কি কোনো বিশৃঙ্খলা সৃষ্টি হয়েছিল বলেই করা হয়েছিল?
না, অগ্নি নির্বাপন বলতে ওটা বাইরের দিকে ছিল। যখন ক্রাউডরা ঢুকে আসছিল তখন যে কেউ ওটাকে ফাইটিং করেছে বাইরে, মানে আমাদের হলের বাইরে, হলের মধ্যে না। হলের
কোনো বিশৃঙ্খলা সৃষ্টি হয়নি বলছেন আপনি?
ওই সময় না, ওই ঢোকার সময় বিশৃঙ্খলা হচ্ছে, তার জন্যই ওরা ফাটিয়ে দিয়েছে ওইটাকে।
আর সাথে সাথে শোনা গেছে যে স্পটলাইট বন্ধ করার জন্য নাকি বলা হয়েছিল?
স্পটলাইট তো আমাদের যে হলের লাইট, ওটা একদম কুল লাইট, ওটা কোনো না। স্টেজের উপর যে লাইটগুলো ছিল ওনাদের, ওইগুলো খুব গরম হয়, ওনাদেরকে হয়তো বলেছেন, আমাদের না।
And here's an exclusive ground report from the Nazrul Manch, where KK's final concert was organized.
Singer and composer KK, whose real name was Krishnakumar Kunnath, died in Kolkata on Tuesday at the age of 53. He was in the city for a 2-day concert at this Nazrul Manch. The program was organized on the behalf of Gurudas College. He was in the city for a 2-day concert. According to the sources, he felt unwell during the concert, but he managed to finish his concert. He finished it till the end and complete his 20 songs. He started with the number of songs to Ashiki, and then he finished the song of Pal. After that, he went to the 5-star hotel of Esplanade, where he felt unwell and he complained about his uneasiness. But he managed his performance on the stage, where I'm standing at the.
And we're cutting across to the live pictures from Kolkata, where the mortal remains of singer KK Krishnakumar Kunnath are being brought, and the mortal remains will be airlifted from Kolkata's airport and brought to Mumbai, where the final rites, the last rites, will be held tomorrow. But these are breaking news updates now coming in. The flight details, in fact, it's an Air India flight, Air India 773, that will be flown from Kolkata to Mumbai. The flight lands at 8:15 p.m. this evening at the Mumbai Terminal 2. These are the details that we are picking up, and his mortal remains will reach his Park Plaza apartment at 9:30 p.m. in Mumbai. Last rites will be performed tomorrow, that's Thursday, between 9 to 12 at the Muktidam Crematorium in Warsaw. Some more details that we are picking up here on Republic TV of the final journey of singer KK. A few minutes back, the West Bengal Chief Minister paid tribute to KK, and we were getting you the details and the pictures. We had the live pictures of the gun salute that was also given to him. Those are pictures of him his mortal remains being taken to the Kolkata airport. It's inside the Kolkata airport now, and what an irony. I mean, 24 hours back you had that video of him arriving in Kolkata. Yesterday he arrived fully fit and fine. In fact, let's put those pictures out, the contrast on the left of your screen. We'll show you the pictures of him arriving in Kolkata. Let's put the pictures of him arriving in Kolkata. We had a video of KK arriving in Kolkata. If I can ask my producers to pull that up. You can see that he's exiting the airport on 30th, that's yesterday, and you had the video of now you have the video of him. On the right of your screen, we'll show you the video of him, his mortal remains rather, leaving from Kolkata. His mortal remains on the right. If you can just show the live pictures, please. The latest pictures now coming in from the Kolkata airport. And these are the pictures. Look at that. He arrived fit and well. Looked completely fine in those pictures yesterday. Those are pictures from the Kolkata airport from yesterday. That's a video of KK just leaving the airport, and a few people, fans perhaps, taking pictures, and those who recognize him taking pictures and videos of KK leaving the airport on Tuesday. And on the right of your screens, moments before his death, he seemed clearly unwell, uneasy, and he's been escorted back to the vehicle, after which he was taken to the hotel. That raises questions on what really went wrong in a few hours. And these are some of the questions that continue to be asked. In fact, we had the forensic teams also go to the hotel where KK was taken after that concert, and the forensic teams collected samples. And then you had those the pictures of the team also confirming that a case of unnatural death has been lodged. Some of the hotel staffers have also been questioned. Just to give you an update of what has happened so far. The West Bengal government has paid respects to the Bollywood singer with gun salute to his mortal remains. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee was there, and she supervised the proceedings a few minutes back, paid floral tributes to the late singer, whose body was kept at the Rabindra Sadan for some time. And Mamata Banerjee was seen consoling KK's wife and other family members who were present at that venue. And we also had pictures of KK's mortal remains being taken to the Kolkata airport. They're being brought to Mumbai. And while we get you these pictures, let's go across and get you a full detailed report of what we know so far. If we have enough time for that, we'll try and do that. But we're also getting in pictures. We're getting in pictures also of the mortal remains being brought to the Kolkata airport. We'll be landing in Mumbai at about 8 o'clock, 8:30. It's an Air India flight that will be carrying the mortal remains from Kolkata to Mumbai, after which it will be taken to his residence in Mumbai roughly about 9:30 p.m. Tomorrow between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. is when the final rites are expected to be conducted. So Republic TV is tracking the story live because there are some questions that arise from the videos moments before the death of singer KK. And it's our duty to ask those questions. Taking a short break, the shock across India. Singer KK, no more.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
She was on her way to her school. She was here to impart knowledge, to teach students. When she was shot dead, the entire village is in a grief because this is absolutely barbaric. One can see the visuals of the spot. This is the spot where she was lying in a pool of blood. Hindu teacher from Jammu has been shot dead by the terrorist in the Kulgam of South Kashmir. He has come to the injuries. Terrorist has barged into this school where she was fired upon from a close range. The force is reaching to the spot. The cordon and search operation, which is the standard operating procedure that is being followed by J&K police along with the army.
News in brief, India and Pakistan engaged in 118th meet of Pakistan-India Permanent Indus Water Commission. While both the parties signed the annual report till March 2022, the venue for the next meet was decided to be in Pakistan. An Abhinandan rally was held in BJP workers in Tripura's Agartala. The rally was held in order to celebrate the 8 years of Modi government at the centre. Meghalaya's National People's Party have made it their entry into the fellow northeastern state of Tripura. The move came ahead of by-polls to be held in the state along with state assembly elections slated for 2023. President Ramnath Kovind presented gallantry awards at the second phase of the defence investiture ceremony in New Delhi. The President awarded 1 Kirti Chakra and 14 Shaurya along with 13 PVSMs and 29 AVSMs. The Prime Minister interacted with beneficiaries of the Ayushman Bharat scheme by video conferencing. The scheme aims towards providing healthcare insurance to economically weaker sections across the country.
Workers of Sri Ram Sena held a protest in front of the district collector's office over the murder of Vijay Kamble in Karnataka's Burgi. The individual was killed as a result of hate crime for marrying a Muslim woman earlier. A suspect was arrested for
Getting in some more pictures of anger across Jammu and Kashmir as the last journey of the teacher who was shot, the Hindu teacher who was shot dead in Kashmir by terrorists. Rajani Bala was shot dead on Tuesday. BJP leader Ravinder Raina was confronted today on the state of law and order in Jammu and Kashmir and what the centre was doing to secure Hindus in Kashmir and Kashmiri Pandits.
आज रजनी देवी की डेथ हुई है, कल राहुल भट्ट की हुई थी, परसों प्रिंसिपल की हुई थी। हम वहाँ पे अभी अपने टीचर मरने के लिए नहीं भेजेंगे।
जमीन के पाताल से भी निकाल कर इन पाकिस्तानियों को मौत के घाट उतारेंगे। मैं आपसे वादा करता हूँ, किसी को नहीं बख्शेंगे, कोई नहीं बचेगा। जो पाकिस्तानी जिनने ये लहूलुहान किया है कश्मीर को, उनको नहीं छोड़ेंगे। सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता, सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता।
Aam Aadmi Party has launched a counter-attack on the BJP. Smriti Irani held a news conference earlier today to which there was a response that came in from the Aam Aadmi Party. Sanjay Singh. In a few minutes from now, Arvind Kejriwal is going to hold a news conference. That's at 4 p.m. We're standing by for that. Stay tuned. There's a big crackdown on corruption. The Enforcement Directorate has also summoned Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case days after questioning Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Bansal.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
News in brief, India and Pakistan engaged in 118th meet of Pakistan-India Permanent Indus Water Commission while both the parties signed the annual report till March 2022. The venue for the next meet was decided to be in Pakistan. An Abhinandan rally was held in BJP workers in Tripura's Agartala. The rally was held in order to celebrate the 8 years of Modi government at the centre. Meghalaya's National People's Party have made their entry into the fellow northeastern state of Tripura. The move came ahead of by-polls to be held in the state along with state assembly elections slated for 2023. President Ramnath Kovind presented gallantry awards at the second phase of the defence investiture ceremony in New Delhi. The President awarded 1 Kirti Chakra and 14 Shaurya along with 13 PVSMs and 29 AVSMs. The Prime Minister interacted with beneficiaries of the Ayushman Bharat scheme by video conferencing. The scheme aims towards providing healthcare insurance to economically weaker sections across the country. Workers of Sri Ram Sena held a protest in front of the district collector's office over the murder of Vijay Kamble in Karnataka's Burgi. The individual was killed as a result of hate crime for marrying a Muslim woman earlier. A suspect was arrested for setting a taxi on fire near the Madhu Vihar area of New Delhi. 5 individuals sleeping at the stand sustained burn injuries in the incident. Group Captain Varun Singh was posthumously awarded the Shaurya Chakra by the Presidency for saving his Tejas fighter during a sortie in 2020. The officer was the lone survivor of 2021 helicopter crash that led to the demise of General Bipin Rawat, who was India's first Chief of Defence Staff among 13 others.
From across India, Union Minister Smriti Irani hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party over Delhi Minister Satyendar Jain's arrest. Irani went on to call Jain a traitor. Smriti Irani went on to tear into Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party, reminded them of their motto, to do corruption means to betray the country, and bluntly asked whether he's giving shelter to the traitors of the country by saving someone like Satyendar Jain. Questioning Kejriwal, Smriti said, Kejriwal is a judge, and posed a few questions, asked if it's true that Satyendar Jain was a prime accused under PMLA charges. Renowned singer sudden death shocks the country. Police investigating what happened and what led to KK's sudden death. After Kejriwal backed his minister, Smriti Irani firing questions at the Aam Aadmi Party.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Workers of Sri Ram Sena held a protest in front of the district collector's office over the murder of Vijay Kamble in Karnataka's Kala Burgi. The individual was killed as a result of hate crime for marrying a Muslim woman earlier. A suspect was arrested for setting a taxi on fire near the Madhu Vihar area of New Delhi. 5 individuals sleeping at the stand sustained burn injuries in the incident. Group Captain Varun Singh was posthumously awarded the Shaurya Chakra by the Presidency for saving his Tejas fighter during a sortie in 2020. The officer was the lone survivor of 2021 helicopter crash that led to the demise of General Bipin Rawat, who was India's first Chief of Defence Staff among 13 others. Vice President Venkaiah Naidu visited Gabon to engage in a round of bilateral talks between the two countries. He carried out the talks with nation's Prime Minister in Libreville. The Vice President is on a three-nation tour of Gabon, Senegal and Qatar. Punjabi singer Mika Singh's security detail was increased following Sidhu Moosewala's death in the state. Jodhpur police was alerted following a comment made by the singer on gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. The security detail arrived at an event the singer was at in Jodhpur.
कश्मीरी पंडित बलि का बकरा नहीं बनेगा, नहीं बनेगा। एक बार को ये बोल देते हैं कि 24 घंटे के अंदर अगर हमारी मांगें पूरी नहीं की गई और कोई क्लैरिफिकेशन नहीं दिया गया, कल की डेट में 24 घंटे के बाद हम लोग मास माइग्रेशन जैसे दोबारा करेंगे।
The top headlines at 4 p.m. Nation reels under shock as singer KK passes away at the age of 53 after live performance in Kolkata. Shocking details emerge. Police files unnatural death case. Top sources say KK was feeling unwell during the concert. Renowned singer's sudden death shocks the nation. Police launches probe into KK's sudden death. Gun salute accorded to KK in Kolkata as nation pays tribute to the singer.
Yas Info Solutions Private Limited, Mangal Yatan Projects Private Limited, and he controls these shell companies through shareholding along with his wife.
After Kejriwal backed his minister, now Smriti Irani fires pincer questions at the Aam Aadmi government. Aam Aadmi Party launches counter-attack, says case an attempt to divert attention from Pandit's killings. ED heat on Gandhis now, summons Rahul and Sonia Gandhi in National Herald case. It's a big Ram Mandir day as Yogi Adityanath lays foundation stone of Ram Mandir's Garbhagriha. Demand for justice at Rajani Bala's funeral. Angry Kashmiri pundits take to the streets, speak out against Hindu killings. Well, big breaking coming in right now on the KK death probe. Republic TV has access to CCTV footage which is being scrutinized to understand what had happened before he was taken to the hospital.
कि उन्होंने अपना घर बसाया, लेकिन अब उनके साथ वही हो रहा है जो 90 के दशक में हुआ था। उन्हें चुन चुन के उनके घर में घुस के, उनके दफ्तर में घुस के सड़कों पे निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, उन्हें मारा जा रहा है। ये अमानवीय है, इंसानियत के खिलाफ है, देश के खिलाफ है, और इसे रोकने के लिए कोई कुछ नहीं कर रहा। जब कश्मीरी पंडित भाई बहन इसका विरोध करते हैं तो उनको उनकी कॉलोनी में बंद कर दिया जाता है ताकि वो आवाज़ ना उठा सकें। वे लोग अपने किसी करीबी को जब मरते हुए देखते हैं और फिर जब वे इसके खिलाफ आवाज़ उठाने की कोशिश करते हैं तो उनकी आवाज़ को दबा दिया जाता है। ये कैसा न्याय है? चाहे सरकारी कर्मचारी राहुल भट्ट हों, श्रीनगर में रहने वाले केमिस्ट ML बिंदु हों, या फिर स्कूल टीचर रजनी बाला हो, इस तरह 16 कश्मीरी पंडितों को इसी साल चुन चुन के मारा गया। ये सब कश्मीर समाज का हिस्सा हैं। कश्मीर का आम आदमी यही चाहता है कि कश्मीर में रहने वाले हिंदू और मुसलमान सभी एक साथ रहें, सुख से रहें, लेकिन आतंकवादी ताकतें ये नहीं चाहती कि ये लोग एक साथ रहें। उनके लिए सबसे बड़ा खतरा है, उनकी एकता सबसे बड़ा खतरा है आतंकवादियों के लिए। आज कश्मीरी पंडित वापस कश्मीर में आना चाहते हैं। कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए कश्मीर उनकी जन्मभूमि है। ये और कहाँ जाएंगे? कोई भी जब अपनी जन्मभूमि छोड़ के किसी दूसरे शहर में रहने जाता है तो चाहे हम उन्हें कितनी भी सुविधाएं दे दें, लेकिन अपना घर तो अपना होता है, अपनी मिट्टी तो अपनी होती है, उसके साथ तो अलग जुड़ाव होता है। अब ऐसा देखा जा रहा है कि कश्मीरी पंडित वहाँ ट्रक ड्राइवरों से मोल भाव कर रहे हैं बेचारे, ताकि सामान शिफ्ट किया जा सके। वो कश्मीर से निकल के जम्मू या फिर किसी दूसरे राज्य जाने को मजबूर हो रहे हैं। वापस वही वक्त आ रहा है जो 90 के दशक में था। अपने जीवन में कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ दूसरी बार ऐसा हो रहा है क्योंकि हम उन्हें सुरक्षा नहीं दे पाए। मेरी मांग है कि उनको उचित सुरक्षा दी जाए, उनकी आवाज़ को न दबाया जाए। ये उनकी जन्मभूमि है, उन्हें कश्मीर में अपना घर बसाने का हक मिलना ही चाहिए। मेरी केंद्र सरकार से गुजारिश है, कश्मीरी पंडितों को कश्मीर में बसाने के लिए सबको एक साथ मिलकर काम करना होगा। हमारी इसमें जो भी भूमिका होगी वो हम निभाने के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार हैं। जय हिंद।
All right, we just heard Arvind Kejriwal's briefing there on targeted killings which are happening in Jammu and Kashmir. He made a couple of points there, including that Kashmiri Pandits are in fact not safe, and he has also made points on that we are ready to fulfill any role to help them. All right, moving on to the other big breaking that we were tracking right now. This is a big breaking on the KK death probe. Now we have access, viewers, on your screen. A CCTV footage is being scrutinized to understand what had happened before he was taken to the hospital. Now, 2 persons have been questioned in connection with the case. And on your screen, viewers, is a fresh, a new CCTV footage on your screens. Right now, 2 people are being interrogated in the death probe, and let's have a look at what exactly is happening in that video.
One second. अच्छा, मेरी लाइट वालों से दरख्वास्त है कि थोड़ी देर के लिए जो पीछे की लाइट है ना बंद कर दें, या इसको कम कर दें। आप 5 मिनट आके यहाँ बैठ जाएं, पता चलेगा my backside is frying. It's like so hot on stage. It's no AC here right now, so it's damn hot. So reduce the lights. It's okay, yeah. Very good show, fantastic. People are loving it anyways. Reduce the lights. It's so hot here. या तो आप आके बैठ जाए 5 मिनट यहाँ मेरे साथ। यहाँ पीछे पड़ेगा ना लाइट तो समझ में आएगी बात।
All right, we just saw those visuals. Let's hear it again.
One second. अच्छा, मेरी लाइट वालों से दरख्वास्त है कि थोड़ी देर के लिए जो पीछे की लाइट है ना बंद कर दें, या इसको कम कर दें। आप 5 मिनट आके यहाँ बैठ जाए, पता चलेगा my backside is frying. It's like so hot on stage. It's no AC here right now, so it's damn hot. So reduce the lights. It's okay, yeah. Very good show, fantastic. People are loving it anyways. Reduce the lights. It's so hot here. या तो आप आके बैठ जाए 5 मिनट यहाँ मेरे साथ। यहाँ पीछे पड़ेगा ना लाइट तो समझ में आएगी बात।
All right, we just saw those visuals there on a screen of KK requesting lights to be dimmed, and he's also saying that it is extremely hot on stage. Visuals on your screen of the latest CCTV footage that we have accessed. Remember, the Kolkata police has also registered a case of unnatural death over the demise of the renowned Bollywood singer. As well, popularly known as KK, a senior officer said on Wednesday. Now, back-to-back videos have been emerging. One of that we just showed you right now, where KK is saying that it is too hot on stage, asking for the authorities there on the stage to turn off the spotlight, complaining of excessive heat. Latest video accessed, we also showed you how KK arrived in Kolkata fit and fine. He was fine when he arrived, and now when he left, when he was on stage, last videos of him, which you can see on his screens there, he's using towels to remove the sweat from his face. He's pointing to someone and pointing at the AC. So those are the visuals that we have got for you on your screen, viewers. Let's have a look at that video we got for you on Republic TV. This is the exclusive video on Republic TV of KK's voice, where he is clearly saying it is extremely hot on stage. Let's have a look at that again.
One second. अच्छा, मेरी लाइट वालों से दरख्वास्त है कि थोड़ी देर के लिए जो पीछे की लाइट है ना बंद कर दें, या इसको कम कर दें। आप 5 मिनट आके यहाँ बैठ जाए, पता चलेगा my backside is frying. It's like so hot on stage. It's no AC here right now, so it's damn hot. So reduce the lights. It's okay, yeah. Very good show, fantastic. People are loving it anyways. Reduce the lights. It's so hot here. या तो आप आके बैठ जाए 5 मिनट यहाँ मेरे साथ। यहाँ पीछे पड़ेगा ना लाइट तो समझ में आएगी बात।
All right. So Republic has accessed another video from KK's concert last evening. Watch how the auditorium was overpacked. The fire extinguisher was leaked outside the hall, leading to chaos. Within a span of minutes, there was chaos at the event, making it extremely dangerous for those present at the spot. The videos have now raised several questions. Why was there no alternative medical aid available? And those are the visuals there on your screen there of overheating and crowding at the venue during the concert, compelling the singer to go backstage a couple of times. So this is the other video we have accessed, viewers, where KK is looking extremely uneasy. He's looking extremely uneasy. He is wiping his face with a towel. We also showed you that video when we started this show, where he's saying that it's extremely hot on stage, asking for the spotlight to be dimmed. All right, getting in inside details of KK's death probe. More details coming in. Viewers, we've been tracking the story very closely since last night. Now, Republic spoke to the venue worker at KK's final performance, who revealed the sensational details of the turn of events at the concert last evening. Listen in.
যে ভিডিওটাতে যেটা দেখা যাচ্ছে সেটা নিয়ে আপনাকে জিজ্ঞাসা করব, মানে ঘামছিলেন, উনি বারবার বলছিলেন যে ওনার অসুবিধা হচ্ছে বা গরম লাগছে, এই বিষয়টা আপনারা কি ওয়াকিবহাল ছিলেন?
না, আমরা জানি না। যারা ওনার পাশাপাশি ছিলেন বা ব্যাকস্টেজে বা ওনাদের যারা কর্মকর্তা ওনাদের হয়তো বলেছেন, কিন্তু আমাদের না। আমাদের এসি চলছিল, চারদিকে গেট খোলা ছিল, হয়তো হতে পারে।
নির্বাপন যন্ত্র যেটা ওপেন করা হয়েছিল সেটা কি কোনো বিশৃঙ্খলা সৃষ্টি হয়েছিল বলেই করা হয়েছিল?
না, নির্বাপন বলতে ওটা বাইরের দিকে ছিল। যখন ক্রাউডরা ঢুকে আসছিল তখন যে কেউ ওটাকে ফাইটিং করেছে বাইরে, মানে আমাদের হলের বাইরে, হলের মধ্যে না। হলের
কোনো বিশৃঙ্খলা সৃষ্টি হয়নি বলছেন আপনি?
ওই সময় না, ওই ঢোকার সময় বিশৃঙ্খলা হচ্ছে, তার জন্যই ওরা ফাটিয়ে দিয়েছে ওইটাকে।
এখানে তো আপনি বললেন যে 2500-এর মতো সিট ছিল, তাহলে যে 5000 জন চলে এসেছিল এবং ওভার ক্রাউডেড হয়ে গেছিল, তাহলে বিনা টিকিটে অনুমতি কি করে পেলেন?
না, পাস তো ছিল, আর তার সঙ্গে কলেজের যারা তাদের ভলেন্টিয়ার ছিল ওরাই ঢুকিয়েছে, আর কিছু প্রাচীর টপকে ঢুকেছে।
2500 5000 মানে কেন করা হলো?
সেটা তো ওরাই করেছে, আমরা করি না। আমাদের তো কন্ট্রোলের বাইরে, ওরা তো গেট ভেঙে ঢুকেছে, বা ওদের যারা পাস দিয়েছে হয়তো বেশি, ওইভাবে ঢুকেছে।
Singer and composer KK, whose real name was Krishnakumar Kunnath, died in Kolkata on Tuesday at the age of 53. He was in the city for a 2-day concert at this Nazrul Manch. The program was organized on the behalf of Gurudas College. He was in the city for a 2-day concert. According to the sources, he felt unwell during the concert, but he managed to finish his concert. He finished it till the end and complete his 20 songs. He started with the number of songs to Ashiki, and then he finished the song of Pal. After that, he went to the 5-star hotel of Esplanade, where he felt unwell and he complained about his uneasiness. But he managed his performance on the stage where I'm standing at the Nazrul Manch. But after that, he was brought dead to the hospital. CMRI staff confirmed that, according to the sources, at around 10 a.m. he was on the hospital but couldn't manage to leave. His fans who loved KK just couldn't believe that he is no more.
All right, the latest we have for you, viewers, is that the final rites of KK will be happening tomorrow in Versova, Mumbai. His body will be going to the airport in Kolkata, and then it will fly from there, and it will be arriving in Mumbai later today around 8 p.m. And the singer's funeral is scheduled to take place tomorrow. That is going to happen in Versova in Mumbai. Well, let's have a look at this exclusive ground report by my colleague.
KK's sudden death on Tuesday night sent shockwaves across India. In the morning after, videos and strong leads as to what may have happened started to emerge.
Yesterday, the crowd was over 5,000, almost 6,000 crowd attended to this hall. And for this overgathering, for this overcrowding, the AC air condition system was totally failed, and for this singer KK felt quite uncomfortable. Repeatedly he was taking water. After his show, he reached to the hotel, and there he felt get 2 injuries, his head, his forehead.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने देश को दिया, उस मंत्र के अनुरूप केंद्र की सरकार ने देश के अंदर बिना भेदभाव के गांव, गरीब, किसान, नौजवान, महिलाएं, समाज के प्रत्येक तबके के हितों के लिए जो कार्य किया, आज वह देश की 135 करोड़ जनमानस के जीवन में व्यापक परिवर्तन का कारक बनी है। 2014 के पहले इस देश में सरकार के प्रति एक अविश्वास का सा वातावरण था। देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में अलगाववाद, उग्रवाद और आतंकवाद सिर चढ़कर के बोल रहा था। अराजकता अपनी पराकाष्ठा की ओर बढ़ रही थी। भ्रष्टाचार संस्थागत रूप ले चुका था। गरीबी हटाओ के नारे दशकों से देश के अंदर लग तो रहे थे, लेकिन गरीबी उन्मूलन के लिए कोई ठोस प्रयास इन 35-40 वर्षों के अंदर कहीं भी उड़ते हुए नहीं दिखाई दे रहे थे। लेकिन 2014 के बाद प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो कहा सो करके दिखाया, और आज उसके परिणाम भी हम सबके सामने है कि एक एक योजना न केवल व्यक्ति के जीवन में बल्कि समाज जीवन में और राष्ट्रीय जीवन में भी आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में कैसे सहायक हो रहा है। विभिन्न सेक्टर्स में जो उपलब्धियां इन 8 वर्षों में केंद्र सरकार ने हासिल की, और केंद्र सरकार की ही तर्ज पर उत्तर प्रदेश जो देश की आबादी का सबसे बड़ा राज्य है, इस राज्य को इसका क्या लाभ प्राप्त हुआ है, इसी के कुछ बुलेट पॉइंट आपके सामने मैं प्रस्तुत इस पीसी के माध्यम से कर रहा हूं। मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि 8 वर्ष सेवा, सुरक्षा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का एक अभूतपूर्व उपलब्धि है देश की आजादी के बाद की किसी भी सरकार का। इतनी गरीब कल्याणकारी योजनाएं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट के इतने प्रोजेक्ट, अन्नदाता किसानों के उन्नयन के लिए उनकी इनकम को दोगुना करने के लिए किए गए प्रयास, युवाओं के रोजगार और उन्हें स्वावलंबन की ओर अग्रसर करने के कार्यक्रम, मातृशक्ति के सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में किए जाने वाले प्रयास, ये सभी वे प्रयास हैं जिन्होंने पूरे भारत की तस्वीर को बदला है और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में जिनकी बड़ी भूमिका है। मेक इन इंडिया, डिजिटल इंडिया, स्टार्टअप इंडिया, स्टैंड अप इंडिया, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ जैसे अभियान ने नए भारत के निर्माण में मील के पत्थर के रूप में एक अग्रणी भूमिका का निर्वहन भी किया है।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
News in brief, India and Pakistan engaged in 118th meet of Pakistan-India Permanent Indus Water Commission. While both the parties signed the annual report till March 2022, the venue for the next meet was decided to be in Pakistan. An Abhinandan rally was held in BJP workers in Tripura's Agartala. The rally was held in order to celebrate the 8 years of Modi government at the centre. Meghalaya's National People's Party have made it their entry into the fellow northeastern state of Tripura. The move came ahead of by-polls to be held in the state along with state assembly elections slated for 2023. President Ramnath Kovind presented gallantry awards at the second phase of the defence investiture ceremony in New Delhi. The President awarded 1 Kirti Chakra and 14 Shaurya along with 13 PVSMs and 29 AVSMs. The Prime Minister interacted with beneficiaries of the Ayushman Bharat scheme by video conferencing. The scheme aims towards providing healthcare insurance to economically weaker sections across the country. Workers of Shri Ram Sena held a protest in front of the district collector's office over the murder of Vijay Kamble in Karnataka's Kala Burgi. The individual was killed as a result of hate crime for marrying a Muslim woman earlier.
लघु झांकी आपके सामने इस पीसी के माध्यम से मैं प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास करूंगा। हम सब जानते हैं कि रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान के नारे आजादी के बाद से लगते रहे और हर एक व्यक्ति के जीवन में ये नारे लगते थे, हर एक व्यक्ति के जीवन में कि उसके लिए 3 बुनियादी सुविधाएं बहुत आवश्यक हैं। लेकिन क्या मकान देने के लक्ष्य को पिछली सरकारों ने प्राप्त कर पाया था? 2022 तक प्रत्येक ऐसे व्यक्ति जिसके सिर को ढकने के लिए छत नहीं है उसे मकान उपलब्ध कराने का कार्य होगा और यह कार्य सफलतापूर्वक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हुआ है। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना शहरी में 1,22,70,000 आवास अब तक स्वीकृत हुए हैं पूरे देश के अंदर और मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि इसमें से 17,54,000 आवास उत्तर प्रदेश ने अपने यहां स्वीकृत किए हैं। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण में 2,55,00,000 गरीबों को एक एक आवास उपलब्ध हुए, तो उत्तर प्रदेश में प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण में 26,16,000 गरीबों को एक एक आवास उपलब्ध करवाने में अब तक हमें सफलता प्राप्त हुई। तो बहुत सारे ऐसे तबके थे जो आज़ादी के बाद भी विभिन्न योजनाओं से वंचित थे। इसमें मुसहर है, बनटांगिया है, थारू है, सहरिया है, कोल है, चेरो है। इन जातियों के लिए हम लोगों ने राज्य में मुख्यमंत्री आवास योजना लागू की और मुख्यमंत्री आवास योजना में हम उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर इन गरीब परिवारों को 1,08,652 परिवारों को भी एक एक आवास अतिरिक्त उपलब्ध करवा चुके हैं। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ये केवल स्वच्छता का ही नहीं बल्कि ये नारी गरिमा का प्रतीक भी बना। और स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में अगर शहरी क्षेत्र में हम लोग देखेंगे तो 66,90,000 व्यक्तिगत घरेलू शौचालय का निर्माण पूरे देश के अंदर हुआ। 6,42,000 सामुदायिक शौचालय शहरी क्षेत्र में बनाए गए। उत्तर प्रदेश में इसी दौरान